Hello, my sleepy heads. It's good to have you back. Tonight, we'll travel far beyond the modern world, to the crossroads of Europe and Asia. A land where emperors ruled with divine authority, where churches gleamed with gold, and where cities stood as beacons of culture and law. This is the story of the Byzantine Empire, a world of faith, strategy, and resilience that endured for over 1,000 years. But before we begin, I just want to thank you for being here. If these quiet journeys through time bring you peace, or help you drift into rest, please consider liking this video and subscribing. Now, settle in, close your eyes if you'd like, and let's return to the world of Byzantium. The origins of Byzantium as a distinct entity within the Roman world can be traced to its position as a strategically situated settlement on the European shore of the Bosporus. Initially founded as Byzantium by Greek colonists from Megara around the 7th century BCE, the settlement occupied a natural promontory that provided both defensive advantages and access to maritime trade routes connecting the Aegean Sea with the Black Sea. Archaeological excavations indicate the presence of substantial fortifications and urban planning that suggests a degree of civic organization atypical for settlements of its size in the early classical period. Over the centuries, Byzantium evolved under varying cultural influences, including Hellenic, Thracian, and Persian interactions, each contributing to the city's social and economic framework. The synthesis of these influences created a community that was simultaneously local in character and cosmopolitan in orientation, capable of engaging in regional trade networks and adapting to changing political realities. By the 2nd century CE, Byzantium was firmly incorporated into the Roman imperial system, functioning as a provincial city within the larger administrative and military network of the Eastern Roman provinces. Its population, according to epigraphic and archaeological evidence, comprised Roman citizens, local Greek-speaking inhabitants, and a smaller number of merchants and artisans from across the Mediterranean. The city's urban morphology, including a centralized forum, public baths, aqueducts, and a rudimentary port infrastructure, illustrates the adoption of Roman civic norms while maintaining regional characteristics inherited from its Greek origins. The administrative integration of Byzantium into the empire facilitated the imposition of Roman law, tax structures, and military obligations, which would later form the foundation for its transformation into a regional power center. Importantly, the city's geographic location enabled control over the maritime passage between the Black Sea and the Aegean, making it a critical node in the logistics and commerce of the empire. The transformation of Byzantium into Constantinople was initiated by the Emperor Constantine the Great in the early 4th century CE. Following his consolidation of imperial authority after the civil wars that characterized the late 3rd and early 4th centuries, Constantine sought to establish a new administrative center that would provide strategic advantages both defensively and politically. He selected Byzantium for its defensible terrain, access to key maritime routes, and proximity to regions that were both economically vital and politically contested. Urban reconstruction under Constantine included the expansion of city walls, the construction of new forums, a centralized administrative palace complex, and extensive public works designed to facilitate the functioning of a large and complex imperial capital. Archaeological evidence from Constantinople indicates that these projects involved both local labor and imported materials, reflecting a significant mobilization of imperial resources. By establishing Constantinople as a second capital alongside Rome, Constantine effectively created a dual capital system, which allowed the empire to manage its vast territories more efficiently. Constantine's selection of Byzantium as the imperial seat was influenced not only by geography, but also by the shifting political and military realities of the early 4th century. The eastern provinces of the Roman Empire faced persistent threats from Germanic tribes, Sasanian Persia, and internal revolts, which necessitated a more robust strategic position than Rome provided. The fortified promontory of Byzantium, flanked by natural harbors and river access, allowed for rapid deployment of naval and land forces, while providing a defensible urban core capable of withstanding protracted sieges. The city's location also facilitated control over the trade networks that transported grain, timber, and luxury goods from the Black Sea and Anatolian hinterlands to the Mediterranean. By concentrating administrative and military functions in this new capital, Constantine ensured that the Eastern Roman Empire could maintain logistical coherence and respond more effectively to both internal and external challenges. This pragmatic decision reflected an understanding of the interplay between urban planning, military preparedness, and administrative efficiency. The urban transformation of Byzantium into Constantinople involved not only physical construction, but also the creation of an imperial ideology that legitimized the city as the rightful seat of power. Constantine's urban program included monumental buildings such as the Great Palace, forums, and ceremonial avenues designed to reinforce the authority of the emperor. Public inscriptions, coinage, and official correspondence emphasized the continuity of Roman law and governance while projecting the symbolic significance of the new capital. The integration of Christian institutions, including the construction of churches and the promotion of episcopal authority, marked a deliberate fusion of religious and political legitimacy. Constantine's vision established Constantinople as both a functional administrative center and a symbol of imperial continuity, linking the heritage of Rome with the emerging Christian polity. By embedding ideological and religious significance into the urban landscape, the emperor reinforced both the civic identity and the political authority of the city. The demographic evolution of Constantinople further illustrates its transformation from a provincial settlement into a metropolitan capital. Contemporary accounts and archaeological studies indicate that the population increased rapidly during the 4th and 5th centuries, incorporating migrants from surrounding regions, administrative officials, military personnel, and artisans. The influx of diverse populations necessitated the development of urban infrastructure capable of supporting large-scale habitation, including aqueducts, cisterns, and road networks. Market systems and trade facilities expanded, allowing the city to sustain both local consumption and regional commerce. Social organization became increasingly complex, with distinct quarters housing military, bureaucratic, and commercial populations. This demographic growth contributed to the city's economic vitality, enabling it to function as a self-sustaining urban ecosystem capable of supporting the administrative and military demands of the Eastern Roman Empire. The economic foundation of early Constantinople relied heavily on its position within imperial trade networks. The city served as a conduit for goods moving between Europe and Asia, including grain from Egypt, timber from the Black Sea, and textiles from Anatolia. Archaeological findings, including storage facilities, coin hoards, and harbor installations, suggest that Constantinople was not merely a political capital, but also an economic hub that facilitated both domestic and international commerce. Fiscal administration included the collection of taxes on imported and exported goods, regulation of market activities, and control over port operations, allowing the state to extract revenue necessary for defense, public works, and bureaucratic functions. This economic centrality reinforced the city's strategic importance and ensured that Constantinople could sustain the logistical and administrative burdens associated with imperial governance. Militarily, Constantinople's fortifications exemplify the synthesis of engineering expertise, strategic planning, and administrative coordination. Constantine initiated the construction of extensive city walls, incorporating natural terrain with artificial barriers to create a defensible perimeter. Subsequent expansions under Theodosius II and later emperors enhanced these defenses, producing what would become known as the Theodosian Walls. Archaeological studies confirm the presence of multiple layers of fortifications, towers, and gates designed to withstand both siege engines and infantry assaults. The city's harbors, particularly the Golden Horn, were equipped with chains and other defensive measures to prevent naval incursions. These fortifications were complemented by organized garrisons, strategic placement of elite troops, and administrative oversight that coordinated logistics, recruitment, and supply. The combination of physical, administrative, and logistical measures allowed Constantinople to endure sieges over the centuries, establishing a pattern of resilience characteristic of Byzantine urban centers. Religious and cultural developments in early Constantinople reflect the integration of imperial ideology with civic life. Constantine's promotion of Christianity, including the establishment of episcopal authority and the construction of significant churches, reinforced the city's symbolic and spiritual role. Archaeological evidence, including basilica foundations, mosaics, and inscriptions, illustrates the scale and sophistication of these projects. Religious institutions function not only as centers of worship, but also as administrative and charitable hubs, providing education, welfare, and social regulation. This integration of religious and civil authority created a cohesive urban identity that linked imperial legitimacy, spiritual leadership, and civic responsibility. The alignment of religious and political structures facilitated governance, social cohesion, and the projection of power across the empire's eastern provinces. The transformation of Byzantium into Constantinople established a model of imperial urbanization that influenced subsequent medieval cities. The combination of strategic geography, economic centrality, military preparedness, administrative sophistication, and religious significance created an urban environment capable of supporting complex governance and sustaining imperial authority over centuries. Archaeological and textual evidence demonstrates that these developments were deliberate, systematic, and responsive to the challenges of the late Roman world. By concentrating administrative functions, military capabilities, economic resources, and ideological authority, Constantinople became the linchpin of the Eastern Roman Empire, enabling it to survive the collapse of the Western provinces and project influence across the Mediterranean. This foundational period set the trajectory for the Byzantine Empire, establishing a city that would remain politically, economically, and culturally dominant for over a millennium. The early centuries of Constantinople's development illustrate the interplay between geography, governance, economics, and ideology. By integrating urban planning with strategic defense, economic networks, and religious authority, the city emerged as a resilient and adaptable center of imperial power. The consolidation of administrative functions, the establishment of defensive structures, and the promotion of civic identity created a sustainable framework for governance that endured despite external pressures and internal transformations. These developments laid the groundwork for the empire's subsequent evolution, including the expansion, reforms, and cultural achievements that would characterize the Byzantine state in later centuries. Constantinople's establishment as the Eastern Roman capital represents both a continuation of Roman traditions and an adaptive response to the political, economic, and military realities of the 4th century, forming the foundation of a civilization that would influence the Mediterranean and Near Eastern worlds for over a millennium. The consolidation of urban, administrative, and strategic functions in Constantinople facilitated the next stage of the Eastern Roman Empire's development. With a defensible core, a growing population, and integrated economic systems, the city provided a stable platform from which the empire could manage its eastern provinces, respond to external threats, and cultivate a distinctive cultural and religious identity. The decisions made during this foundational period created the conditions for the transformation of Byzantium from a provincial city into a metropolitan capital that would define the trajectory of the empire across centuries, linking geography, governance, and civic identity in ways that shaped the evolution of the Eastern Roman state. Following the establishment of Constantinople as the new imperial capital, the Eastern Roman Empire entered a period of early consolidation that defined both the administrative and political structures of Byzantium. The transformation of Byzantium into a functioning capital required the development of a complex bureaucracy capable of managing the vast territories of the eastern provinces. The imperial administration was organized along hierarchical lines, with the emperor at its apex, supported by a network of officials responsible for fiscal management, military logistics, urban oversight, and legal adjudication. Primary sources, including inscriptions, surviving codices, and administrative manuals, indicate that the emperor exercised direct oversight over provincial governors, military commanders, and key fiscal officials, ensuring coordination across the empire. The codification of Roman law, particularly through works such as the Codex Theodosianus and subsequent compilations, provided a legal framework that facilitated uniform governance while allowing for adaptation to local circumstances. The integration of established Roman institutions with innovations responsive to Eastern provincial needs created a resilient administrative model that became a defining characteristic of Byzantine governance. The early imperial period in Constantinople was marked by careful attention to fiscal management. Archaeological evidence from port facilities, marketplaces, and treasury complexes indicates that the state maintained extensive systems for collecting taxes, regulating trade, and ensuring the provision of essential goods. The collection of tribute, both in coin and in kind, was organized through a system of provincial assessments designed to support the central administration, maintain the military, and fund public works. This fiscal infrastructure allowed the emperor to project power across distant regions, finance construction projects within Constantinople, and sustain the defense of the empire's frontiers. The development of an effective revenue system also facilitated economic growth, as merchants and artisans operated within regulated markets that provided security, standardized measurements, and predictable taxation. The resulting fiscal stability contributed to the consolidation of imperial authority, enabling the Eastern Roman state to survive the challenges posed by both internal unrest and external threats. Military organization was equally central to early imperial consolidation. The strategic positioning of Constantinople allowed for rapid deployment of forces to key frontier zones, including the Danube, the eastern provinces bordering Persia, and the coastal regions along the Aegean and Black Seas. Contemporary military manuals, such as the Notitia Dignitatum and the later Strategicon, provide detailed accounts of troop arrangements, ranks, and operational procedures, reflecting a systematic approach to defense and frontier management. The imperial army was composed of both permanent standing units stationed in strategic locations and locally recruited forces drawn from provincial populations. The integration of naval power into defensive strategy was particularly significant, as control of the Bosporus and the Golden Horn allowed Constantinople to secure maritime trade routes and repel naval incursions. This combination of land and naval forces, organized under centralized command, yet capable of local responsiveness, exemplifies the pragmatic approach to military administration that characterized early Byzantine governance. The legal and judicial structures of early Constantinople also reflected the synthesis of Roman tradition and adaptation to Eastern provincial contexts. Courts were established at both central and provincial levels, with imperial officials adjudicating major cases and local magistrates overseeing regional disputes. Legal codification provided clarity in property rights, commercial regulations, and civil and criminal law, reducing arbitrary enforcement and strengthening public confidence in imperial authority. In addition, the integration of Christian principles into legal frameworks increasingly influenced governance, particularly after Constantine's promotion of Christianity. Ecclesiastical courts gained jurisdiction over matters relating to marriage, inheritance, and moral conduct, creating a dual system in which civil and religious authority were interlinked. This arrangement allowed the empire to maintain social cohesion while extending imperial oversight into domains that affected daily life, providing a mechanism for both administrative control and moral regulation. Urban governance in Constantinople required the coordination of public works, infrastructure maintenance, and civic services. Archaeological evidence indicates the presence of extensive aqueducts, drainage systems, roads, and public buildings, reflecting the empire's investment in sustaining a large urban population. Officials were responsible for maintaining these systems, regulating markets, ensuring public safety, and organizing civic labor when necessary. The city's population, drawn from local inhabitants, migrants from other parts of the empire, and officials serving the imperial administration, necessitated complex arrangements for food supply, sanitation, and public order. The provision of grain, in particular, was a critical function, as control over the distribution of food ensured both the stability of the city and the legitimacy of the emperor. Over time, the administration developed specialized offices to manage these functions, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of urban governance and the importance of sustaining the capital as the hub of imperial authority. Provincial governance during this period was closely linked to the capital through a system of appointed governors and military commanders. Each province was responsible for collecting taxes, maintaining local order, and providing troops to the imperial army when required. Communication between the provinces and Constantinople relied on well-maintained roads, relay stations, and maritime networks, allowing the central administration to monitor developments and respond to crises. The hierarchical structure ensured that orders from the emperor were implemented efficiently while allowing for flexibility in response to local circumstances. Historical sources, including letters, edicts, and administrative manuals, indicate that provincial officials were held accountable through periodic inspections, legal review, and oversight by central authorities. This system of supervision maintained cohesion within a geographically expansive empire and reinforced the authority of Constantinople as the administrative heart of the Eastern Roman state. Religious integration into governance was a defining feature of early Constantinople. Following Constantine's endorsement of Christianity, bishops and ecclesiastical institutions assumed significant roles in social and administrative matters. Churches were not only centers of worship, but also sites of education, welfare provision, and record-keeping. The alignment of imperial authority with the Christian hierarchy enhanced the legitimacy of the emperor and provided a framework for moral and social regulation. Imperial edicts reinforced ecclesiastical authority while ensuring that church leaders remained accountable to the central administration. This integration facilitated the governance of diverse populations by combining religious influence with administrative oversight, creating a stable social environment in which imperial policies could be effectively implemented. Diplomatic engagement was another critical aspect of early imperial consolidation. Constantinople's position at the crossroads of Europe and Asia necessitated interactions with neighboring powers, including Sasanian Persia, Gothic and Germanic tribes, and emerging Eastern polities. Diplomatic missions, treaties, and strategic marriages were employed to secure borders, establish alliances, and manage trade relations. The imperial court maintained a professional diplomatic corps capable of negotiating complex arrangements while preserving the empire's interests. These efforts contributed to regional stability, allowing the Eastern Roman Empire to consolidate its internal structures without being immediately overwhelmed by external threats. Historical records, including correspondence and treaty texts, document the sophistication of Byzantine diplomacy and its reliance on both coercive and cooperative measures to achieve strategic objectives. Economic policy during this period supported both the capital and the provinces. Constantinople served as the central hub for trade, storage, and redistribution of goods, linking agricultural production in Anatolia, the Levant, and Egypt with markets throughout the Mediterranean. The state regulated currency, maintained granaries, and coordinated the movement of goods to ensure that both urban and rural populations were supplied. Artisans and merchants operated within regulated markets, contributing to urban prosperity and tax revenue. Archaeological evidence, including coin hoards, warehouse remains, and harbor installations, confirms the scale and complexity of these economic activities. This integration of fiscal, commercial, and administrative systems provided a foundation for the sustained stability of the Eastern Roman Empire and its capacity to respond to challenges across its territories. The early imperial administration also placed emphasis on codifying military, legal, and civic procedures to create uniformity across the empire. Manuals, codices, and inscriptions served as reference points for officials, standardizing protocols and ensuring consistent implementation of imperial policy. This documentation reduced ambiguity, facilitated training of new administrators, and reinforced accountability within the bureaucratic structure. The dissemination of written procedures allowed the central government to maintain control over distant provinces and integrated the diverse regions of the empire into a coherent administrative network. The reliance on codified systems reflects the Eastern Roman emphasis on continuity, order, and procedural rigor, characteristics that would define Byzantine governance for centuries. Social policy was linked closely to administrative and fiscal measures. Relief programs, charitable institutions, and support for urban poor populations were organized through both secular and ecclesiastical channels. The provision of these services enhanced public trust in imperial authority, mitigated social unrest, and reinforced the legitimacy of centralized governance. Evidence from inscriptions, building remains, and contemporary accounts indicates that such programs were systematic, reflecting deliberate policy decisions rather than ad hoc measures. This approach demonstrates an understanding of the interconnection between social stability, administrative effectiveness, and political authority, forming an essential component of the early consolidation of Constantinople as a functional imperial capital. Over the course of the 4th and 5th centuries, the combination of military, administrative, fiscal, legal, and social systems allowed Constantinople to solidify its role as the center of the Eastern Roman Empire. The integration of religious authority, economic infrastructure, and diplomatic engagement created a multidimensional governance model capable of managing extensive territories and diverse populations. Archaeological, epigraphic, and textual evidence confirms that these systems were carefully coordinated, with oversight mechanisms, codified procedures, and hierarchical supervision reinforcing central authority. The early consolidation of Constantinople exemplifies the adaptive capacity of the Eastern Roman state, as it balanced inherited Roman structures with innovative responses to the strategic, economic, and social challenges of the 4th century. This early period of consolidation laid the groundwork for subsequent administrative, military, and cultural developments, enabling Constantinople to function as both a resilient urban center and the political heart of an empire that would endure for more than a millennium. By establishing efficient governance, integrated fiscal and military systems, and a coherent urban and social structure, the Eastern Roman administration ensured continuity and stability, providing the conditions necessary for the expansion, reform, and resilience that would characterize the Byzantine Empire in the centuries to follow. The transformation of Constantinople in the early 4th and 5th centuries extended beyond administrative and military consolidation to encompass profound religious and cultural changes. Following Emperor Constantine's endorsement of Christianity through the Edict of Milan in 313 CE, Constantinople rapidly assumed a central role in the religious landscape of the Eastern Roman Empire. The city's emerging identity as a Christian capital was reflected in both urban planning and institutional development. Architectural projects included the construction of basilicas, episcopal residences, and ecclesiastical complexes that symbolized the integration of religious authority with imperial governance. Archaeological evidence, including foundations of early churches, mosaics, and inscriptions, indicates the systematic establishment of Christian worship spaces alongside existing civic and military structures. This integration signaled not only the growing prominence of Christianity, but also the alignment of spiritual and political authority, reinforcing the legitimacy of the emperor as both a secular and moral leader. Early Christianization was accompanied by the reorganization of ecclesiastical hierarchy within the city. Bishops assumed increasing administrative responsibilities, overseeing both spiritual matters and social services such as education, healthcare, and charitable distribution. The episcopal office became closely linked with imperial authority, with the Patriarch of Constantinople emerging as a principal figure in doctrinal, legal, and civic matters. Contemporary documents, including correspondence between bishops and imperial officials, suggest that church leaders were instrumental in mediating social disputes, coordinating relief efforts, and advising on policy decisions. The integration of religious leadership into governance structures reinforced both social cohesion and imperial control, creating a framework in which the state and church operated in tandem to maintain order, regulate behavior, and legitimize authority. Over time, this partnership established a distinctive Byzantine model in which spiritual and secular governance were intertwined. The construction of monumental Christian architecture played a pivotal role in shaping the cultural and visual identity of Constantinople. Large-scale projects, such as the Church of the Holy Apostles and other early basilicas, incorporated Roman engineering techniques, classical design elements, and innovative spatial planning suited to Christian liturgical requirements. These structures not only accommodated religious practice, but also served as centers for community gathering, education, and imperial ceremony. Archaeological investigations reveal that construction relied on a combination of local and imported materials, including marble, brick, and timber, reflecting the city's economic and logistical capacity. Decorative programs, including mosaics, reliefs, and inscriptions, conveyed theological narratives and imperial ideology, reinforcing the city's dual role as a spiritual and political capital. This architectural transformation illustrates the deliberate integration of religion into the urban landscape, aligning material culture with ideological objectives. The early Christianization of Constantinople also involved the adaptation and reinterpretation of pre-existing civic spaces. Temples, forums, and public buildings were repurposed to accommodate Christian rituals and administrative functions, reflecting a pragmatic approach to urban transformation. This process required both physical modification and symbolic reorientation, integrating Christian ideology into the daily life of the city. Archaeological evidence, including stratigraphy and artifact distribution, indicates that older structures were either converted or replaced by churches and ecclesiastical complexes, often in central locations that emphasized the primacy of the new faith. These changes reinforced the presence of Christianity within the public and civic sphere, shaping the visual and social environment of Constantinople and signaling a broader cultural shift in the Eastern Roman world. Literacy and education were closely connected to the religious transformation of the capital. Churches and episcopal institutions became centers for the production and transmission of texts, including theological treatises, biblical manuscripts, and administrative records. Scriptoriums associated with ecclesiastical complexes contributed to the preservation and dissemination of classical knowledge, ensuring continuity of administrative, legal, and cultural traditions within a Christianized framework. Evidence from surviving manuscripts, marginalia, and colophons indicates the systematic organization of these activities, suggesting a coordinated effort to maintain intellectual and bureaucratic continuity alongside religious reform. Education provided both clerical and administrative training, reinforcing the interdependence of religious instruction and state service. This integration strengthened the city's capacity for governance, communication, and cultural production. Religious festivals, liturgical ceremonies, and public processions further embedded Christianity into the civic life of Constantinople. These events, documented in contemporary chronicles and ceremonial manuals, combined spiritual observance with expressions of imperial authority, demonstrating the city's unique synthesis of political and religious culture. Processions along major streets and through public spaces reinforced the visibility of both the church and the emperor, establishing patterns of civic ritual that integrated the population into a structured social hierarchy. Participation in these events contributed to social cohesion, while also communicating the centrality of Christian ideology to the identity of the city and the legitimacy of imperial governance. The coordination of religious and civic activities illustrates the deliberate planning and oversight required to align spiritual, social, and political objectives within an urban context. The promotion of orthodoxy and the regulation of doctrinal conformity were central to the cultural transformation of Constantinople. Imperial legislation, ecclesiastical synods, and theological debate worked in concert to define acceptable belief and practice within the capital. Controversies over Arianism, Nicene orthodoxy, and other theological disputes prompted the establishment of councils, the publication of decrees, and the enforcement of clerical discipline. Contemporary sources indicate that the emperor frequently played an active role in mediating disputes, convening councils, and implementing policies that reinforced doctrinal uniformity. This regulatory framework not only ensured religious cohesion, but also strengthened imperial authority by aligning spiritual orthodoxy with civic obedience. The enforcement of religious conformity reflects the broader Byzantine principle that governance and theology were interconnected, shaping social behavior and reinforcing the legitimacy of the state. Artistic and intellectual developments in early Christian Constantinople demonstrate the integration of religion into the broader cultural milieu. Mosaics, frescoes, and iconography adorned churches and public buildings, conveying theological narratives and imperial ideology simultaneously. The depiction of saints, biblical scenes, and imperial patrons in public and sacred spaces reinforced the authority of both church and state. The production of illuminated manuscripts and theological treatises facilitated the dissemination of ideas, ensuring that cultural and intellectual activity was closely aligned with religious instruction and administrative priorities. Archaeological and textual evidence indicates that these artistic endeavors were supported by the state and church, reflecting a deliberate strategy to integrate visual culture, education, and religious authority into a coherent civic framework. The early Christianization of Constantinople also had significant demographic and social implications. The establishment of episcopal centers, charitable institutions, and educational facilities attracted clergy, scholars, artisans, and administrators, contributing to population growth and urban diversification. Migrants from other regions of the empire, drawn by opportunities for employment, education, and social mobility, reinforced the cosmopolitan character of the city. These demographic changes facilitated the integration of diverse cultural practices while simultaneously promoting a shared religious and civic identity. The alignment of population dynamics with urban planning, religious infrastructure, and administrative oversight illustrates the comprehensive nature of the transformation, linking material, social, and ideological developments in the early Christian capital. Economic integration was closely tied to the religious transformation of the city. The construction of churches, monasteries, and episcopal complexes stimulated demand for labor, materials, and artisanal expertise, creating opportunities for local and regional economies. Religious institutions often controlled landholdings, workshops, and markets, providing both revenue and social services. Charitable distributions, food provision, and education organized by the church contributed to urban stability, while the alignment of economic and spiritual functions reinforced the influence of ecclesiastical authorities. Contemporary sources document the collection of donations, endowments, and imperial grants, illustrating the structured financial and organizational framework supporting religious and civic activity. This integration of economic, social, and religious systems strengthened the capacity of the capital to sustain a growing population and maintain administrative functionality. Over the early centuries of Constantinople's development, the interplay of religious, cultural, administrative, and urban initiatives produced a coherent civic identity centered on Christian ideology. The city emerged not only as a political and military capital, but also as a cultural and religious hub, capable of coordinating governance, spiritual authority, and social organization. Archaeological and textual evidence confirms that these transformations were deliberate and systematic, reflecting a comprehensive strategy to integrate multiple aspects of urban life under the oversight of both imperial and ecclesiastical authorities. The early Christianization of the capital reinforced imperial legitimacy, structured civic behavior, and facilitated the coordination of social, economic, and administrative functions, establishing patterns that would shape Byzantine culture and governance for centuries. The integration of religion, culture, and governance in early Constantinople provided a foundation for subsequent political, intellectual, and architectural developments. By embedding Christian ideology into the city's institutions, urban infrastructure, and social systems, the empire ensured continuity of authority, stability of administration, and cohesion of population. This foundational period enabled Constantinople to serve as the enduring capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, facilitating the development of Byzantine identity and the projection of imperial influence across Europe and the Near East. The early Christianization and cultural transformation of the capital exemplify the Byzantine capacity to adapt inherited Roman structures to new ideological, administrative, and social contexts, creating a model of urban civilization capable of sustaining political and cultural authority over the long term. The early Christianization of Constantinople also set the stage for future theological, cultural, and political challenges. The integration of church and state required continuous management of doctrinal disputes, administrative coordination, and civic engagement. The development of ecclesiastical institutions as centers of education, charity, and governance established frameworks that would support both imperial policy and social stability in subsequent centuries. The city's religious and cultural transformation provided the conceptual and material infrastructure for the Byzantine Empire's resilience, enabling it to navigate external threats, internal divisions, and evolving social conditions while maintaining continuity of identity, governance, and authority. Following the foundational consolidation of Constantinople and the establishment of administrative, military, and religious structures, the Eastern Roman Empire entered a period of early expansion and territorial consolidation. This phase, occurring primarily during the late 4th and 5th centuries, involved the systematic reinforcement of borders, the reassertion of control over strategically significant regions, and the integration of new territories into the imperial administrative and fiscal framework. Contemporary sources, including imperial edicts, military treatises, and chroniclers such as Zosimus and Sozomen, document the deliberate strategies employed by emperors to stabilize and expand the eastern provinces. Archaeological evidence, including fortifications, urban remains, and settlement patterns, provides tangible confirmation of these efforts, illustrating the coordinated interplay of military, administrative, and economic measures that underpin the empire's expansion. The eastern provinces, encompassing regions such as Anatolia, Syria, and parts of the Levant, were of critical strategic and economic importance. Anatolia, in particular, served as both a defensive buffer against incursions from Persian and nomadic forces and as the primary source of agricultural and military resources for the empire. Imperial authorities implemented a system of fortified cities, watchtowers, and garrison settlements, integrating existing urban centers into a cohesive defensive network. Archaeological surveys indicate the expansion and reinforcement of walls, roads, and fortresses along key routes connecting the interior of Anatolia to the coastal provinces. This network allowed for rapid mobilization of troops, effective communication, and efficient collection of taxes and provisions, enhancing both military responsiveness and administrative oversight. Military organization was central to the early Byzantine expansion strategy. The army was structured to include both permanent garrisons stationed at strategic locations and mobile field units capable of rapid response to incursions or rebellions. Manuals and contemporary accounts describe the deployment of limitanei, or frontier troops, alongside comitatenses, or mobile field armies, illustrating a dual-layered approach to defense and territorial control. The positioning of these units enabled the empire to respond to localized threats while maintaining the integrity of critical frontier regions. Additionally, the integration of naval forces facilitated control over coastal regions, islands, and major waterways, including the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean, ensuring that trade routes and lines of communication remain secure. This combination of land and maritime forces exemplifies the sophisticated military planning that characterized early Byzantine territorial consolidation. Fiscal measures were closely linked to territorial expansion and consolidation. The imperial administration established systems for tax collection, land assessment, and resource management in newly secured regions. Surveys and cadastral records, as indicated by surviving inscriptions and documentation, ensured that revenues could be accurately assessed and allocated to support both military and civil functions. Agricultural production in Anatolia and Syria, including grain, olive oil, and other staples, was systematically organized to sustain the population of Constantinople and to supply military forces. Port cities facilitated the collection of duties on trade and the redistribution of goods, linking local economies to the broader imperial fiscal framework. These measures not only strengthened the economic base of the empire, but also reinforced administrative control over newly consolidated territories. Administrative integration involved the careful placement of governors, judicial officials, and military commanders throughout the eastern provinces. Each official was tasked with maintaining order, implementing imperial decrees, and coordinating local resources to support the central government. Communication between provincial administrations and Constantinople relied on a network of roads, maritime routes, and relay stations, allowing for timely reporting of military, fiscal, and civil developments. The appointment of competent officials, supported by standardized procedures and codified regulations, ensured that the expansion of territory did not compromise governance or accountability. This administrative oversight was essential for maintaining cohesion across diverse regions, facilitating the incorporation of new territories into the imperial system while preserving uniformity in law, taxation, and military obligations. Urban development in newly consolidated regions reflected both practical and ideological considerations. Cities served as administrative centers, military hubs, and economic marketplaces, integrating local populations into the imperial structure. Archaeological evidence indicates the construction and refurbishment of city walls, forums, public baths, and administrative buildings, reflecting the deliberate effort to create functional, defensible, and economically viable urban centers. In addition, the establishment of churches and ecclesiastical complexes reinforced religious and cultural cohesion, aligning spiritual authority with imperial oversight. This combination of urban planning, civic infrastructure, and religious integration provided a framework for long-term stability, allowing the empire to maintain control over regions that had previously experienced political fragmentation or foreign incursion. Religious policy played a complementary role in territorial consolidation. The promotion of Nicene Christianity, in coordination with the ecclesiastical hierarchy, reinforced imperial authority and facilitated the integration of diverse populations. Bishops and clerical administrators were often involved in local governance, education, and social welfare, creating a network that extended the influence of both church and state into newly incorporated areas. Synods, councils, and doctrinal enforcement served to standardize belief and practice, reducing potential sources of social tension and reinforcing a shared cultural identity. By aligning religious, administrative, and military structures, the empire created a multi-layered system capable of sustaining both territorial control and social cohesion. The expansion and consolidation of the eastern provinces also required the management of external threats and diplomatic relations. The Sasanian Empire, nomadic groups along the northern frontiers, and smaller polities in the Levant presented continuous challenges to Byzantine authority. Military campaigns, fortified positions, and negotiated treaties were employed to stabilize borders and deter incursions. Contemporary accounts and inscriptions indicate the use of client states and local alliances to extend influence without direct occupation, allowing for strategic flexibility. These efforts reflected a sophisticated understanding of the interplay between military presence, diplomacy, and administrative integration, ensuring that territorial expansion was sustainable rather than purely nominal. Trade and economic integration were key components of successful consolidation. Constantinople's position as the hub of imperial commerce allowed the redistribution of goods, the collection of tariffs, and the facilitation of regional trade. Newly incorporated territories contributed agricultural products, raw materials, and manufactured goods, linking local economies to imperial markets. Archaeological findings, including warehouses, ports, coin hoards, and transport infrastructure, demonstrate the systematic organization of economic activity to support both urban and military populations. This economic network provided the material foundation for sustaining the expanded empire, reinforcing the administrative and military systems essential to maintaining control. Cultural integration accompanied territorial expansion. Local populations retained elements of pre-existing social structures, languages, and customs, which were gradually incorporated into the imperial framework through law, taxation, and religious alignment. The promotion of a shared administrative and religious identity facilitated cohesion while allowing for regional variation. Educational initiatives, the establishment of schools, and the dissemination of texts ensured the continuity of literacy, bureaucratic knowledge, and civic culture. By integrating cultural, administrative, and religious elements, the empire created a resilient system capable of maintaining authority across diverse and geographically dispersed territories. Over the next centuries, these processes of expansion and consolidation would enable Byzantium to maintain stability despite internal and external pressures. The combination of military organization, administrative integration, fiscal management, urban development, religious cohesion, and economic networks established a durable framework for governance in the eastern provinces. The early Byzantine strategies of territorial consolidation illustrate the deliberate and systematic approach employed by emperors to transform newly acquired regions into functional components of the imperial system, ensuring both the security and cohesion of the empire. The early Byzantine expansion and consolidation of eastern territories set the stage for subsequent developments in governance, military innovation, and cultural integration. By establishing administrative, fiscal, and religious systems that could accommodate territorial growth, the empire created a resilient model of imperial authority capable of enduring periods of crisis and external threat. The foundations laid during this period facilitated later reforms, urban development, and military restructuring, forming the structural and ideological basis for the Byzantine Empire's long-term stability. The consolidation of these territories demonstrates the empire's capacity for strategic planning, adaptation, and integration, which would characterize Byzantine governance throughout its subsequent history. The early Byzantine period was characterized not only by territorial expansion, but also by the systematic implementation of administrative and military reforms designed to strengthen imperial control, improve governance, and respond effectively to both internal and external pressures. These reforms were initiated by a series of emperors seeking to consolidate authority, enhance efficiency, and ensure the sustainability of the Eastern Roman state. Primary sources, including the Codex Theodosianus, the Notitia Dignitatum, and chronicles of contemporaneous historians, document the detailed structures and policies enacted during this period. Archaeological evidence, including fortified cities, urban infrastructure, and military installations, corroborates textual records and demonstrates the practical implementation of these reforms across the empire's eastern provinces. The reforms reflect a deliberate effort to integrate administrative oversight, fiscal management, military readiness, and social governance into a coherent framework that could endure the challenges of political fragmentation, economic fluctuations, and external threats. Administrative reforms focused on clarifying authority, standardizing procedures, and enhancing oversight across the empire's diverse territories. Emperors established clearly defined offices and ranks within the civil bureaucracy, delineating responsibilities for tax collection, urban management, judicial oversight, and provincial administration. Governors were appointed to oversee major provinces, with subordinate officials responsible for local administration and reporting directly to the central government in Constantinople. Documents from the period indicate the implementation of regular inspections, audits, and reporting requirements, ensuring accountability and reducing the potential for corruption or inefficiency. Standardized codification of law, building upon Roman legal traditions, provided a consistent framework that could be applied across diverse regions, ensuring that imperial decrees were enforceable and intelligible to local administrators. These measures reinforced the central authority of the emperor while allowing for operational flexibility at the provincial level, creating a governance model capable of sustaining territorial integrity and social stability. Fiscal reforms were closely linked to administrative restructuring and aimed at stabilizing revenue streams while supporting both military and civil functions. Imperial authorities conducted systematic land surveys, assessed taxation obligations, and regulated the collection of duties on trade and production. Evidence from inscriptions, financial records, and archaeological findings indicates the existence of detailed accounting systems, including treasury offices, granaries, and market regulation mechanisms. Revenue collected from agricultural production, commercial activity, and urban centers was allocated strategically to maintain military readiness, fund public works, and support urban populations. Reforms also addressed inefficiencies in tax collection, reducing intermediaries and enhancing direct oversight by imperial officials. These measures increased fiscal transparency, improved resource allocation, and reinforced the capacity of the state to sustain expansion, defense, and urban development. Military reforms were particularly significant during the early Byzantine period, as emperors sought to respond to evolving threats from external powers and internal instability. The army was reorganized into a dual structure composed of frontier troops, known as limitanei, and mobile field armies, the comitatenses. Limitanei were stationed along border regions, fortifications, and strategic locations, tasked with monitoring incursions, providing early warning, and maintaining local security. Comitatenses units operated under centralized command, capable of rapid deployment to hotspots across the empire, reinforcing threatened areas, and executing offensive operations when necessary. The distribution of forces was informed by geographic, demographic, and strategic considerations, ensuring that resources were allocated efficiently to maximize both defensive and offensive capacity. Contemporary military manuals, including the Strategicon attributed to Emperor Maurice, provide detailed guidance on troop organization, logistics, and operational procedures, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of military strategy, administration, and the relationship between urban centers and frontier defense. Fortification strategies were a critical component of military reforms, particularly in key urban and frontier locations. Cities were reinforced with expanded walls, towers, gates, and defensive outworks designed to withstand siege engines, infantry assaults, and prolonged blockades. Constantinople's Theodosian walls, which were developed and enhanced during this period, exemplify the systematic approach to urban defense, combining natural terrain with engineered structures to create a formidable defensive network. Similar fortifications were constructed or refurbished across the eastern provinces, including Anatolia, the Levant, and the Balkans. Archaeological evidence indicates the use of durable materials, advanced construction techniques, and integrated logistical planning to ensure that garrisons could be maintained and supplied during periods of conflict. These fortifications not only protected urban populations, but also served as bases for military operations, reinforcing the strategic depth of the empire. The organization and training of the military were closely tied to administrative and fiscal structures. Soldiers received salaries, provisions, and equipment directly from imperial funds, ensuring a professional and motivated force. Logistic networks were established to transport food, weapons, and materials to frontier garrisons and field armies, reflecting careful coordination between civil and military authorities. Military settlements and colonies were sometimes established to provide both defense and agricultural production, integrating the army into the broader economic and social framework. This approach enhanced operational sustainability, reduced vulnerability to supply disruptions, and strengthened the integration of military forces into imperial governance. The reforms contributed to the ability of the Eastern Roman Empire to maintain effective control over its territories despite external pressure and internal challenges. Legal reforms complemented administrative and military restructuring by establishing clear procedures for governance, dispute resolution, and enforcement. Codification projects, including updates to the Codex Theodosianus, clarified property rights, tax obligations, and the responsibilities of officials at all levels. Judicial structures were standardized, with local and provincial courts operating under defined hierarchies and reporting mechanisms. Legal oversight extended to military matters, ensuring accountability for commanders, soldiers, and administrators alike. This integration of law, administration, and military command created a predictable framework that enhanced stability, reinforced imperial authority, and reduced potential conflict between civilian and military spheres. The emphasis on codified procedures reflects the Byzantine approach to governance as a system of orderly, rational, and enforceable structures designed to maintain continuity and control across diverse territories. Urban and social reforms were implemented to support both administrative and military objectives. Cities were organized to facilitate defense, communication, trade, and civic life, with urban planning reflecting strategic, economic, and social priorities. Public works, including roads, bridges, aqueducts, and marketplaces, were constructed or refurbished to enhance mobility, resource distribution, and economic activity. Social services, often coordinated through ecclesiastical institutions, provided food distribution, healthcare, and education, contributing to public stability and cohesion. These measures ensured that urban populations could sustain military and administrative functions while maintaining social order. The alignment of infrastructure, services, and governance illustrates the integrated approach of early Byzantine reforms, linking civic planning to broader objectives of territorial control and state stability. Religious integration was also a critical component of reform efforts. The alignment of the church with imperial authority provided mechanisms for social regulation, moral guidance, and public administration. Bishops and ecclesiastical officials were often involved in local governance, education, and the enforcement of orthodoxy, creating a dual framework in which religious and secular authority operated in tandem. This arrangement reinforced cohesion in diverse populations, facilitated the dissemination of imperial policies, and strengthened the moral and ideological legitimacy of the emperor. Councils, synods, and doctrinal enforcement provided structured mechanisms for maintaining religious uniformity, reflecting the Byzantine principle that governance and theology were mutually reinforcing. Diplomatic and frontier management policies complemented internal reforms by stabilizing borders and reducing external threats. Treaties with neighboring powers, including the Sasanian Empire, nomadic groups along the Danube and Black Sea, and smaller polities in Anatolia and the Levant, were negotiated to secure strategic objectives. Client states, buffer zones, and alliances allowed the empire to extend influence without overextending resources, providing flexibility in military deployment and administrative oversight. These policies demonstrate the integration of strategic, diplomatic, and administrative considerations in the consolidation and expansion of Byzantine authority. Coordination between diplomacy, military planning, and provincial governance ensured that reforms were not merely theoretical but functionally effective in preserving territorial integrity. Economic reforms supported the sustainability of administrative and military systems. Trade networks were standardized, port infrastructure improved, and currency regulation reinforced fiscal stability. Market oversight, granary management, and the regulation of production ensured that both urban and military populations could be supplied efficiently. These measures linked economic stability to political and military effectiveness, illustrating the Byzantine understanding of the interdependence between fiscal health, administrative capacity, and territorial security. Evidence from coinage, market regulations, and storage facilities confirms the systematic implementation of these economic policies, reflecting a coherent and deliberate approach to sustaining imperial authority. The combined impact of administrative, military, legal, urban, social, religious, diplomatic, and economic reforms created a durable framework for governance in the early Byzantine Empire. The integration of these systems allowed the state to respond to external threats, manage diverse populations, and maintain continuity of authority despite regional challenges and changing political circumstances. Archaeological, textual, and numismatic evidence demonstrates that these reforms were comprehensive, coordinated, and effective, establishing the structural foundation for the resilience and longevity of the Byzantine state. By institutionalizing procedures, codifying law, professionalizing the military, and integrating religious and social structures, early Byzantine emperors created a model of governance that could sustain expansion, consolidate authority, and ensure long-term stability. These reforms laid the foundation for subsequent periods of administrative innovation, military adaptation, and territorial expansion. The principles established during this era, systematic oversight, hierarchical organization, fiscal responsibility, and integration of religious and civic authority, continued to shape Byzantine governance throughout the empire's history. By creating a cohesive and adaptable administrative and military system, the early Byzantine state was able to maintain control over strategically important territories, project influence across diverse regions, and sustain a civilization that would endure for more than a millennium. The early reforms exemplified the deliberate and evidence-based approach to governance that characterized Byzantium, establishing patterns of administration, defense, and social organization that would define the empire's long-term trajectory. The social and economic structures of the early Byzantine Empire played a central role in stabilizing the state, supporting military and administrative functions, and sustaining the capital, Constantinople, as a vibrant political and cultural center. Following the consolidation of imperial authority and the implementation of administrative and military reforms, emperors and officials turned their attention to the regulation and organization of society and the economy. Contemporary sources, including chronicles, legal codices, and administrative manuals, combined with archaeological evidence, reveal a highly structured society in which hierarchies, occupational specialization, and fiscal obligations were systematically organized to ensure both social cohesion and state resilience. The early Byzantine social framework integrated inherited Roman institutions, Christian ideology, and pragmatic adaptations to the realities of a diverse and expanding empire. At the apex of Byzantine society stood the emperor, whose authority encompassed political, military, judicial, and religious dimensions. The emperor was viewed as the guarantor of order, the supreme commander of the military, the final arbiter of justice, and the protector of the church. This concentration of power required the development of supporting administrative structures to manage day-to-day governance. High-ranking officials, including praetorian prefects, urban prefects, and provincial governors, oversaw specific domains of authority, ensuring that imperial directives were implemented efficiently. Subordinate offices included financial officers, judges, military commanders, and clerical administrators, all of whom contributed to a network of governance capable of integrating local populations into the broader imperial system. Legal codification, standardized procedures, and administrative oversight reinforced these hierarchies, maintaining social order and facilitating compliance with imperial policies. Social stratification in the early Byzantine Empire reflected both continuity from Roman traditions and adaptation to the needs of a Christianized state. The aristocracy, including senatorial families, wealthy landowners, and high-ranking military officers, held significant political and economic influence, often controlling large estates, patronizing urban infrastructure, and occupying key offices within the imperial bureaucracy. Middle-tier professionals, such as merchants, artisans, and lower-ranking officials, formed the backbone of urban economies, providing goods, services, and logistical support for administrative and military systems. At the base of the social hierarchy were peasants, laborers, and rural tenants, who produced the agricultural surplus essential for sustaining urban populations, provisioning the military, and generating tax revenue. Archaeological evidence from rural settlements, agricultural installations, and tax records indicates that landholding patterns, tenancy arrangements, and labor obligations were systematically organized to balance productivity with social stability. The organization of labor and occupational specialization was closely linked to both urban and rural economic systems. In cities, guilds and craft associations regulated production, quality, and pricing, ensuring consistency and reliability in goods and services. Artisans produced textiles, metalwork, ceramics, and other essential materials, often under the supervision or regulation of municipal authorities. Markets, both urban and regional, were integrated into the broader economic network, facilitating the exchange of local and imported goods and generating revenue through taxation and trade duties. Archaeological evidence, including workshops, marketplaces, and storage facilities, demonstrates the structured nature of urban economic life and the deliberate planning required to sustain both commercial activity and social order. Rural economic structures were foundational to the empire's stability, particularly in terms of food production and resource extraction. Large estates, often managed by aristocratic landowners, employed tenant farmers and laborers to cultivate grains, olives, vines, and other essential crops. Smaller freehold plots also contributed to local production and provided a degree of social mobility for independent farmers. Agricultural productivity was closely monitored through taxation, labor obligations, and imperial oversight, ensuring that sufficient resources were available to supply urban centers, military garrisons, and the imperial court. Evidence from land surveys, inscriptions, and legal codes indicates that both central authorities and local administrators maintained meticulous records of land tenure, crop yields, and fiscal obligations, reflecting a highly organized agrarian economy. Trade networks linked urban and rural economies, domestic markets, and international commerce. Constantinople, situated at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, served as the central hub for the distribution of goods, including grain from Egypt, wine and olive oil from Anatolia, textiles from the eastern provinces, and luxury items imported from India, Arabia, and the Mediterranean. Maritime trade, regulated through customs duties and port oversight, ensured the flow of goods to both the capital and provincial markets. Inland trade relied on roads, river systems, and relay stations, connecting smaller towns, fortifications, and agricultural centers to larger economic networks. This integration of trade, production, and administration reinforced fiscal stability and provided the material foundation for both urban life and military operations. Taxation was a central instrument in the maintenance of social and economic structures. The imperial administration levied multiple forms of taxes, including land taxes, commercial duties, poll taxes, and tribute in kind. These obligations were carefully calibrated to support the army, fund public works, maintain urban services, and sustain the court. Tax collection was overseen by provincial and municipal officials, who employed standardized procedures, accounting methods, and oversight mechanisms to ensure accuracy and compliance. Legal codification of fiscal responsibilities, as documented in the Codex Theodosianus, provided a framework for adjudicating disputes and enforcing payment. The structured taxation system allowed the state to mobilize resources effectively, while also reinforcing the hierarchical organization of society by defining the obligations of different social classes. The integration of religious institutions into social and economic life further strengthened cohesion and governance. Churches and monasteries provided education, charitable services, and support for the urban poor, creating a network of social welfare that complemented imperial initiatives. Clergy often mediated disputes, advised local officials, and participated in community organization, reinforcing both social stability and imperial authority. Monastic estates contributed to economic production, particularly in agriculture, textiles, and manuscript copying, linking spiritual practice to material sustenance. This integration of religious and social functions reflects the Byzantine principle that ecclesiastical and secular authority operated in tandem, creating a cohesive framework for managing diverse populations and economic activity. Military obligations were embedded within social and economic structures. Landholders, whether aristocratic estates or smaller freeholders, were responsible for providing resources, labor, or recruits to support military operations. Garrison cities and frontier settlements required both provisioning and local participation, ensuring that defense was supported by a structured social network. The distribution of military obligations was regulated according to land tenure, social rank, and administrative assignment, linking civic duty with economic and social responsibility. Contemporary accounts and administrative records indicate the systematic integration of military and civilian obligations, illustrating the interdependence of defense, economy, and society. Demographic patterns in the early Byzantine Empire were shaped by urbanization, migration, and population mobility. Constantinople and other major cities attracted clerics, officials, artisans, merchants, and laborers, creating cosmopolitan centers of population and economic activity. Rural regions remained vital for agricultural production, providing both sustenance and manpower for urban and military needs. Migration and settlement policies were sometimes employed to repopulate strategic regions, consolidate control over frontier zones, or stabilize areas affected by conflict. Archaeological evidence, including urban housing, cemeteries, and settlement patterns, reflects both continuity with earlier Roman practices and adaptation to the unique economic, social, and military needs of the early Byzantine period. Education, literacy, and cultural production were closely linked to social and economic organization. Schools associated with churches, monasteries, and civic institutions provided instruction in literacy, numeracy, law, theology, and administrative practices. Clerks, scribes, and administrators were trained to maintain records, codify law, and manage fiscal and military systems, ensuring the continuity of bureaucratic competence. Cultural production, including manuscript copying, theological writing, and artistic endeavors, contributed to both intellectual life and social cohesion, reflecting the integration of education, religion, and administration into the broader societal framework. Literacy and education facilitated effective governance, supported economic activity, and reinforced a shared cultural identity across diverse regions. Urban planning and infrastructure development were integral to social and economic organization. Roads, bridges, aqueducts, marketplaces, ports, and public buildings were systematically maintained to support the flow of goods, people, and information. Urban centers served as hubs of commerce, administration, and military logistics, integrating local populations into imperial systems. Archaeological evidence demonstrates careful planning and investment in both functional and defensive structures, reflecting the Byzantine emphasis on stability, security, and the long-term sustainability of social and economic systems. Public works also reinforced imperial authority, signaling the state's capacity to manage resources, coordinate labor, and provide essential services to both urban and rural populations. The economic and social structures of the early Byzantine Empire facilitated resilience, administrative efficiency, and military effectiveness. By integrating urban and rural production, trade networks, taxation systems, and religious institutions, the empire established a cohesive and interdependent framework capable of sustaining long-term stability. Hierarchical organization, codified law, and systematic administration provided predictability and accountability, while integration of clergy and civic officials reinforced governance and social cohesion. The alignment of social, economic, and military functions allowed the empire to respond effectively to both internal pressures, such as taxation disputes or urban unrest, and external threats from nomadic incursions, Persian campaigns, and regional instability. This foundation of social and economic organization laid the groundwork for subsequent Byzantine achievements in governance, military strategy, cultural production, and urban development. By establishing structured hierarchies, regulated trade and taxation, integrated military obligations, and interconnected religious and civic institutions, the early Byzantine state ensured continuity of authority, stability of resources, and cohesion of population. These systems allowed Constantinople and the broader empire to thrive in a period of expansion, defense, and cultural transformation, providing the structural and ideological framework that would sustain Byzantine civilization for centuries. The careful integration of social and economic functions into the larger imperial system demonstrates the strategic foresight of early Byzantine emperors and administrators, illustrating the deliberate and evidence-based approach that characterized the empire's enduring resilience and adaptability. The 5th and 6th centuries represented a critical period for the Byzantine Empire in terms of military challenges, border defense, and the preservation of territorial integrity. Following the division of the Roman Empire and the establishment of Constantinople as the eastern capital, Byzantine rulers faced the dual task of consolidating internal governance and defending borders against a variety of external threats. These included incursions from Germanic tribes in the Balkans, Hunnic movements in the Danube region, and persistent pressure from the Sasanian Empire in the east. Archaeological evidence, combined with textual sources such as Procopius' Wars, Jordan's Getica, and the Chronic and Pascal, illustrates the multifaceted approach employed by Byzantine authorities to safeguard the empire, emphasizing both military innovation and administrative coordination. In the Western Balkans and along the Danube frontier, the empire confronted repeated pressure from migratory Germanic peoples, including the Ostrogoths, Visigoths, and Vandals. Following the collapse of Central Roman authority in the West, these groups sought both settlement and plunder, threatening the security of the northern provinces. Byzantine military strategy relied on a combination of fortified positions, mobile field armies, and local auxiliary forces to counter these incursions. Fortified cities and garrison fortresses were strategically positioned along river valleys and mountain passes, providing both defensive depth and logistical support. Archaeological surveys reveal that fortifications often utilized pre-existing Roman walls, supplemented with towers, gates, and reinforced ramparts, reflecting a continuity of Roman engineering adapted to the military realities of the early Byzantine period. The Sasanian threat in the east required constant vigilance and strategic deployment of forces. The Euphrates, Tigris, and Mesopotamian border regions were contested spaces, frequently the site of skirmishes, raids, and larger campaigns. Byzantine emperors developed a system of fortified towns, river crossings, and watchtowers to monitor enemy movement and protect critical communication and trade routes. Textual sources describe numerous campaigns undertaken to repel Sasanian advances, as well as negotiated truces and tribute agreements intended to stabilize contested areas. These efforts reflect a sophisticated understanding of defensive depth, the use of natural terrain for protection, and the importance of intelligence and early warning systems in maintaining frontier security. Military organization during this period evolved to address the diverse threats faced by the empire. The dual system of frontier troops, or limitanei, and mobile field armies, or comitatenses, was reinforced and refined. Limitanei units were stationed along vulnerable borders, responsible for monitoring movement, maintaining fortifications, and providing initial resistance to incursions. Comitatenses, by contrast, were centrally commanded and capable of rapid deployment to hotspots across the empire. Contemporary manuals, including tactical treatises and logistical records, indicate the detailed attention given to troop distribution, supply lines, and chain of command. The integration of infantry, cavalry, and naval elements allowed Byzantine forces to respond flexibly to both large-scale invasions and localized disturbances, ensuring the stability of contested regions. Logistical innovations were central to effective border defense. Supply networks, including roads, depots, and river transport, enabled armies to maintain prolonged campaigns and sustain garrisons in remote frontier areas. Archaeological evidence indicates the presence of granaries, armories, and fortified depots strategically located along key routes. These facilities not only provided material support, but also acted as centers of administration and coordination, linking military activity with imperial oversight. Efficient logistics allowed the Byzantine military to respond rapidly to incursions, rotate forces, and maintain operational readiness without overextending resources. Naval defense played an increasingly important role in securing both coastal provinces and internal waterways. The eastern Mediterranean, including the Aegean, the Sea of Marmara, and the Levantine coast, was vulnerable to raids and piracy. The Byzantine navy, organized under the authority of the Imperial Fleet Command, conducted patrols, maintained fortified harbors, and provided rapid transport for troops and supplies. Strategic islands and coastal cities were garrisoned and reinforced to prevent enemy landings and to protect maritime trade routes. Contemporary sources highlight the use of specialized ships, including dromons, equipped with ramming capabilities and incendiary devices, reflecting the technical sophistication of Byzantine naval power and its critical role in defending imperial territories. Diplomacy complemented military measures, particularly in managing relations with powerful neighbors and migratory groups. Treaties, alliances, and negotiated settlements were frequently employed to secure the empire's borders without engaging in prolonged conflict. Tributary arrangements with Germanic tribes and strategic negotiations with the Sasanian Empire provided temporary stability, allowing the Byzantines to allocate resources efficiently and maintain control over core territories. Diplomatic correspondence, treaties preserved in legal codices, and accounts of negotiations indicate the deliberate use of political strategy alongside military preparedness, demonstrating a comprehensive approach to security that combined force with diplomacy. The social and economic dimensions of border defense were also significant. Frontier garrisons and fortified settlements required sustained provisioning, recruitment, and infrastructure support. Local populations were integrated into defensive strategies, providing labor, supplies, and auxiliary personnel. Taxation systems were adjusted to fund military requirements, and urban centers near borders were developed to support logistical networks, trade, and administration. Archaeological evidence, including fortified supply depots, roads, and granaries, corroborates textual records and demonstrates the practical implementation of integrated military and economic planning. These measures illustrate the empire's recognition that effective defense depended not only on troops and fortifications, but also on a well-organized social and economic framework. The impact of these conflicts and defensive measures on Byzantine society was profound. Military pressure along the frontiers influenced settlement patterns, urban development, and demographic distribution. Populations migrated toward fortified centers, while agricultural production in frontier zones was organized to support garrisons and sustain trade. The military-civilian nexus shaped social hierarchies, with frontier communities often closely linked to imperial authority through service obligations, taxation, and administrative oversight. Religious institutions were also integrated into border regions, providing spiritual support, education, and social cohesion, further reinforcing the legitimacy of imperial rule in contested areas. Technological and tactical innovations emerged in response to these challenges. Engineering advancements in fortifications, siege defense, and river crossings improved the resilience of urban and rural defensive structures. Cavalry units, including heavily armored cataphracts, were employed to counter fast-moving threats, while infantry formations adapted to varied terrain and tactical scenarios. Contemporary military manuals detail the use of combined arms, coordinated signaling, and strategic reserves, illustrating the sophisticated operational planning that underpinned successful defense. These innovations reflected both the inheritance of Roman military traditions and the adaptive capacity of Byzantine commanders to respond to changing threats. The integration of intelligence and reconnaissance systems further enhanced border defense. Scouts, informants, and local allies provided early warning of incursions and monitored movements across critical regions. Observation posts, signaling systems, and patrol networks allowed commanders to coordinate responses, deploy reinforcements, and manage supply lines effectively. The emphasis on situational awareness, combined with flexible troop deployment and fortified positions, demonstrates the Byzantine approach to strategic and tactical coordination, ensuring that borders could be defended efficiently despite the challenges posed by geography, distance, and diverse threats. These military conflicts and border defense strategies set the stage for subsequent Byzantine expansion and consolidation. By establishing resilient frontiers, professionalized armies, fortified urban centers, and integrated logistical and administrative systems, the empire was able to sustain territorial integrity and project power across critical regions. The lessons learned in the 5th and 6th centuries informed later reforms, urban development, and military doctrine, shaping the long-term trajectory of Byzantine defense policy. The combination of military preparedness, strategic diplomacy, social integration, and economic coordination exemplifies the empire's comprehensive approach to survival and expansion during a period of significant external pressure. Over the next centuries, the structures developed in this period enabled the Byzantine Empire to respond to new challenges, including renewed Persian aggression, incursions by Slavic and Avar groups, and internal rebellions. The integration of military, administrative, social, and economic systems created a flexible and adaptive framework capable of sustaining both defense and governance. The strategic placement of fortified cities, the professionalization of field armies, and the coordination of naval, logistical, and diplomatic resources ensured that the empire could maintain control over core territories while projecting influence across peripheral regions. These foundational measures in military organization and border defense underscore the deliberate and evidence-based approach characteristic of Byzantine statecraft, setting a standard for resilience and adaptability that would endure throughout the empire's history. The Byzantine Empire's eastern frontier, shared with the Sasanian Empire, represented one of the most persistent and strategically significant challenges of the 5th and 6th centuries. Unlike the comparatively fluid borders in the Balkans and Western provinces, the eastern frontier required constant vigilance, well-coordinated military campaigns, and sophisticated diplomacy. The region, encompassing Mesopotamia, Armenia, and the Levant, was vital for both its economic resources and its strategic position connecting the Mediterranean to Central Asia. Archaeological evidence, including fortifications, roads, and supply depots, combined with primary sources such as Procopius Wars, the Chronic and Pascal, and Persian chronicles, provides a comprehensive view of the complex and often adversarial interactions between Byzantium and Persia during this period. The geopolitical context of the eastern frontier was shaped by centuries of Roman-Persian rivalry. Following the division of the Roman Empire, the Byzantines inherited a frontier that had long been contested, characterized by fortified cities, river barriers, and heavily militarized zones. The Sasanian Empire, emerging as the dominant power in Persia after the fall of the Parthians, maintained a highly organized military and administrative system capable of projecting force into Mesopotamia and the eastern provinces. Frequent skirmishes, raids, and full-scale campaigns underscored the volatility of this border, demanding continuous military preparedness and diplomatic engagement from the Byzantines. The region's importance was amplified by its economic value, including fertile agricultural lands, vital trade routes, and access to critical urban centers such as Antioch, Edessa, and Dara. Military strategy along the eastern frontier involved a combination of fortified positions, mobile field armies, and coordinated intelligence. Cities such as Dara, built under Emperor Anastasius I, exemplify the Byzantine approach to defense, featuring extensive walls, towers, and inner fortifications capable of withstanding prolonged sieges. These urban fortresses were strategically placed to protect key routes, river crossings, and supply depots. Archaeological surveys reveal sophisticated engineering, including double walls, deep moats, and reinforced gates, reflecting lessons learned from previous Roman and regional practices. Such fortifications served not only as defensive bulwarks, but also as administrative centers, coordinating troop movements, provisioning, and communication across the frontier. The organization of the Byzantine army for eastern campaigns was multifaceted, integrating permanent frontier troops with highly mobile field units. Limitanei garrisons were stationed at key fortifications and urban centers, tasked with monitoring Persian movements, reporting intelligence, and providing initial defense. Comitatances and other mobile units were deployed from central command, capable of rapid reinforcement, counterattacks, and offensive operations when opportunities arose. Cavalry units, including heavily armed cataphracts, were particularly significant in responding to Persian raids and in conducting reconnaissance and pursuit operations. Contemporary military manuals, including tactical treatises attributed to Maurice and other strategists, detail complex formations, signaling systems, and logistical considerations that allowed the Byzantines to operate effectively in challenging terrain while maintaining defensive cohesion. Logistics and supply networks were critical for sustaining campaigns along the eastern frontier. Roads connecting key cities, depots for food, arms, and equipment, and riverine transport facilitated the movement of troops and resources. Archaeological evidence indicates that granaries, armories, and fortified supply stations were systematically established at strategic intervals to support prolonged military operations. Coordination between civil authorities, military commanders, and local communities ensured that provisioning was efficient, minimizing disruption to both military and civilian populations. These networks also allowed for rapid communication between Constantinople and Eastern commanders, enabling timely strategic decisions and the allocation of reinforcements as threats emerged. Diplomacy was equally essential in managing Byzantine-Persian relations. The eastern frontier was not merely a zone of continuous warfare. It was also a region where treaties, negotiations, and tribute arrangements played a central role in maintaining stability. Emperors such as Anastasius I, Justin I, and Justinian I engaged in complex diplomacy with Sasanian rulers to secure temporary peace, settle territorial disputes, and coordinate military campaigns. Treaties were often formalized through oaths, gifts, and mutual recognition of spheres of influence, illustrating the Byzantine understanding that diplomacy was an extension of military strategy. These arrangements allowed the empire to manage resources effectively, avoid protracted conflicts when necessary, and focus on critical campaigns that reinforce territorial integrity. Several major campaigns illustrate the dynamics of eastern frontier warfare. The protracted conflicts under Emperor Anastasius I, including the construction of fortified lines and the mobilization of field armies, established the defensive posture of the frontier. Later, under Justinian I, campaigns led by generals such as Belisarius and Narses combined sieges, open battles, and strategic raids to counter Persian advances and reinforce Byzantine control over contested regions. Procopius' accounts describe intricate operations involving coordination of infantry, cavalry, and siege engines, emphasizing the complexity and scale of military planning. These campaigns required integration of logistics, intelligence, and engineering expertise, reflecting the empire's capacity to sustain operations across challenging geography while balancing offensive and defensive objectives. The social and economic dimensions of Eastern campaigns were significant. Frontier populations were mobilized to provide labor, supplies, and auxiliary forces. Agricultural production in Mesopotamia, the Levant, and adjacent regions was organized to support both urban centers and garrisoned armies. Trade routes were secured to ensure the flow of essential goods, while urban markets provided hubs for provisioning and taxation. Legal and administrative oversight ensured that local populations complied with military obligations, contributed resources, and maintained social stability. Archaeological evidence of fortified towns, granaries, and urban settlements supports textual records, illustrating the integration of civilian, military, and economic systems in sustaining frontier defense. Religious considerations also influenced Eastern frontier operations. Churches and monasteries served as centers of social cohesion, education, and logistical support. Clergy often acted as intermediaries between imperial authorities and local populations, assisting in the management of resources, dissemination of directives, and maintenance of morale. The integration of religious institutions into frontier administration reinforced loyalty to the empire, legitimized military and fiscal demands, and provided additional mechanisms for stability in contested regions. The Byzantine approach combined spiritual, civic, and military elements, demonstrating the empire's capacity for holistic governance in areas of strategic importance. Technological and tactical innovation was evident in both fortifications and battlefield operations. Siegecraft, engineering, and military engineering played critical roles in campaigns along rivers, mountain passes, and urban centers. The adaptation of Roman techniques, combined with new methods for constructing fortifications, deploying artillery, and managing logistics, enabled the Byzantines to conduct sustained operations against the well-organized and resourceful Persian military. Cavalry maneuvers, reconnaissance, and rapid deployment strategies reflected a sophisticated understanding of terrain, enemy capabilities, and operational timing. These innovations were crucial in maintaining the empire's eastern frontier, preserving urban centers, and projecting military power across contested zones. The protracted nature of Byzantine-Persian relations also necessitated the development of intelligence networks and strategic communication. Scouts, informants, and allied client states provided information on Persian troop movements, local conditions, and potential threats. Fortified cities and river crossings served as observation points, facilitating early warning and coordination. Signal systems, including visual markers and messengers, enabled rapid transmission of information across distances. The integration of intelligence with strategic planning, logistics, and military deployment exemplifies the Byzantine approach to frontier management, demonstrating a deliberate and evidence-based methodology that combined information gathering, planning, and execution. The cumulative effect of military campaigns, diplomacy, and administrative oversight in the eastern frontier was the stabilization and defense of key imperial territories. While the Byzantine-Persian border remained contested and occasionally volatile, systematic fortification, professionalized armies, coordinated logistics, and diplomatic engagement allowed the empire to maintain control over critical cities, trade routes, and agricultural regions. The lessons learned in this period informed later Byzantine strategy, including approaches to defense in depth, frontier settlement, and military diplomatic integration. These foundations contributed to the resilience of the empire in subsequent centuries, enabling it to withstand repeated Persian aggression while sustaining internal governance and social cohesion. By the end of the 6th century, the Byzantine approach to eastern frontier management had established a durable model for combining military, administrative, economic, and diplomatic strategies. Fortified cities, organized field armies, supply networks, and intelligence systems provided the structural capacity to respond to invasions, raids, and political instability. Diplomatic arrangements and tributary agreements augmented military capability, allowing the empire to allocate resources efficiently and maintain long-term stability. Social and economic integration of frontier populations ensured cooperation, provisioning, and compliance with imperial directives, reinforcing both security and governance. Religious institutions complemented these structures, providing moral authority, education, and additional administrative capacity. The Eastern Frontier campaigns and relations with Persia in the 5th and 6th centuries exemplify the Byzantine Empire's comprehensive approach to statecraft. By integrating military preparedness, logistical sophistication, diplomatic negotiation, social organization, and religious oversight, the empire maintained territorial integrity and projected authority in one of its most challenging regions. The strategies developed during this period laid the foundation for future Byzantine military, administrative, and diplomatic initiatives, establishing principles of resilience, adaptability, and strategic foresight that would characterize imperial policy for centuries. The careful coordination of multiple systems in the eastern frontier demonstrates the deliberate, evidence-based approach that enabled Byzantium to endure as a stable and influential power amid a volatile regional landscape. The reign of Emperor Justinian I, from 527 to 565 CE, marked a transformative period for the Byzantine Empire, characterized by ambitious military campaigns aimed at reclaiming former Roman territories in the western Mediterranean. Following centuries of fragmentation and the loss of provinces to Germanic kingdoms, Justinian pursued a policy of reconquest, intending to restore the Roman Empire's territorial and political unity under Byzantine authority. These efforts, often referred to as the Justinianic campaigns, combined strategic planning, military innovation, logistical coordination, and administrative oversight, reflecting the empire's capacity to project power across distant and challenging regions. Contemporary sources, particularly Procopius' wars, provide detailed accounts of battles, sieges, and political maneuvering, while archaeological evidence confirms the presence of fortified installations, urban reconstruction, and the integration of local economies into the imperial framework. The Italian peninsula represented a primary focus of Justinian's reconquest. In 535 CE, General Belisarius led the initial expedition against the Ostrogothic kingdom, which had controlled Italy since the collapse of central Roman authority in the west. The campaign involved coordinated land and naval operations, targeting key cities such as Sicily, Naples, and Rome itself. Byzantine forces relied on fortified coastal landings, rapid troop movements, and strategic sieges to secure urban centers while neutralizing enemy forces. Archaeological findings, including fortifications, military encampments, and urban rebuilding projects, corroborate historical accounts of the systematic approach employed to establish control over contested territories. The campaign demonstrated the importance of mobility, discipline, and integration of intelligence and logistics in executing operations far from the imperial core. Belisarius' Italian campaign proceeded through multiple stages, reflecting both the complexity of military operations and the challenges of maintaining supply lines over extended distances. The initial capture of Sicily served as a staging ground for subsequent operations on the mainland, providing access to ports, resources, and lines of communication. Urban populations were incorporated into the administrative system, with local officials often retained or co-opted to facilitate governance. Fortifications were reinforced or reconstructed to secure newly captured cities, reflecting a continuity of Roman engineering practices adapted to the strategic requirements of the time. These measures ensured that military gains could be consolidated and defended against counterattacks, highlighting the empire's capacity for coordinated territorial control. The reconquest of North Africa from the Vandals, beginning in 533 CE, provides another example of Justinianic military strategy. The Vandal kingdom, established in former Roman territories, posed both a political and economic challenge, particularly with respect to grain supply to Constantinople and Mediterranean trade. Belisarius led a well-organized expedition, combining naval transport, amphibious landings, and rapid land advances to subdue Vandal forces. The decisive Battle of Ad Decimum and subsequent operations demonstrated the effectiveness of Byzantine strategy, including the coordination of naval and land forces, the use of fortifications and supply depots, and careful engagement with local populations. Following military victory, North Africa was reintegrated into the imperial administrative and fiscal system, including taxation, urban governance, and economic regulation, ensuring long-term stability. The Visigothic territories in Hispania were also subject to Byzantine campaigns, albeit on a more limited scale. Strategic coastal cities in southern Spain, including Cartagena and Malaga, were targeted for capture to secure trade routes, establish military bases, and project influence across the western Mediterranean. Naval capabilities were particularly important in these operations, allowing for rapid transport of troops, supplies, and communications. Archaeological evidence, including fortifications, road networks, and urban reconstruction, demonstrates the deliberate integration of military, administrative, and economic measures to maintain Byzantine presence in the region. While the reconquest of Hispania was less extensive than that of Italy or North Africa, it illustrates the empire's strategic awareness of maritime control and the importance of projecting authority to safeguard trade and communication networks. Logistical coordination was a central feature of Justinianic campaigns. Armies operating in distant territories required consistent supply of food, weapons, and equipment, often over challenging terrain and through contested regions. Byzantine authorities established depots, roads, and maritime transport networks to ensure the efficient movement of resources. Local populations were often incorporated into provisioning systems, providing agricultural products, labor, and auxiliary support. The systematic approach to logistics allowed the empire to sustain prolonged operations, maintain garrisons, and consolidate control over reconquered territories. Contemporary accounts emphasize the detailed planning required, including coordination between military, civil, and fiscal authorities, reflecting the empire's administrative sophistication. Urban reconstruction and administrative integration were crucial for consolidating military gains. In reconquered territories, Byzantine officials restored city walls, public buildings, and infrastructure to facilitate governance, defense, and economic activity. Local administrators, often retained under imperial oversight, ensured compliance with taxation, law, and civic obligations. Churches and religious institutions were integrated into governance structures, reinforcing social cohesion and imperial authority. Archaeological evidence demonstrates extensive rebuilding programs, including fortifications, forums, baths, and ecclesiastical complexes, reflecting the dual priorities of defense and civic functionality. These measures allowed the Byzantine Empire to establish lasting control over territories, creating functional and defensible urban centers capable of sustaining both military and civilian populations. The reconquest campaigns were not without challenges. Resistance from established Gothic, Vandal, and local forces, coupled with logistical difficulties, disease, and environmental constraints, imposed significant demands on Byzantine commanders. Urban populations, particularly in Italy, often experienced disruption due to sieges, plunder, or population displacement. Nevertheless, the empire's combination of military strategy, administrative oversight, and urban reconstruction allowed for gradual stabilization. Legal and fiscal measures reinforced governance, while integration of local elites and clergy facilitated social cohesion. The ability of Byzantine authorities to adapt to local conditions, maintain supply chains, and implement systematic administration exemplifies the empire's capacity for strategic resilience. Economic considerations were closely tied to military and administrative objectives. Reconquered territories provided critical resources, including agricultural produce, raw materials, and trade revenue. Control of North Africa ensured grain supplies to Constantinople, while Italian and Spanish territories contributed to trade and fiscal stability. Taxation systems were extended to incorporate these regions, with oversight mechanisms to ensure efficiency and compliance. Ports, roads, and urban markets were systematically developed to facilitate the redistribution of resources, support garrisons, and maintain urban populations. The integration of economic policy with military and administrative structures allowed the empire to derive tangible benefits from reconquest, ensuring that territorial expansion was both sustainable and profitable. Religious and cultural factors also played a role in the reconquest. The restoration of Nicene Christianity, the promotion of ecclesiastical institutions, and the reorganization of local clergy reinforced imperial authority. Churches provided centers of education, social services, and community cohesion, supporting both governance and social stability. Religious integration facilitated acceptance of Byzantine rule among diverse populations, particularly in regions with prior Arian or other heterodox practices. The deliberate alignment of religious, administrative, and military structures reflects the Byzantine principle of governance as a comprehensive system that combines secular authority with spiritual legitimacy. The strategic outcomes of the Justinianic campaigns were significant, even if some gains proved difficult to sustain. Italy was temporarily re-established under Byzantine control, although ongoing Gothic resistance and Lombard invasions in subsequent decades limited long-term consolidation. North Africa became a stable imperial province, reinforcing trade and resource flows. Southern Spanish territories provided strategic footholds in the Western Mediterranean. Collectively, these reconquests demonstrated the Byzantine capacity to mobilize military, administrative, and economic resources on a large scale, project authority across distant regions, and integrate newly acquired territories into the imperial system. The campaigns also highlighted the empire's ability to coordinate land and naval forces, implement sophisticated logistics, and employ diplomacy to manage complex political environments. The Justinianic reconquest campaigns had lasting implications for Byzantine military, administrative, and economic practices. Lessons learned in logistics, urban reconstruction, governance, and frontier management informed subsequent operations and reforms. The integration of local populations, religious institutions, and urban infrastructure into imperial administration established a model for managing reconquered territories, balancing central authority with regional adaptation. These experiences also underscored the challenges of maintaining control over geographically dispersed and culturally diverse regions, highlighting the interplay between military achievement and sustainable governance. In conclusion, the Justinianic campaigns and the reconquest of the West exemplify the Byzantine Empire's strategic vision, operational capacity, and administrative sophistication during the 6th century. By combining military innovation, logistical planning, urban reconstruction, fiscal management, and religious integration, the empire temporarily restored former Roman territories and reinforced its authority across the Mediterranean. These campaigns illustrate the deliberate, evidence-based approach to expansion characteristic of Byzantine statecraft, demonstrating the integration of military, administrative, social, and economic systems in pursuit of both strategic and political objectives. The lessons of these campaigns informed subsequent Byzantine strategy, providing a framework for resilience, adaptation, and governance in the centuries that followed, and establishing a precedent for the empire's enduring capacity to respond to external challenges while maintaining internal cohesion. The reconquest of Western territories during the reign of Justinian I introduced a new set of administrative and military challenges for the Byzantine Empire, particularly in the form of internal rebellions, local resistance, and the logistical complexities of maintaining authority far from Constantinople. While the military campaigns led by generals such as Belisarius and Narses initially succeeded in reclaiming Italy, North Africa, and parts of southern Spain, sustaining control over these regions proved to be a continuous struggle. Historical sources, including Procopius' Wars and Secret History, the writings of John of Ephesus, and various legal codices, document the frequent unrest, civic resistance, and insurgencies that arose in response to the reassertion of Byzantine rule. Archaeological evidence from urban fortifications, settlement patterns, and administrative installations further illustrates the empire's ongoing efforts to consolidate authority in these newly acquired provinces. In Italy, The initial conquest over the Ostrogoths was followed by recurrent unrest, political instability, and regional insubordination. Local populations, who had experienced Gothic rule for several decades, often resisted Byzantine administrative policies, taxation, and garrisoning practices. Rebellions arose in cities such as Naples, Rome, and Ravenna, sometimes coordinated by local elites seeking to restore previous political autonomy or assert regional interests. Byzantine commanders were tasked with suppressing these uprisings while simultaneously defending against external incursions from remaining Gothic forces and, later, Lombard invasions. Military records and archaeological surveys indicate that fortifications, troop rotations, and supply depots were essential in maintaining order, yet the sheer geographic distance from Constantinople complicated rapid response and consistent oversight. North Africa, though initially more receptive to Byzantine rule following the defeat of the Vandals, also experienced periodic internal resistance. Local Berber populations occasionally challenged imperial authority, particularly in frontier regions distant from urban centers and garrison cities. These uprisings often arose in response to taxation, requisitioning of resources for military purposes, or imposition of imperial administrative structures unfamiliar to local social hierarchies. Byzantine officials relied on a combination of military presence, strategic fortifications, and negotiation with tribal leaders to maintain control. Archaeological evidence of watchtowers, fortresses, and fortified supply stations corroborates textual accounts, illustrating the practical measures employed to stabilize these regions and deter rebellion. The persistence of internal unrest reflected broader challenges associated with governing newly reconquered territories. Administrative systems implemented during the reconquest required the integration of local elites, the establishment of fiscal mechanisms, and the reconstruction of civic infrastructure. In many cases, these measures disrupted existing social and economic patterns, provoking resistance from populations unaccustomed to Byzantine regulation. Urban centers, particularly those with historical significance such as Rome, Carthage, and Ravenna, were both strategic assets and focal points of discontent. Maintaining loyalty and effective governance in these cities necessitated a delicate balance of administrative oversight, fiscal enforcement, and accommodation of local customs and privileges. Taxation policies imposed to sustain military garrisons, administrative staff, and urban reconstruction programs often exacerbated tensions. Byzantine fiscal requirements were substantial, reflecting the need to fund ongoing military campaigns, support infrastructure rebuilding, and maintain the operational readiness of distant provinces. Populations, already strained by war, siege, or displacement, sometimes resisted these impositions through passive noncompliance, civil unrest, or open rebellion. Officials responded with a combination of negotiation, legal enforcement, and targeted military intervention, illustrating the empire's dual approach of coercion and integration. Legal codes and administrative documents provide evidence of detailed procedures for adjudicating disputes, collecting arrears, and coordinating provincial compliance with imperial directives. Religious dynamics contributed to internal challenges in Western provinces. Italy, North Africa, and parts of southern Spain were home to diverse Christian communities, including Nicene, Arian, and other heterodox groups. Byzantine efforts to promote religious uniformity, align ecclesiastical structures with imperial authority, and suppress heretical practices occasionally provoked unrest. Religious leaders who resisted imperial policies could become focal points of opposition, while local populations might mobilize around issues of doctrinal enforcement or the protection of traditional practices. Byzantine authorities sought to integrate religious institutions into governance, utilizing clergy as intermediaries to promote compliance, provide education, and maintain social cohesion. Despite these efforts, religious tension remained a recurring source of instability, complicating administrative and military management. Military obligations and garrisoning practices themselves sometimes sparked resistance. The need to maintain troops in distant provinces required the requisitioning of local resources, labor, and accommodations. This created friction with civilian populations, particularly in regions unaccustomed to sustained military presence. Revolts occasionally emerged in response to perceived abuses, harsh enforcement of regulations, or disruption of local economic activity. Archaeological evidence from urban centers and frontier fortifications shows the strategic placement of garrisons, watchtowers, and supply depots designed to deter rebellion and maintain imperial oversight. The combination of fortified positions, mobile field units, and local auxiliary forces allowed Byzantine commanders to suppress uprisings, secure key cities, and project authority over surrounding territories. Political factions within the provinces also contributed to internal instability. Local elites, previously aligned with Gothic, Vandal, or regional authorities, often sought to assert influence, resist Byzantine centralization, or exploit unrest for personal gain. Competition among civic leaders, military commanders, and religious officials sometimes intensified tensions, resulting in civil disturbances or protracted resistance. The Byzantine response involved both administrative integration, retaining or co-opting local leaders, and military intervention where necessary. Legal codices, administrative correspondence, and historical narratives document the systematic strategies employed to manage these political dynamics, emphasizing the empire's emphasis on evidence-based governance and flexible adaptation to local conditions. The impact of internal rebellions extended beyond immediate military and administrative concerns. Disruption of trade, agriculture, and urban services threatened economic stability, while displacement of populations created social and logistical challenges. Byzantine authorities implemented a range of measures to mitigate these effects, including rebuilding infrastructure, providing provisions to urban centers, reorganizing taxation systems, and integrating local elites into administrative networks. Religious and social institutions played complementary roles, assisting in dispute resolution, moral guidance, and the provision of education and welfare. These integrated approaches underscore the Byzantine principle that military, administrative, economic, and social systems were mutually reinforcing, particularly in regions experiencing instability. Despite repeated uprisings and localized resistance, the Byzantine Empire managed to maintain a degree of control over Western provinces through persistent strategic effort. Military suppression, combined with administrative integration, fiscal management, urban reconstruction, and religious alignment, allowed the empire to consolidate gains from Justinian's campaigns. Nevertheless, the experience highlighted the inherent difficulties of sustaining authority over distant and culturally diverse territories, revealing the limits of imperial reach and the continuous demands placed on central and provincial administration. Subsequent decades would demonstrate that while initial conquest was achievable, long-term stability required ongoing investment, adaptation, and coordination across multiple dimensions of governance. The challenges faced in maintaining Western provinces also influenced future Byzantine policy and strategic planning. Lessons learned regarding logistical complexity, urban fortification, integration of local elites, and the interplay of military, economic, and religious systems informed later efforts to manage frontier regions, respond to external threats, and balance central authority with provincial autonomy. The persistent resistance encountered in Italy, North Africa, and southern Spain underscored the necessity of comprehensive governance models that could simultaneously address security, administration, social cohesion, and economic sustainability. Archaeological, textual, and numismatic evidence indicates that these lessons were institutionalized, contributing to the resilience of Byzantine administration in subsequent centuries. The experience of internal rebellion also reinforced the importance of intelligence, reconnaissance, and rapid response in provincial management. Monitoring of local sentiment, early detection of unrest, and coordinated deployment of forces allowed Byzantine authorities to prevent localized disturbances from escalating into widespread insurrection. Administrative oversight, including legal adjudication, fiscal monitoring, and integration of religious authorities, provided mechanisms for stabilizing populations and maintaining loyalty. These strategies reflected the empire's evidence-based, adaptive approach to governance, emphasizing both proactive and reactive measures in maintaining territorial integrity. In conclusion, Internal rebellions and the challenge of maintaining Western provinces illustrate the complex interplay between military conquest, administrative capacity, social integration, and economic management in the Byzantine Empire. While Justinian's campaigns achieved remarkable territorial gains, sustaining control required sustained strategic effort, flexible governance, and the coordination of multiple institutional systems. The experience demonstrates that conquest was only the first step in imperial expansion. Consolidation, stabilization, and adaptation were equally essential to the long-term endurance of Byzantine authority. By systematically addressing internal resistance through integrated military, administrative, economic, and religious measures, the empire established a framework for managing distant provinces that would inform Byzantine policy and governance for centuries. The lessons of this period highlight the enduring importance of evidence-based administration, logistical sophistication, and social cohesion in maintaining the coherence and resilience of a far-reaching imperial state. The mid-6th century introduced unprecedented challenges for the Byzantine Empire that extended beyond the battlefield and administrative management. The combination of plague, famine, and economic strain profoundly affected both military and civil stability, shaping the course of Justinian's reign and the empire's capacity to maintain control over its extensive territories. The most notable and catastrophic event of this period was the outbreak of the plague in 541 CE, commonly referred to as the Plague of Justinian. Contemporary sources, including Procopius, John of Ephesus, and later chroniclers, describe the widespread mortality, social disruption, and economic consequences of this pandemic, which repeatedly affected urban centers, rural districts, and frontier regions. Archaeological evidence, including mass burials and demographic shifts, corroborates textual accounts, highlighting the profound impact of disease on the demographic and social structures of the empire. The plague arrived in Constantinople via maritime trade routes, reflecting the empire's integration into broader Mediterranean networks of commerce and communication. Ships carrying grain, goods, and travelers facilitated the spread of the disease from port cities in Egypt and the Levant to the capital and beyond. Procopius reports that thousands of residents died daily during the initial months of the outbreak, with urban services, markets, and civic administration severely disrupted. Mortality was highest in densely populated areas, reflecting both the biological and infrastructural vulnerabilities of major cities. Archaeological and bioarchaeological studies confirm significant population decline in Constantinople and surrounding provinces, consistent with the historical accounts of high death tolls and labor shortages. The demographic impact of the plague extended to the rural countryside, where agricultural production was disrupted by the loss of labor and the movement of surviving populations. Fields went untilled, harvests were reduced, and supply chains to urban centers and military garrisons were strained. Grain, olive oil, and wine production, critical for provisioning the capital and supporting armies, suffered significant declines. The resulting shortages contributed to higher food prices, increased fiscal pressure on households, and social unrest. Imperial authorities responded by implementing emergency measures, including price controls, grain imports from more distant provinces, and administrative oversight to prevent hoarding and maintain distribution. Despite these efforts, famine and food insecurity persisted intermittently, compounding the empire's economic and social challenges. Economic strain resulting from plague and famine manifested in multiple dimensions, including taxation, trade, and urban development. Reduced populations and disrupted production led to lower tax revenue, constraining the state's ability to fund military operations, public works, and administrative functions. The cost of maintaining garrisons, repairing fortifications, and sustaining urban infrastructure increased, placing additional burden on remaining populations. Trade networks, particularly maritime commerce, were affected by labor shortages, interruptions in port operations, and reduced demand. Archaeological evidence, including storage facilities, coin hoards, and urban rebuilding projects, reflects the economic volatility of this period and the empire's attempts to stabilize circulation and provision essential resources. Military stability was particularly vulnerable to the combined effects of plague, famine, and economic strain. The recruitment, maintenance, and deployment of soldiers depended on a reliable supply of manpower, food, equipment, and funding. Mortality among soldiers and their families, coupled with reduced fiscal capacity to support military expenditures, weakened frontier garrisons and field armies. Instances of desertion, reduced troop strength, and delayed campaigns were reported in historical sources, illustrating the direct impact of demographic and economic crises on military readiness. Logistics, including provisioning of remote fortresses and coordination of supply lines, became increasingly difficult, requiring adaptive strategies and prioritization of resources to maintain strategic effectiveness. The social consequences of these crises were closely intertwined with military and economic challenges. Urban populations, facing disease, food shortages, and taxation pressure, experienced heightened stress and occasional unrest. Rural communities, responsible for agricultural production and local administration, struggled to meet imperial demands while managing demographic decline. Religious institutions, particularly monasteries and churches, played a central role in providing relief, education, and social support, mitigating the potential for widespread civil disorder. Clergy administered food distribution, organized charitable work, and maintained community cohesion, illustrating the integration of religious and administrative structures in addressing crises. The repeated outbreaks of plague throughout the mid-6th century, combined with periodic famine, had cumulative effects on the empire's long-term stability. Labor shortages in agriculture, construction, and urban services impeded recovery from military campaigns and urban reconstruction. Economic activity slowed, trade diminished, and the fiscal capacity of the state was constrained. Imperial authorities, including Justinian, sought to mitigate these effects through a combination of administrative reform, emergency provisioning, and investment in public works. Legal codes, including the Codex Justinianus, reflect attempts to standardize fiscal obligations, protect property rights, and maintain social order under conditions of widespread mortality and economic disruption. The impact on provincial governance was equally significant. Reconstructed cities in Italy, North Africa, and southern Spain, already facing resistance and administrative challenges, were further destabilized by plague and famine. Local officials struggled to implement tax collection, maintain public services, and coordinate with garrisons, while populations confronted mortality, displacement, and resource scarcity. In some cases, population decline necessitated the consolidation of settlements, abandonment of smaller villages, or reassignment of administrative boundaries. Archaeological surveys indicate shifts in settlement patterns, changes in urban density, and adaptation of infrastructure to reflect both demographic and economic pressures. Economic responses to these crises included measures to stabilize currency, regulate trade, and secure critical food supplies. Imperial authorities imported grain from Egypt, maintained reserves in Constantinople and key provincial centers, and enforced price controls to prevent inflation and hoarding. Coinage and taxation policies were adjusted to maintain fiscal stability, while public works projects provided both employment and infrastructure improvement. Archaeological evidence, including storage facilities, reconstructed granaries, and commercial hubs, demonstrates the deliberate planning and coordination employed to sustain the economy despite adverse conditions. These measures highlight the empire's capacity for adaptive governance and its recognition of the interdependence of economic, military, and social stability. The effects of plague and famine extended to cultural and intellectual life. Reduced population and economic strain limited the resources available for education, literary production, and artistic patronage. Monasteries, however, remained centers of learning, manuscript production, and scholarly activity, preserving classical texts and theological works. Religious institutions also documented the course of epidemics, providing valuable historical records and reflecting contemporary understanding of disease and its social implications. These activities underscore the resilience of Byzantine intellectual and religious infrastructure, even amid significant demographic and economic challenges. Strategically, the combination of plague, famine, and economic strain influenced Byzantine military priorities and administrative decisions. Campaigns in distant territories were constrained by resource limitations, reduced troop availability, and the need to protect essential infrastructure and urban centers. Frontier garrisons were reinforced selectively, while field armies were deployed with careful consideration of logistical feasibility. Diplomatic engagement with neighboring powers, including the Persians, Lombards, and various Germanic tribes, was informed by the empire's internal vulnerabilities, balancing the pursuit of territorial objectives with the capacity to sustain military and administrative commitments. The cumulative impact of these crises demonstrates the interconnected nature of demographic, economic, and military systems within the Byzantine Empire. Mortality from plague, disruptions to agricultural production, and reduced fiscal capacity affected not only immediate military readiness, but also long-term governance, urban reconstruction, and social cohesion. The empire's response, integrating administrative reform, logistical planning, economic stabilization, and religious support, illustrates a comprehensive, evidence-based approach to systemic challenges. This period highlights the necessity of coordination across multiple institutional domains to maintain resilience, demonstrating the empire's adaptive capacity in the face of complex, multidimensional crises. In conclusion, the impact of plague, famine, and economic strain on military and civil stability in the mid-6th century underscores the Byzantine Empire's vulnerability to environmental and epidemiological shocks, even during periods of ambitious territorial expansion. The combination of mortality, resource scarcity, and economic disruption challenged the empire's capacity to maintain frontier security, urban administration, and social order. The adaptive responses employed by Byzantine authorities, including logistics, fiscal management, urban reconstruction, and religious integration, illustrate a sophisticated understanding of systemic interdependence. This period demonstrates that the endurance of Byzantine authority relied not solely on military prowess, but on the integration of economic, social, and administrative systems capable of absorbing shocks, sustaining operations, and maintaining cohesion across a vast and diverse empire. The lessons learned from this period informed subsequent governance strategies, emphasizing resilience, flexibility, and strategic foresight as essential components of imperial stability and long-term survival. The 5th and 6th centuries represented a formative and challenging period for the Byzantine Empire, characterized by persistent military pressures, administrative complexity, and evolving strategies of governance. Following the division of the Roman Empire, the Eastern Roman or Byzantine state inherited a legacy of both structural strengths and systemic vulnerabilities. Its political and military systems were capable of remarkable feats of organization and projection of power, yet the pressures of defending extensive frontiers, managing distant reconquered territories, and maintaining economic and social stability placed constant demands on imperial resources. Analyzing this period in a comprehensive manner allows for a deeper understanding of the intricate interplay between military operations, administrative oversight, and the resilience of the Byzantine state during moments of both crisis and opportunity. Military challenges dominated much of the strategic calculus for Byzantine rulers during these centuries. Along the northern and western frontiers, Germanic migrations, Hunnic movements, and internal unrest in former Roman provinces required a combination of defensive fortifications, mobile field armies, and adaptive tactical planning. In the Balkans, fortresses along rivers and mountain passes served as primary defensive positions, while mobile troops were deployed to respond to incursions or quell rebellions. The eastern frontier with Persia demanded a parallel yet distinct approach, integrating fortified cities, observation posts, and coordinated campaigns to manage repeated clashes, sieges, and territorial disputes. Field armies were supplemented by strategically placed garrisons and reinforced by the comitatenses, demonstrating an enduring Roman legacy adapted to Byzantine circumstances. This complex structure allowed the empire to respond flexibly to both sudden threats and sustained campaigns, reflecting an advanced understanding of military logistics and operational planning. Administrative challenges were inseparable from military operations. Managing distant provinces, particularly those reconquered during Justinian's campaigns, required careful coordination between civil authorities, military commanders, and local elites. In Italy, North Africa, and southern Spain, local populations had often experienced decades of alternative governance, resulting in varied expectations regarding taxation, civic duty, and allegiance. Integrating these regions into the Byzantine administrative framework involved reconstruction of urban infrastructure, establishment of fiscal systems, enforcement of legal codes, and alignment of religious institutions with imperial policies. Resistance to these measures, including internal rebellions, civic unrest, and factional disputes among elites, required both diplomatic engagement and, at times, military intervention. Archaeological evidence, including fortifications, granaries, urban rebuilding, and settlement reorganization, confirms the deliberate, systematic approach undertaken to stabilize newly incorporated territories. The interaction between military and civil administration was particularly evident in the organization of supply chains, garrisons, and urban provisioning. Field armies, frontier fortresses, and urban centers depended on a continuous flow of food, equipment, and financial resources. Granaries, depots, fortified storage facilities, and well-maintained roads were strategically placed to ensure operational continuity, while civil authorities coordinated taxation, labor mobilization, and local production to support both garrisons and urban populations. The integration of civilian and military responsibilities demonstrates the Byzantine understanding that territorial control required more than battlefield victories. It demanded sustained infrastructure, fiscal planning, and the coordination of multiple administrative systems. Economic pressures compounded these challenges. The cost of military campaigns, urban reconstruction, and frontier defense placed considerable strain on imperial finances. The outbreak of the plague of Justinian in 541 CE, combined with periodic famine, further exacerbated these pressures by reducing the available labor force, disrupting agricultural production, and decreasing tax revenues. Urban populations were confronted with shortages of essential goods, while field armies and garrisons faced difficulties in sustaining operational capacity. Emergency measures, including grain imports from Egypt, price controls, and the establishment of reserve depots, reflect the empire's adaptive response to complex economic stressors. These measures were not merely reactive. They were part of a deliberate, evidence-based approach to maintaining stability across military, civil, and economic spheres. Religious and social integration played a complementary role in stabilizing the empire during this period. Churches, monasteries, and clergy were actively engaged in administration, social support, and education. In frontier regions and reconquered provinces, religious institutions helped maintain loyalty to the empire, provide logistical assistance, and facilitate communication between the state and local populations. Ecclesiastical alignment with imperial policies reinforced political authority while also offering social cohesion in the face of epidemics, famine, and civil unrest. The Byzantine integration of spiritual, administrative, and military functions exemplifies a holistic governance model, wherein multiple systems mutually reinforced the resilience of the state. The combination of internal and external pressures during the 5th and 6th centuries also highlights the empire's capacity for strategic foresight and institutional adaptation. Lessons learned from frontier defense against the Persians and Germanic tribes informed later military reforms, including the refinement of the Limitania Comitatensis system, the deployment of specialized cavalry, and the development of integrated intelligence and reconnaissance networks. Experiences gained during the reconquest of Italy, North Africa, and southern Spain guided the administration of distant territories, emphasizing the importance of urban fortification, logistical coordination, fiscal management, and social integration. Similarly, the response to environmental and epidemiological crises, such as plague and famine, demonstrated the empire's ability to adjust policies in real time, balancing immediate needs with long-term strategic objectives. The interplay between military, administrative, economic, and social systems during this period provides critical insight into the resilience of the Byzantine Empire. Despite repeated crises, including frontier incursions, internal rebellions, pandemics, and fiscal strain, the state maintained territorial integrity, sustained urban and economic structures, and preserved the capacity to project power across the Mediterranean. The evidence from this period demonstrates that Byzantine governance was not static. It evolved in response to threats, opportunities, and systemic vulnerabilities. The integration of multiple institutional domains, informed by empirical observation and historical experience, allowed the empire to endure in the face of profound challenges. A critical dimension of this era was the management of human resources. The loss of population due to plague and warfare affected military recruitment, agricultural production, and urban labor. The Byzantine state responded by reorganizing settlements, consolidating administrative boundaries, and integrating local populations into military and civil service structures. Recruitment practices, labor mobilization, and social organization were calibrated to maintain operational and administrative functionality, illustrating the empire's capacity to adapt human capital to shifting demographic and social conditions. These measures, supported by legal codices and administrative records, reinforced the interdependence of social, economic, and military stability in sustaining imperial authority. The cumulative experience of the 5th and 6th centuries established a foundation for the Byzantine Empire's approach to governance and defense in subsequent periods. Military innovation, administrative sophistication, logistical planning, fiscal management, social integration, and religious alignment formed an interconnected system that allowed the state to absorb shocks, maintain control over distant provinces, and respond effectively to external threats. The lessons of frontier management, provincial administration, and crisis response informed later imperial strategy, including approaches to long-term territorial consolidation, military reform, and urban development. Archaeological and textual evidence together underscore the deliberate and evidence-based nature of these adaptations, highlighting the empire's capacity for sustained resilience. In summary, the military and administrative challenges of the 5th and 6th centuries demonstrate the Byzantine Empire's capacity to integrate multiple domains of governance into a coherent and adaptive system. Frontier defense, reconquest campaigns, internal rebellions, and systemic crises tested the empire's institutions, requiring a balance of force, diplomacy, economic planning, and social cohesion. The strategic responses developed during this period, including fortified cities, mobile field armies, integrated logistics, fiscal regulation, and religious incorporation, established enduring models for governance and resilience. By analyzing these challenges and their responses, one gains a comprehensive understanding of the complex interplay between military, administrative, economic, and social systems that enabled the Byzantine Empire to navigate the turbulent conditions of the early medieval Mediterranean world. The 5th and 6th centuries thus stand as a testament to the empire's capacity for adaptive governance, strategic foresight, and institutional innovation, setting the stage for subsequent developments in military organization, territorial administration, and imperial stability. The origins of the Byzantine iconoclast controversy in the 8th century represent a pivotal juncture in the history of the empire, marking a profound intersection of religion, politics, and social identity. Beginning around 726 CE under Emperor Leo III, the controversy arose in response to the widespread veneration of religious images, or icons, within churches, monasteries, and private homes. The conflict between iconoclasm, the rejection and destruction of religious images, and iconophilism, the support and veneration of such images, was not a simple theological dispute, but a multifaceted phenomenon influenced by imperial authority, doctrinal interpretation, and social and political pressures. Historical sources such as the Chronographia of Theophanes the Confessor, the ecclesiastical history of Nicephorus, and letters from key religious figures provide detailed accounts of the development of the controversy, its rationale, and its early consequences. Archaeological and artistic evidence, including surviving icons, church mosaics, and inscriptions, allows for a reconstruction of the social and religious landscape that set the stage for one of Byzantium's most enduring internal conflicts. The roots of iconoclasm are often associated with broader religious and cultural trends in the empire. The influence of early Christian debates on idolatry, interpretations of the Second Commandment, and interactions with Islam and Judaism, which strictly prohibited religious imagery, contributed to an environment in which icon veneration could be challenged. Byzantium's position as a Mediterranean power engaged with multiple religious and cultural traditions exposed it to theological ideas emphasizing aniconism and the potential dangers of image worship. Imperial authorities interpreted these currents within the framework of Orthodox Christianity, raising questions about the appropriate use of sacred images in liturgy, private devotion, and public display. The debate was informed both by theological argumentation and by concerns regarding social cohesion, moral conduct, and the relationship between church and state. Emperor Leo III's policies initiated the first wave of iconoclastic reform. Historical records indicate that his motivations were complex, combining religious, political, and social considerations. Some scholars interpret his actions as a response to military setbacks, natural disasters, or political instability, linking perceived divine displeasure to the proliferation of icons. Others emphasize theological influences, particularly the emphasis on spiritual purity, avoidance of idolatry, and the promotion of a disciplined religious practice. The emperor issued edicts restricting the production and veneration of images, ordering the removal or destruction of icons from churches, public spaces, and imperial collections. These policies challenged established religious practices, provoking opposition from clergy, monastic communities, and segments of the laity who had integrated icon veneration into daily devotion and cultural identity. Monastic communities played a critical role in the early stages of the controversy. Monasteries were not only centers of spiritual life, but also hubs of literacy, art production, and theological discourse. Monks, particularly in regions such as Constantinople and Asia Minor, were often strong proponents of iconophilism, defending the veneration of images as a legitimate and spiritually beneficial practice. Monastic opposition to iconoclastic policies included theological treatises, correspondence with sympathetic bishops, and participation in civil unrest. The prominence of monasteries in defending icons illustrates the intersection of religious authority, social influence, and political engagement, highlighting the contested nature of Byzantine spiritual life and the integration of religious practice with civic and imperial concerns. The reaction of the broader population varied according to region, social class, and religious attachment. Urban centers, where churches, civic art, and public devotion were highly visible, often exhibited resistance to iconoclastic measures. Rural populations, while less directly engaged in theological debate, experienced the practical and symbolic effects of icon destruction, including the removal of sacred images from local churches and the disruption of long-established devotional practices. Imperial edicts were enforced by both military and civil authorities, illustrating the degree to which religious reform was intertwined with state power. Resistance to iconoclasm could take the form of passive noncompliance, petitions, or, in some cases, active protest, reflecting the deep social and cultural embedding of icon veneration within Byzantine life. The intellectual and theological dimensions of the controversy were also critical. Supporters of iconoclasm, including certain bishops and court officials, advanced arguments emphasizing the immaterial nature of God, the dangers of material representations, and the potential for images to foster superstition or idolatry. Opponents, including prominent theologians and monastic figures, countered with arguments grounded in the incarnation of Christ, the didactic and devotional value of images, and the continuity of tradition. The debate extended beyond abstract theology, encompassing questions of ritual practice, artistic expression, and the relationship between church and state. These arguments were disseminated through sermons, letters, council proceedings, and public discourse, creating a dynamic intellectual environment in which theological, social, and political concerns were closely intertwined. The controversy had immediate political implications. By asserting authority over religious practice, the emperor reinforced the connection between imperial power and spiritual governance. The enforcement of iconoclastic policies required coordination between the central government, military authorities, and provincial administrators, reflecting a sophisticated bureaucratic and legal apparatus. Opposition to these policies, whether from clergy, monastic communities, or local populations, threatened not only religious conformity but also political stability. The early stages of the controversy, therefore, demonstrate how theological debate became inseparable from questions of governance, loyalty, and the exercise of imperial authority. Archaeological evidence from this period provides insight into the material impact of early iconoclastic policies. Churches, chapels, and public buildings were systematically cleared of images, mosaics were defaced, and religious artifacts were destroyed or hidden. Some surviving examples indicate deliberate overpainting, removal of facial features, or physical destruction, reflecting the intensity of enforcement and the practical challenges of implementing reform across a geographically and socially diverse empire. These material changes underscore the tangible consequences of theological and political decisions, illustrating the intersection of belief, art, and state power in Byzantine society. The origins of the iconoclastic controversy also intersect with broader historical dynamics, including external military pressures and societal anxiety. The empire faced ongoing threats from Arab expansion, Slavic migrations, and internal instability, contributing to a climate in which religious and moral reform could be linked to perceived divine favor or displeasure. Imperial authorities and theologians often framed icon veneration or destruction as a response to these challenges, attributing military and environmental outcomes to spiritual causes. This interweaving of religion, politics, and societal well-being demonstrates the Byzantine conception of an integrated moral and political universe, in which spiritual practices were inseparable from temporal concerns. The establishment of early iconoclastic policies initiated a prolonged period of debate, reform, and conflict, setting the stage for later phases of the controversy. Subsequent emperors, councils, and theologians built upon or reacted against Leo III's initial measures, producing cycles of enforcement, resistance, and reconciliation. The origins of the controversy thus highlight both the agency of individual rulers and the structural, social, and theological factors that shaped the trajectory of Byzantine religious life. The early period demonstrates the interplay between centralized authority, local practice, and intellectual discourse, providing a framework for understanding how religious disputes could become deeply intertwined with political and social structures. In summary, the origins of the Byzantine iconoclast controversy illustrate the convergence of theology, imperial authority, and social practice in shaping the trajectory of the empire. The initial policies of Leo III, the responses of monastic communities, and the engagement of urban and rural populations created a dynamic and contested environment in which religious, political, and cultural concerns were inseparable. Archaeological, textual, and artistic evidence together highlight the practical, intellectual, and spiritual dimensions of the controversy, demonstrating its significance not only as a theological debate, but as a central element of Byzantine governance and identity. Understanding the origins of iconoclasm provides critical insight into the mechanisms of imperial authority, the role of religious institutions, and the resilience of cultural traditions, setting the foundation for the subsequent development and resolution of this defining historical episode. The first iconoclast period, spanning approximately from 726 to 787 CE, represents the initial phase in which Byzantine emperors systematically enforced iconoclastic policies across the empire, profoundly influencing religious practice, political authority, and social cohesion. Emperor Leo III initiated this period with a series of edicts that prohibited the veneration of icons, ordering their removal from churches, monasteries, and public spaces. These measures were subsequently reinforced and expanded by his successor, Constantine V, whose reign saw the intensification of both theological justification and practical enforcement. Historical sources, including the Chronographia of Theophanes the Confessor and letters from monastic communities, provide detailed accounts of imperial strategies, clerical resistance, and public response, while archaeological evidence, including defaced mosaics, destroyed icons, and fortified monasteries, illustrates the material consequences of this period. The first iconoclast period demonstrates the integration of religious reform with imperial authority, highlighting the Byzantine state's capacity to shape both belief and practice through coordinated administrative, military, and ideological measures. The initial phase of iconoclastic enforcement focused on the capital, Constantinople, and surrounding regions, where imperial visibility and administrative capacity were highest. Leo III's edicts called for the systematic removal of icons from churches and public buildings, replacing images with blank spaces or symbolic motifs that emphasize the transcendence and invisibility of God. Churches such as Hagia Sophia, the great church of the capital, underwent modifications reflecting these directives, although the extent of icon removal and defacement has been debated among scholars. The emperor's policy sought to assert control over spiritual life as a reflection of temporal authority, framing icon veneration as a potential source of idolatry that could compromise divine favor and, by extension, imperial legitimacy. The linkage of religious conformity to state stability illustrates the Byzantine perception of spiritual practice as inseparable from political governance. Enforcement mechanisms during this period combined administrative oversight, military presence, and legal measures. Provincial governors, bishops, and military officials were tasked with ensuring compliance, monitoring church activities, and reporting resistance. Noncompliance could result in fines, confiscation of property, exile, or harsher punishments for clergy and laity alike. The involvement of the military in religious enforcement, particularly under Constantine V, reflects the centrality of state power in ensuring adherence to iconoclastic policy. Fortified monasteries and ecclesiastical complexes became focal points of both resistance and enforcement, serving as arenas in which imperial authority, monastic autonomy, and local sentiment intersected. Archaeological findings indicate the presence of defensive structures and evidence of damage consistent with imperial intervention, underscoring the material and social dimensions of policy enforcement. The theological rationale for iconoclasm was articulated through imperial pronouncements, synods, and correspondence with bishops. Emperors and supportive clergy emphasized the transcendence of God, the immateriality of the divine, and the potential dangers of venerating material representations. Writings from this period stressed the belief that icons could foster superstition, misdirect devotion, or lead to moral corruption. Synods convened under imperial authority endorsed iconoclastic positions, providing formal theological justification and establishing precedents for enforcement. These declarations were widely circulated, demonstrating the empire's capacity to integrate religious argumentation with administrative and legal authority. The interplay of theology and governance exemplifies the Byzantine principle that doctrinal orthodoxy was intimately connected with political stability. Opposition to iconoclasm emerged most strongly within monastic communities, which were central to Byzantine religious, intellectual, and artistic life. Monks defended the veneration of icons as a legitimate expression of devotion, emphasizing the incarnation of Christ, the didactic function of images, and the continuity of Christian tradition. These communities produced theological treatises, organized petitions, and engaged in public advocacy to resist imperial mandates. Some monasteries became centers of passive resistance, concealing icons, continuing devotional practices, and sheltering supporters of iconophilism. The persistence of opposition highlights the difficulty of enforcing doctrinal reform in areas with strong institutional and cultural foundations, demonstrating the limits of centralized authority even in the highly bureaucratized Byzantine state. The social impact of the first iconoclast period extended beyond clerical and monastic circles. Urban and rural populations experienced disruption to daily devotional practices, with the removal of icons from local churches, shrines, and households altering established ritual patterns. Civic ceremonies, liturgical celebrations, and public festivals were adjusted to conform to iconoclastic regulations, sometimes provoking confusion, resistance, or resentment. Artisans and artists faced restrictions on creative expression, leading to a decline in icon production, alteration of decorative programs, and a shift toward non-figurative motifs. These social and cultural effects illustrate the profound reach of religious policy, encompassing not only theology and governance, but also community identity, artistic production, and patterns of daily life. Military engagement played a role both in supporting and enforcing iconoclastic policies. Troops were stationed to maintain order in regions prone to resistance, particularly around key monastic centers and urban strongholds. Instances of rebellion or refusal to comply with imperial directives were met with calculated interventions, including garrison forces, sieges, or punitive measures. Historical accounts describe the deployment of troops to enforce iconoclastic decrees, demonstrating the integration of military, administrative, and religious functions in the governance of the empire. This coordination reflects the Byzantine understanding of the state as a multidimensional system in which coercion, persuasion, and administration were mutually reinforcing tools of policy implementation. Economic considerations intersected with iconoclastic enforcement in multiple ways. The removal of icons affected not only religious life, but also economic activity associated with their production, trade, and patronage. Workshops, artisans, and monastic economies dependent on the creation of religious images experienced disruption. Imperial confiscation of icons and associated wealth provided resources to fund state operations, military campaigns, and public works. Fiscal policy and religious reform thus became intertwined, illustrating the complex interrelationship between economic, political, and spiritual domains. Archaeological evidence, including altered workshops, redistributed resources, and modified urban spaces, provides material confirmation of the economic consequences of iconoclastic enforcement. The first iconoclast period also established precedents for subsequent phases of the controversy. The strategies, mechanisms, and arguments employed during this initial period informed later enforcement campaigns, councils, and theological disputes. The integration of centralized authority, administrative oversight, military enforcement, and theological justification created a model for addressing contested religious practice that persisted throughout the 8th and 9th centuries. This early phase demonstrates both the capacity of the Byzantine state to shape religious life and the limits of that capacity in the face of entrenched social, cultural, and institutional forces. International and external considerations further influenced the first iconoclast period. Byzantine interactions with neighboring powers, including the expanding Islamic caliphates, the Frankish kingdoms, and the Slavic polities, were framed by both military necessity and ideological positioning. Iconoclastic policy could be interpreted as a demonstration of moral and spiritual rectitude, signaling divine favor and strengthening the legitimacy of imperial authority in both domestic and external contexts. The interweaving of religious policy with geopolitical strategy illustrates the multidimensional calculus of Byzantine governance, in which doctrinal decisions had implications for diplomacy, military posture, and imperial prestige. The historiographical assessment of the first iconoclast period reflects its enduring significance. Contemporary sources, while often polemical, provide detailed accounts of policy implementation, resistance, and social impact. Archaeological findings corroborate these narratives, offering tangible evidence of icon destruction, fortification, and modification of sacred spaces. Together, these sources reveal the systemic and coordinated nature of iconoclastic enforcement, while also illustrating the complex interactions between central authority, religious institutions, and local populations. The period exemplifies the Byzantine capacity to integrate military, administrative, economic, and religious instruments in the pursuit of state-defined objectives, highlighting the interplay of coercion and adaptation in governance. In conclusion, the first iconoclast period represents a defining moment in Byzantine religious and political history, illustrating the empire's capacity to enforce doctrinal reform through coordinated imperial action. The measures undertaken by Leo III and Constantine V, encompassing edicts, military enforcement, administrative oversight, and theological justification, reshaped religious practice, social norms, and artistic expression. Resistance from monastic communities, clergy, and local populations underscores the resilience of cultural traditions and the challenges of implementing top-down reform. By examining the mechanisms, consequences, and social dynamics of this period, one gains insight into the complex interrelation of religion, politics, and governance in Byzantium, establishing the framework for understanding the subsequent phases of the iconoclastic controversy and its enduring influence on the empire's religious, cultural, and institutional development. The period following the first iconoclast controversy, leading into the restoration of icons in 787 CE, marked a significant phase of transition in Byzantine religious, political, and social life. This era encompassed both the conclusion of the initial iconoclastic policies under Emperor Constantine V and his immediate successors, as well as the temporary restoration of icon veneration under Empress Irene, culminating in the Second Council of Nicaea. The historical narrative of this period reflects the ongoing tension between imperial authority, ecclesiastical influence, and popular religious practice, demonstrating the Byzantine capacity for both doctrinal enforcement and adaptation. Contemporary sources, including Theophanes the Confessor, Nicephorus, and Patriarch Tarasius, provide detailed accounts of policy shifts, theological debates, and the social reception of these changes, while surviving artifacts, church mosaics, and liturgical texts illustrate the material and cultural dimensions of religious practice during this transitional period. The restoration of icons in 787 CE, formally endorsed at the Second Council of Nicaea, represented a significant doctrinal and political decision. Empress Irene, acting as regent for her son Constantine VI, convened the council in response to widespread calls from clergy, monastic communities, and urban populations for the re-establishment of icon veneration. The council reaffirmed the legitimacy of sacred images, emphasizing their devotional, instructional, and commemorative roles within Christian practice. The theological justification rested on the doctrine of the Incarnation, which posited that material representation of the divine and the saints was appropriate because God had assumed a physical form in Christ. The council also codified the distinction between veneration of icons, which was permitted, and the adoration due to God alone, reinforcing doctrinal boundaries. This restoration marked the conclusion of the first significant phase of iconoclastic reform, providing both clarity and legitimacy to previously contested religious practices. The restoration process required substantial administrative coordination and enforcement. Imperial officials, bishops, and urban authorities were tasked with reintroducing icons to churches, monasteries, and public spaces, often replacing or repairing damaged or destroyed images. Monastic communities, which had served as centers of resistance during the first iconoclast period, played a leading role in producing, distributing, and reinstating icons. Workshops for icon production, previously restricted or repurposed, resumed operation, and artisans were mobilized to restore mosaics, frescoes, and other devotional images. Archaeological evidence, including partially restored church mosaics and surviving painted icons, attests to the organized and systematic nature of this restoration, highlighting both the logistical and artistic dimensions of the process. The Second Iconoclast period, beginning in the early 8th century under Leo V in 813 CE and continuing intermittently until 842 CE, represented a renewed phase of imperial iconoclastic policy. Motivated by both theological argumentation and political expedience, Leo V reintroduced iconoclastic measures in response to perceived divine disfavor, military setbacks, and the continued tension between central authority and monastic influence. The renewed prohibition of icons targeted both liturgical use and private devotion, reflecting a comprehensive approach that encompassed public, ecclesiastical, and domestic spheres. Historical sources describe the implementation of edicts, the mobilization of military and administrative authority to enforce compliance, and the widespread removal and destruction of icons in churches and monasteries throughout the empire. The Second Iconoclast period differed in some respects from the first, reflecting lessons learned from earlier enforcement and the evolving political and social landscape. Imperial authorities increasingly coordinated with provincial governors, military officials, and legal administrators to ensure adherence to policy. Punitive measures against resistant clergy, monastic leaders, and lay adherence included fines, exile, and, in some instances, corporal punishment. Monastic communities again became focal points of opposition, with some monasteries defying imperial directives and providing shelter for iconophiles. The tension between central authority and religious institutions illustrates the persistent challenge of enforcing doctrinal uniformity across a diverse and geographically extensive empire. Theological debates during the Second Iconoclast period remained central to the controversy. Iconoclasts emphasized the transcendence and immateriality of God, citing concerns over idolatry and the potential moral and spiritual risks of image veneration. Iconophiles countered with arguments grounded in tradition, the didactic and devotional functions of icons, and the theological significance of the Incarnation. Correspondence, sermons, and treatises from both sides demonstrate the continued intellectual rigor of the debate, illustrating the Byzantine commitment to integrating theology with governance and social practice. Councils, synodal letters, and clerical networks played a key role in disseminating argumentation and mobilizing support, highlighting the interplay of religious, political, and social mechanisms in shaping imperial policy. The social and cultural impact of the Second Iconoclast period was considerable. Urban and rural communities experienced renewed disruption in devotional practice, artistic production, and public ritual. The removal of icons from churches and homes affected both collective worship and individual piety, while workshops, artisan guilds, and monastic production centers faced renewed restrictions. Archaeological evidence, including overpainted mosaics, defaced frescoes, and destroyed icons, provides material confirmation of the extent of enforcement. These measures also affected education, as monasteries and churches that produced religious texts and instructional images were constrained, illustrating the broader cultural ramifications of doctrinal enforcement. Military considerations intersected with religious policy during this period. The enforcement of iconoclastic edicts often required the presence of troops in areas prone to resistance, particularly around influential monastic centers and urban strongholds. Historical accounts document garrison forces overseeing the removal of icons, monitoring compliance, and suppressing dissent. The integration of military authority with administrative and religious enforcement underscores the Byzantine approach to governance as a multifaceted system in which coercion, regulation, and persuasion were deployed in concert to achieve policy objectives. This interrelationship between military and religious policy highlights the strategic importance attributed to doctrinal conformity as a stabilizing factor within the empire. Economic dimensions also influenced both the restoration and renewed enforcement of iconoclastic policies. The production, trade, and patronage of religious images were significant components of urban and monastic economies. The destruction and subsequent reinstatement of icons affected the livelihoods of artisans, workshops, and associated industries, while confiscation of materials provided resources to the state for administrative, military, and infrastructural purposes. Fiscal considerations were intertwined with doctrinal enforcement, illustrating the Byzantine recognition that religious policy could have material and economic consequences as well as spiritual and social ones. Evidence from surviving coinage, workshop remnants, and administrative records supports this understanding, revealing the integrated nature of governance in the empire. The Second Iconoclast period also reflected the enduring influence of regional, political, and societal factors. Resistance to iconoclasm was often localized, reflecting long-standing religious traditions, monastic influence, and civic attachment to particular devotional practices. Imperial efforts to standardize religious practice across the empire encountered the realities of diverse communities, each with its own institutional networks, local authority figures, and social expectations. Compliance required ongoing negotiation, adaptation, and enforcement, demonstrating the complexity of managing a geographically extensive and culturally heterogeneous polity. Archaeological surveys indicate variability in adherence, with some regions exhibiting rapid implementation of iconoclastic edicts, while others maintained clandestine veneration or delayed compliance. The conclusion of the Second Iconoclast period in 842 CE, marked by the formal restoration of icons under Empress Theodora, represents the culmination of this protracted conflict. The political, social, and theological strategies employed during the first and second phases of iconoclasm informed the approach to restoration, emphasizing reconciliation, integration of monastic communities, and codification of doctrinal clarity. The restoration of icons not only resolved a significant theological dispute, but also reinforced the interconnected nature of imperial authority, religious legitimacy, and social cohesion. Monastic communities regained their central role in education, artistry, and spiritual leadership, while urban and rural populations resumed devotional practices that had been disrupted for decades. In summary, the period encompassing the restoration of icons and the Second Iconoclast period illustrates the Byzantine Empire's capacity for both enforcement and adaptation in response to doctrinal controversy. The interplay of imperial authority, theological debate, military enforcement, and social response demonstrates the complex mechanisms through which religious policy was implemented and contested. Archaeological, textual, and artistic evidence provides a comprehensive view of the material, cultural, and institutional impact of these policies, revealing the profound ways in which religious doctrine, political power, and societal practice were intertwined. The restoration of icons, after periods of enforcement and resistance, underscores the resilience of cultural traditions, the adaptive capacity of imperial governance, and the enduring significance of the Byzantine approach to the integration of faith, politics, and social order. The Second Iconoclast period and subsequent restoration thus stand as a defining chapter in the evolution of Byzantine religious, political, and cultural identity, shaping the empire's spiritual and institutional landscape for generations to follow. The long-term consequences of the Byzantine iconoclast controversy, which spanned roughly from 726 to 842 CE, were profound and multifaceted, affecting the empire's culture, politics, and theology in ways that extended far beyond the immediate period of conflict. While the restoration of icons under Empress Theodora in 842 officially concluded the Second Iconoclast period, the social, institutional, and artistic transformations initiated by decades of iconoclastic enforcement continued to shape Byzantine life for generations. The controversy illustrates the complex interplay between imperial authority, religious doctrine, social cohesion, and cultural expression, highlighting the Byzantine Empire's capacity to integrate lessons from theological conflict into broader governance and cultural frameworks. Archaeological evidence, textual records, and artistic analysis collectively provide insight into the enduring consequences of iconoclasm, revealing both the disruptions it caused and the adaptations it inspired. One of the most visible long-term cultural consequences was the impact on Byzantine art and architecture. During periods of iconoclastic enforcement, the production of religious images was significantly curtailed. Mosaics, frescoes, and painted icons were removed, destroyed, or overpainted, particularly in churches, monasteries, and public buildings. The absence of figural representation encouraged the development of alternative decorative schemes, emphasizing geometric patterns, floral motifs, and symbolic imagery, such as the cross or abstract representations of divinity. Workshops that had previously specialized in icon production shifted focus, leading to the evolution of artistic techniques and aesthetic styles that persisted even after the restoration of icons. Following 842 CE, there was a revival of icon production, but it was informed by the artistic innovations and alternative motifs developed during iconoclasm. The careful integration of previous experience into restored artistic traditions exemplifies the Byzantine ability to synthesize conflict-driven innovation with cultural continuity. In addition to artistic impact, the controversy had profound implications for monastic institutions and religious education. Monasteries had been central to both resistance and preservation of icon veneration, producing theological treatises, teaching devotional practices, and safeguarding manuscripts. During iconoclastic periods, many monasteries faced suppression, confiscation of property, or administrative restrictions. These challenges prompted adaptive strategies, including clandestine preservation of icons, relocation of monastic communities, and increased emphasis on textual scholarship and liturgical instruction. When icons were restored, monasteries emerged with renewed authority, strengthened networks, and enhanced roles in theological debate, education, and artistic production. The controversy reinforced the interdependence of monastic institutions and imperial governance, demonstrating that religious institutions could serve as both agents of resistance and pillars of state-sanctioned orthodoxy. The political consequences of the iconoclast controversy were equally significant. By asserting authority over religious practice, Byzantine emperors established a precedent for direct involvement in theological and ecclesiastical matters. The enforcement of iconoclastic policies required coordination across civil administration, military structures, and regional governance, demonstrating the interdependence of political and religious authority. Resistance to iconoclasm, however, revealed the limits of imperial control and the capacity of local, monastic, and ecclesiastical actors to influence policy. The restoration of icons under Empress Theodora required negotiation with monastic leaders, clergy, and provincial officials, illustrating the necessity of balancing centralized authority with institutional autonomy. The episode reinforced the Byzantine principle that political legitimacy was intertwined with religious conformity, yet also highlighted the need for pragmatic compromise in maintaining social stability and imperial cohesion. Theological consequences were foundational and enduring. Iconoclasm prompted rigorous debate over the proper understanding of sacred images, the relationship between material representation and spiritual reality, and the theological significance of Christ's incarnation. The resolution of the controversy, particularly the decisions of the Second Council of Nicaea, established enduring doctrinal positions that clarified the distinction between veneration, proskynesis, and adoration, latria, providing a framework for acceptable devotional practice. Theological treatises produced during and after the controversy codified these positions, influencing subsequent generations of Byzantine theologians, liturgical practice, and artistic representation. By formalizing the legitimacy of icons while maintaining doctrinal boundaries, the controversy contributed to the development of a sophisticated theological infrastructure that integrated spirituality, ritual, and intellectual reasoning. The social consequences were extensive and enduring. Urban and rural communities had experienced disruptions in devotional practices, public rituals, and artistic expression during iconoclastic periods. The restoration of icons facilitated a return to established patterns of worship and social cohesion, but was also informed by the adaptations and innovations developed during iconoclasm. The controversy strengthened communal identity around shared religious practice, reinforced the authority of local clergy, and reaffirmed the centrality of ritual and sacred imagery in daily life. In many cases, the social memory of the conflict influenced attitudes toward both ecclesiastical authority and imperial policy, creating a heightened awareness of the interconnectedness of religious and political life. The controversy also influenced Byzantine diplomatic and international relations. By framing icon veneration and iconoclastic policies as matters of divine favor, emperors used religious legitimacy to reinforce authority in domestic and external affairs. Neighboring powers, including the Frankish kingdoms and Islamic polities, observed the interplay of doctrine and imperial authority, shaping diplomatic engagement and cultural exchange. The resolution of iconoclasm, with the restoration of icons and the reaffirmation of theological orthodoxy, strengthened the empire's religious and moral standing within the broader Christian world. This consolidation of religious identity enhanced the coherence of Byzantine diplomacy and reinforced the perception of Constantinople as both a political and spiritual center. Economic implications of the controversy, though less immediately visible, were consequential. Iconoclasm disrupted artisan production, patronage networks, and monastic economies. Workshops shifted focus, and trade in religious objects was temporarily reduced or redirected. When icons were restored, economic activity resumed, supported by renewed commissions, monastic patronage, and urban investment in churches and religious art. The controversy demonstrated the interdependence of religious policy and economic structures, illustrating how doctrinal enforcement could influence material culture, labor organization, and resource allocation. Surviving records, including inscriptions, workshop inventories, and fiscal documents, provide evidence of these economic adjustments, highlighting the practical dimensions of theological conflict. The iconoclast controversy also had long-term consequences for Byzantine law and administrative practice. Imperial edicts and synodal decrees during both periods of iconoclastic enforcement formalized mechanisms for regulating religious practice, integrating ecclesiastical compliance with civil law, and defining penalties for noncompliance. These legal frameworks reinforced the integration of church and state while establishing procedures for addressing doctrinal disputes. Subsequent Byzantine governance benefited from these precedents, applying lessons learned regarding enforcement, negotiation, and reconciliation in other areas of imperial policy. The legal codification of icon veneration and iconoclastic measures contributed to a broader pattern of institutional development, combining doctrinal, administrative, and judicial authority. In addition, the controversy had a lasting influence on Byzantine identity and historiography. The narrative of iconoclasm, including the persecution of monks, the restoration of images, and the resolution of doctrinal disputes, became central to the empire's understanding of its own spiritual and political history. Chroniclers, hagiographers, and theological writers framed the controversy as a test of divine favor, institutional resilience, and imperial authority, shaping subsequent historical memory and cultural discourse. The events of this period were integrated into liturgical commemoration, monastic tradition, and official historiography, reinforcing the significance of icon veneration as both a spiritual practice and a marker of Byzantine identity. In the realm of education and intellectual life, the controversy stimulated scholarship, debate, and textual production. Monastic and ecclesiastical scholars produced treatises defending icons, analyzing theological implications, and documenting historical events. These writings preserved classical and Christian intellectual traditions, provided instruction for clergy and laity, and reinforced the integration of reasoned argumentation with devotional practice. Iconoclastic suppression prompted adaptive methods of learning, including the concealment of texts, production of portable manuscripts, and establishment of alternative centers of instruction. Following the restoration of icons, these educational networks contributed to the revival of theological, artistic, and literary culture across the empire. In conclusion, the long-term cultural, political, and theological consequences of iconoclasm were extensive, shaping Byzantine society, governance, and religious life for centuries. The controversy influenced artistic production, monastic authority, political legitimacy, theological clarity, social cohesion, international diplomacy, economic structures, legal frameworks, historiography, and education. By integrating lessons from conflict into institutional, cultural, and doctrinal practice, the Byzantine Empire demonstrated resilience, adaptability, and sophistication in managing the interrelated dimensions of state and society. The resolution of the iconoclast controversy under Empress Theodora solidified a doctrinal and cultural framework that persisted throughout the medieval period, reinforcing the centrality of icons in spiritual life while establishing enduring precedents for governance, religious authority, and cultural identity. The events and adaptations of this period exemplify the Byzantine capacity to transform internal conflict into long-lasting institutional and cultural coherence, shaping the trajectory of the empire in both immediate and enduring ways. The ascension of the Macedonian dynasty in 867 CE under Basil I marked a transformative period in Byzantine history, establishing a framework of political stability, military expansion, and administrative reform that would endure for nearly 2 centuries. This dynasty emerged from a period of internal instability, dynastic contestation, and external threats, including Bulgarian incursions, Arab naval raids, and the ongoing challenges of frontier defense. Basil I, originating from modest Macedonian origins, consolidated authority through both strategic marriages and careful manipulation of court factions, establishing a lineage that would produce rulers capable of combining military acumen, administrative reform, and cultural patronage. Contemporary chronicles, such as those by Theophanes Continuatus and John Skylitzes, provide detailed accounts of Basil's rise, the circumstances surrounding the deposition of Michael III, and the consolidation of imperial authority, while archaeological and numismatic evidence illuminates the administrative and symbolic dimensions of his rule. The initial consolidation of power involved not only the assertion of personal authority, but also the stabilization of institutional structures that had been weakened during previous decades of political turbulence. Basil I implemented reforms in the central administration, emphasizing the codification of law, the reorganization of fiscal structures, and the enhancement of bureaucratic efficiency. These measures were essential in establishing a reliable revenue base, ensuring the capacity to fund military campaigns, urban development, and diplomatic initiatives. Byzantine governance during this period depended upon a network of provincial governors, fiscal officers, and military commanders whose responsibilities were clarified and codified under Basil's directives. By stabilizing the administrative apparatus, the Macedonian dynasty laid the foundation for coordinated action in both domestic and foreign affairs, enhancing the resilience and adaptability of the empire. The military dimension of consolidation was particularly critical, reflecting the empire's ongoing exposure to external threats. Basil I and his immediate successors faced challenges from the Arabs, who maintained pressure along the eastern frontier and in the Mediterranean, as well as from the Bulgars in the north, whose incursions threatened the stability of the Balkan provinces. In response, the Macedonian emperors invested in both defensive infrastructure and offensive capabilities. Fortifications along strategic passes, rivers, and urban centers were reinforced, while field armies were organized with greater attention to logistics, mobility, and coordination. Cavalry units, including elite cataphracts, were deployed to secure borders and project power into contested territories. Military reform was closely integrated with administrative structures, ensuring that provincial governors could coordinate resources, manpower, and intelligence effectively. These reforms not only addressed immediate threats, but also established enduring patterns of military organization that would facilitate expansion and consolidation throughout the dynasty's tenure. The integration of legal and fiscal reform with military and administrative consolidation was a hallmark of Macedonian governance. Basil I initiated the compilation and codification of imperial law in a process that would culminate in the Basilica, a comprehensive body of legislation reflecting both classical Roman law and contemporary Byzantine practice. This legal framework standardized judicial processes, clarified property rights, and reinforced imperial authority, providing a stable foundation for the administration of justice across diverse provinces. Fiscal reforms included the rationalization of taxation, enhancement of revenue collection systems, and the implementation of measures to prevent corruption and mismanagement. These economic and legal initiatives were closely linked to military readiness, as consistent and reliable funding was essential to maintain frontier defense, garrison strength, and the provisioning of campaigns. Diplomatic activity complemented the internal consolidation achieved under Basil I and his successors. The empire engaged with neighboring powers through negotiation, alliance, and occasional military pressure. Relations with the Bulgarian Empire, for instance, were characterized by cycles of warfare, treaty-making, and territorial adjustment, reflecting the dynamic interplay between diplomacy and force. Similarly, interactions with the Abbasid Caliphate, the Arab Emirates of Sicily, and the emerging powers of Western Europe required careful calibration of military, political, and economic strategy. The Macedonian emperors employed diplomacy not only to secure borders, but also to reinforce the legitimacy of imperial authority and to cultivate influence in contested regions. Diplomatic correspondence, treaties, and the dispatch of envoys illustrate the complexity of Byzantine foreign policy, demonstrating the integration of negotiation, coercion, and strategic calculation in consolidating imperial power. Cultural and ideological initiatives further reinforced the legitimacy of the Macedonian dynasty. Basil I and his successors promoted scholarship, artistic patronage, and the codification of orthodox religious practice as instruments of political authority. The promotion of Byzantine art, the sponsorship of church construction, and the support for theological scholarship served to consolidate imperial influence over both elite and popular culture. Court ceremonies, liturgical practice, and the production of chronicles and histories emphasized dynastic continuity, the sanctity of imperial office, and the integration of spiritual and temporal authority. These cultural initiatives not only legitimized the new dynasty, but also created a shared framework of identity, ideology, and governance that reinforced social cohesion and imperial authority across the empire. The consolidation of the Macedonian dynasty also involved careful management of succession and internal power dynamics. Basil I established protocols for dynastic continuity, including the designation of heirs, management of court factions, and integration of military and administrative elites into networks of loyalty. This attention to internal stability mitigated the risk of palace intrigue, usurpation, and factional conflict, which had undermined previous regimes. By balancing personal authority with institutional oversight, Basil and his successors created a durable structure capable of sustaining political stability even in the face of external threats and internal challenges. The careful orchestration of succession, governance, and loyalty networks exemplifies the Byzantine understanding of the interdependence of personal rule and institutional continuity. The initial consolidation under the Macedonian dynasty also facilitated subsequent military and territorial expansion. By stabilizing internal governance, securing revenue streams, and reinforcing administrative oversight, Basil I and his successors created the conditions necessary for sustained campaigns of reconquest and defense. The Balkans, Anatolia, and the eastern frontier were systematically organized to enable effective military response, infrastructure repair, and urban consolidation. This structural preparation allowed the empire to exploit strategic opportunities, recover contested territories, and establish enduring patterns of governance in newly integrated regions. Archaeological evidence, including fortifications, urban redevelopment, and the establishment of administrative centers, reflects the deliberate and strategic nature of Macedonian consolidation and expansion. Religious integration remained a central component of Macedonian consolidation. The restoration of icon veneration under Empress Theodora had already established the theological framework for Orthodox practice, and the Macedonian emperors reinforced these religious structures as a source of legitimacy and social cohesion. Monastic communities, clergy, and ecclesiastical authorities were incorporated into imperial governance, providing education, social services, and ideological support. Religious patronage, church construction, and liturgical standardization reinforced the ideological underpinnings of the dynasty, creating a cohesive framework in which spiritual authority and temporal power were mutually reinforcing. The integration of religious, administrative, and military authority illustrates the Byzantine principle of comprehensive governance, wherein each domain supported the resilience and legitimacy of the state. The initial consolidation of the Macedonian dynasty also had significant implications for urban development and economic recovery. Constantinople, as the capital, experienced investment in fortifications, public buildings, and infrastructure that facilitated both administrative control and economic activity. Provincial cities and towns were reorganized to enhance defense, commerce, and civic administration. Roads, bridges, and ports were repaired and expanded, facilitating trade, communication, and military logistics. These infrastructural initiatives reinforced the capacity of the empire to manage both internal and external challenges, illustrating the interdependence of economic vitality, administrative oversight, and military readiness. Evidence from urban archaeology, including fortification walls, civic buildings, and market facilities, confirms the scope and effectiveness of these consolidation efforts. In conclusion, the rise of the Macedonian dynasty and its initial consolidation under Basil I and his immediate successors established the foundations of a sustained period of political stability, military expansion, and administrative reform. By integrating legal codification, fiscal rationalization, military organization, diplomatic engagement, religious patronage, cultural investment, and infrastructural development, the dynasty created a resilient and adaptable system of governance. This initial phase of consolidation not only stabilized the empire in the aftermath of prior instability, but also prepared the Byzantine state for subsequent expansion, strategic reform, and cultural flourishing. The success of the Macedonian dynasty in consolidating power demonstrates the capacity of Byzantium to integrate political, military, religious, and social dimensions into a coherent and enduring model of imperial authority, setting the stage for nearly 2 centuries of territorial, administrative, and cultural achievement under its rule. The military expansion and reconquest undertaken under the Macedonian dynasty represented a decisive phase in Byzantine history, consolidating imperial authority in both the Balkans and the eastern frontiers while establishing patterns of strategic defense and territorial administration that endured for generations. Beginning with Basil I and continuing under his successors, the empire systematically reinforced its borders, recovered contested territories, and projected power into regions that had experienced prolonged instability. These campaigns were not merely opportunistic, but reflected a deliberate and integrated approach to military, political, and administrative planning. Historical chronicles, including Theophanes Continuatus and John Skylitz's, provide detailed narrative accounts of campaigns, sieges, and territorial recovery, while archaeological evidence, including fortifications, military installations, and urban redevelopment, confirms the material impact of these military efforts. This period of expansion illustrates the interdependence of military innovation, administrative reform, and imperial ideology in sustaining Byzantine authority. In the Balkans, the Macedonian emperors faced significant challenges from the Bulgarian Empire, Slavic populations, and various semi-autonomous tribal groups. The Bulgarian Empire, under rulers such as Boris I and later Simeon I, represented the most formidable threat to Byzantine control, commanding both disciplined military forces and a strategic position along critical frontier regions. The Macedonian response combined military confrontation with diplomatic engagement, employing a strategy of alternating offensive campaigns, defensive fortification, and negotiated settlements. Field armies were organized to secure contested passes, rivers, and mountain routes, while fortified cities and regional garrisons were strengthened to ensure both deterrence and rapid response. These operations required careful logistical coordination, encompassing provisioning, troop movement, and intelligence gathering, reflecting the sophistication of Byzantine military administration. The success of reconquest in the Balkans was also facilitated by systematic incorporation of local elites into imperial structures. Byzantine authorities leveraged alliances with regional nobility, granting administrative responsibilities and social recognition in exchange for loyalty and military support. This approach integrated previously semi-autonomous communities into the imperial framework, enhancing stability and facilitating the collection of taxes, recruitment of soldiers, and enforcement of law. Monastic communities and urban centers served as centers of influence and cultural integration, promoting Byzantine identity while providing administrative, educational, and religious support. The combination of military, political, and social integration exemplifies the multidimensional strategy employed by the Macedonian emperors in consolidating the Balkans. In addition to territorial consolidation, military campaigns emphasized the restoration and protection of strategic urban centers. Cities such as Thessalonica, Adrianople, and Plisko were reinforced through reconstruction of walls, gates, and defensive towers. These urban fortifications served dual purposes. They provided protection against external threats and functioned as administrative hubs, supporting regional governance, tax collection, and logistical coordination. Archaeological evidence from these sites confirms both the scale of fortification and the integration of military, civic, and religious structures within urban planning. The strategic reinforcement of cities reflects Byzantine understanding of the interdependence of military capability, administrative function, and social cohesion in securing frontier regions. On the eastern frontiers, the Macedonian dynasty faced ongoing pressure from Arab forces, including naval incursions, raids along the Anatolian coast, and campaigns into frontier provinces. The Eastern military strategy emphasized fortification, rapid response, and the creation of mobile field armies capable of both defense and selective counteroffensive. Key cities such as Amorium, Nicaea, and Antioch were reinforced as strategic points of control, serving both as military bases and administrative centers. The development of thematic armies, organized by province and supported by local landholding and taxation, allowed for sustained defense while reducing reliance on distant imperial forces. This integration of local resources, administrative oversight, and military organization enhanced the resilience and responsiveness of the eastern frontier, ensuring the security of core territories and trade routes. The reconquest campaigns were characterized by a combination of offensive and defensive operations, reflecting the Byzantine emphasis on strategic calculation and long-term planning. In the Balkans, military operations included both sieges of key fortified positions and the suppression of insurgent groups, while in the east, raids and defensive engagements sought to secure borders and prevent the establishment of enemy strongholds. Commanders were selected for both competence and loyalty, with attention to experience in siege warfare, cavalry tactics, and coordination with provincial authorities. The Macedonian emperors also maintained close oversight of troop movements, supply lines, and intelligence gathering, reflecting a comprehensive approach to military administration that integrated strategic, tactical, and logistical considerations. Religious and ideological considerations played a significant role in these campaigns. The Macedonian emperors leveraged Orthodox Christianity as both a source of legitimacy and a means of social cohesion. Churches, monasteries, and religious institutions were integrated into frontier defense through provision of shelter, logistical support, and morale reinforcement. Campaigns were often framed as defense of the faith, emphasizing the protection of Orthodox communities, sacred sites, and imperial authority. This ideological dimension reinforced loyalty among troops and local populations while enhancing the perceived legitimacy of military action, demonstrating the Byzantine capacity to integrate religious motivation with strategic planning. The economic dimensions of military expansion were closely intertwined with administrative and territorial consolidation. Campaigns required reliable taxation systems, efficient collection of revenues, and allocation of resources to support troops, fortifications, and logistics. The thematic system, in which provincial landholding and taxation were organized to provide for local defense, was critical in sustaining extended military campaigns. Urban centers contributed both material and human resources, while provincial governors oversaw local production, storage, and distribution. Economic planning, therefore, was inseparable from military strategy, highlighting the integrated nature of governance in Byzantine expansion and reconquest. Diplomatic engagement complemented military operations, particularly in regions where direct conquest was either impractical or strategically disadvantageous. Treaties, alliances, and negotiated settlements were employed to stabilize borders, incorporate semi-autonomous groups, and create buffer zones against hostile powers. In the Balkans, treaties with the Bulgarian Empire and local Slavic leaders provided periods of stability, allowing for fortification, economic development, and consolidation of imperial authority. In the East, negotiated truces and payment of tribute were occasionally used to manage threats while preserving resources for critical campaigns. This integration of diplomacy and military strategy exemplifies the Byzantine emphasis on adaptability, pragmatism, and long-term planning. The reconquest efforts also had lasting cultural and administrative implications. Territories brought under direct imperial control were integrated into Byzantine legal, fiscal, and ecclesiastical structures. Local elites were incorporated into administrative hierarchies, monastic networks were expanded, and urban planning aligned with imperial standards. Fortified cities and provincial centers became nodes of both governance and cultural dissemination, reinforcing Byzantine identity and consolidating social cohesion. The combination of military conquest with administrative integration ensured that territorial gains were durable and supported by a network of institutional and cultural mechanisms. The Macedonian military campaigns further demonstrated the empire's capacity for sustained strategic vision. Rather than pursuing transient territorial gains, the emperors emphasized secure borders, functional administration, and enduring infrastructure. Fortifications were designed for long-term defense, supply lines were organized for continuity, and provincial integration ensured the sustainability of reconquered territories. This strategic perspective allowed the empire to recover from decades of instability, project power effectively, and establish a durable framework for subsequent expansion and consolidation. In conclusion, the military expansion and reconquest under the Macedonian dynasty were fundamental in consolidating Byzantine authority in the Balkans and eastern frontiers. Through the integration of strategic planning, administrative oversight, logistical organization, and ideological reinforcement, the dynasty achieved durable territorial recovery, fortified frontier regions, and established systems of governance capable of sustaining long-term stability. These campaigns not only secured the empire against external threats, but also facilitated the development of military, administrative, and cultural institutions that would shape Byzantine resilience for generations. The reconquest efforts exemplify the Byzantine approach to empire building, in which military, political, economic, and ideological dimensions were coordinated to achieve both immediate objectives and enduring structural stability, setting the stage for subsequent periods of territorial expansion, administrative refinement, and cultural flourishing under the Macedonian dynasty. The administrative and military reforms undertaken under the Macedonian dynasty were central to the consolidation of imperial power, enabling the Byzantine Empire to recover from previous instability, project authority effectively across vast territories, and sustain long-term strategic objectives. Following the ascension of Basil I and continuing under his successors, emperors systematically strengthened governance structures, redefined military organization, and integrated fiscal, legal, and territorial management into a coherent system capable of supporting both defensive and offensive operations. Contemporary sources, including chronicles by Theophanes Continuatus, John Skylitzes, and later historians such as Michael Sellos, provide detailed accounts of reforms, administrative innovation, and the structuring of military forces, while surviving architectural and archaeological evidence offers tangible insights into the implementation and efficacy of these initiatives. This period of reform represents a pivotal moment in Byzantine history, demonstrating the interplay of institutional innovation, strategic foresight, and practical governance. At the core of administrative reform was the revitalization and expansion of the thematic system, which had been established in previous centuries but required renewal and adaptation to meet the demands of the Macedonian period. Themes, or military provinces, combined both civilian and military authority within a single organizational framework. Provincial governors, often drawn from trusted military or aristocratic families, were granted responsibility for taxation, justice, military recruitment, and local governance. The integration of civil and military authority within themes allowed for rapid mobilization of resources and troops, enhanced coordination in defense and offense, and reinforced loyalty to the central government. The thematic system provided both a structural and operational foundation for Byzantine administration, linking fiscal responsibility, military readiness, and local governance in a single, coherent institutional framework. In parallel with the thematic reforms, the Macedonian emperors codified and centralized aspects of imperial administration to ensure consistency, accountability, and oversight. Bureaucratic offices were reorganized, with clear delineation of responsibilities among officials responsible for finance, justice, and military administration. Regular reporting, record-keeping, and inspection mechanisms strengthened oversight, allowing the emperor to monitor provincial performance and intervene when necessary. Fiscal reform was particularly significant, as consistent revenue collection was essential to fund garrisons, fortifications, and campaigns. Reassessment of taxation, standardization of levies, and oversight of local fiscal officers reduced corruption and increased efficiency, ensuring that resources were available for both immediate needs and long-term strategic initiatives. The integration of centralized supervision with local authority created a balance that maximized responsiveness while maintaining imperial control. Military reforms under the Macedonian dynasty were equally transformative. The army was reorganized to enhance mobility, strategic flexibility, and defensive capability. Provincial thematic forces were supplemented by elite units stationed at strategic points, including cavalry contingents trained for rapid deployment and coordinated with local troops. Training, discipline, and logistics were standardized, ensuring that forces could operate effectively both independently and in conjunction with imperial campaigns. Fortifications along borders, rivers, and passes were reinforced or reconstructed to provide secure bases for garrisons and to deter invasions. Urban centers were incorporated into defensive networks, linking city fortifications with field armies and facilitating the rapid movement of troops and supplies. These reforms reflected an understanding of the interconnected nature of military, administrative, and economic systems in sustaining effective defense and enabling strategic projection of power. The Macedonian emperors also implemented reforms to improve recruitment, retention, and loyalty among military personnel. Soldiers were often granted land or other privileges in exchange for service, integrating military obligations with local economic and social structures. Provincial elites were incorporated into command hierarchies, linking personal loyalty to the emperor with administrative responsibility. Specialized units, including heavy cavalry and naval contingents, were developed to address specific tactical needs, while attention was given to the coordination of combined arms operations. These personnel reforms enhanced operational effectiveness, reinforced hierarchical structures, and created enduring patterns of military organization that allowed the Byzantine army to respond effectively to both internal and external threats over successive decades. Legal and judicial reforms complemented administrative and military restructuring. Codification of laws, revisitation of legal precedents, and clarification of jurisdictional authority reinforced the emperor's capacity to exercise authority consistently across diverse provinces. Judicial oversight was closely linked to administrative and military supervision, with provincial governors responsible for both civil and military justice. This integration ensured that laws could be enforced effectively, that disputes were resolved in alignment with imperial policy, and that rebellion or local resistance could be addressed through coordinated administrative and military action. Legal reform also enhanced social cohesion, providing clarity in property rights, taxation obligations, and civic duties, thereby supporting both governance and military readiness. The integration of religion into administrative and military structures was another important aspect of Macedonian reform. Orthodox Christianity, reinforced by the restoration of icons and the consolidation of ecclesiastical authority, provided both ideological legitimacy and social cohesion. Bishops, monastic leaders, and religious institutions were incorporated into governance frameworks, serving as sources of education, local authority, and logistical support. Religious patronage reinforced loyalty, encouraged compliance with imperial directives, and legitimized military campaigns framed as defense of the faith. The symbiosis of church and state in administration and military affairs exemplifies Byzantine strategies for combining ideological, institutional, and practical mechanisms to enhance state capacity. Economic and infrastructural measures were closely tied to administrative and military reforms. The restoration and construction of roads, bridges, and ports facilitated troop movements, supply lines, and communication across the empire. Urban centers and fortifications were integrated into logistical networks, ensuring that resources could be mobilized efficiently for both defense and expansion. Trade routes were secured, markets revitalized, and agricultural production supported through coordinated taxation and oversight, creating the material foundation necessary to sustain military and administrative systems. Archaeological evidence, including fortifications, urban redevelopment, and infrastructural remains, underscores the tangible impact of these integrated reforms on the empire's capacity to govern and defend itself effectively. The Macedonian dynasty also emphasized the strategic coordination of intelligence, communication, and surveillance. Governors and military commanders were expected to report on local conditions, potential threats, and logistical requirements, creating a feedback loop that allowed the emperor to make informed decisions. Signal systems, courier networks, and administrative correspondence facilitated rapid response to crises, whether military incursions, rebellions, or natural disasters. This attention to information management enhanced the agility and resilience of both military and administrative structures, enabling the Byzantine state to maintain control over extensive territories and respond proactively to emerging challenges. The reforms strengthened the dynasty's ability to undertake subsequent campaigns of reconquest and expansion. With stabilized administration, disciplined and well-organized military forces, secure borders, and reliable fiscal support, the Macedonian emperors could engage in calculated offensive operations, extend imperial influence into the Balkans and Eastern territories, and integrate recovered regions into the broader imperial framework. These campaigns were not ad hoc, but reflected the systemic integration of military, administrative, and economic capacities that had been established through reform. The success of later military initiatives, including campaigns against the Bulgars, the Arabs, and other regional powers, was directly linked to the institutional foundations laid during this period. Finally, the administrative and military reforms of the Macedonian dynasty had lasting consequences for Byzantine governance. By creating durable institutional structures, codifying administrative and fiscal practices, standardizing military organization, and integrating ideological legitimacy into state functions, the dynasty established a resilient model of imperial authority. This framework enabled sustained territorial control, internal stability, and cultural cohesion for decades, setting the stage for a period of territorial expansion, artistic flourishing, and intellectual development known as the Macedonian Renaissance. The interweaving of administrative, military, economic, and religious reforms illustrates the Byzantine approach to comprehensive governance, demonstrating the empire's capacity to combine institutional innovation with strategic foresight to achieve enduring strength and stability. In conclusion, the administrative and military reforms under the Macedonian dynasty were central to strengthening imperial power, ensuring both stability and capacity for expansion. Through the integration of thematic organization, centralized oversight, military restructuring, fiscal and legal codification, religious incorporation, and infrastructural development, the dynasty established a durable and adaptable framework of governance. These reforms facilitated territorial reconquest, enhanced defense capabilities, and provided the institutional foundation for subsequent cultural and political achievements. The period demonstrates the Byzantine ability to coordinate multiple dimensions of statecraft, administrative, military, economic, and ideological, into a coherent system capable of sustaining long-term resilience and projecting authority across an extensive and diverse empire. The consolidation of the Macedonian Renaissance under the Macedonian dynasty represented a pivotal phase in Byzantine cultural and intellectual history, emerging directly from the security, administrative stability, and territorial consolidation established through military and governmental reforms. By the late 9th and 10th centuries, the empire had achieved a level of internal coherence that allowed for the systematic promotion of scholarship, artistic innovation, and intellectual activity. Military security and political stability provided the necessary conditions for this flourishing, enabling the court, monastic communities, and provincial centers to invest in education, literature, architecture, and religious art without the immediate pressures of invasion or civil unrest. The Macedonian Renaissance thus exemplifies the interconnection between strategic, administrative, and cultural factors in Byzantine statecraft, demonstrating how sustained institutional strength can facilitate intellectual and artistic advancement. At the heart of the Macedonian Renaissance was the revitalization of education and scholarly activity, particularly within monastic and cathedral schools. Monastic communities, which had previously played central roles in both theological resistance and doctrinal preservation, became hubs of learning, preserving classical Greek texts while producing new theological, historical, and scientific writings. The revival of classical literature, philosophy, and rhetoric was accompanied by careful Christian interpretation, resulting in an intellectual culture that sought to harmonize ancient knowledge with contemporary theological and administrative concerns. Scholars such as Photius, Patriarch of Constantinople, exemplified this synthesis, compiling extensive bibliographies, producing theological treatises, and codifying knowledge in ways that influenced both ecclesiastical instruction and imperial administration. This scholarly activity reinforced Byzantine identity, providing ideological coherence while cultivating a literate and intellectually capable elite. Artistic production during the Macedonian Renaissance also reflected the stability provided by military and administrative reforms. Iconography, mosaics, frescoes, and illuminated manuscripts were produced with renewed vigor, benefiting from both the restoration of icon veneration and the secure conditions that allowed workshops to operate efficiently. Artistic themes emphasized orthodox religious narratives, historical commemoration, and dynastic legitimacy, reinforcing imperial authority and cultural continuity. The technical sophistication of mosaics, the refinement of manuscript illumination, and the architectural innovation evident in church construction illustrate the systematic integration of aesthetic, religious, and political objectives. Archaeological and material evidence from Constantinople, Thessalonica, and provincial centers confirms the widespread nature of this production, highlighting the interdependence of security, patronage, and artistic achievement. The Macedonian Renaissance also fostered the development of historiography and documentation, reflecting the empire's interest in self-definition, memory, and the consolidation of authority. Chroniclers such as Theophanes Continuatus, Simeon Logothetes, and later John Skylitzes compiled detailed accounts of imperial lineage, military campaigns, and ecclesiastical developments. These works were not purely descriptive but served administrative, ideological, and educational purposes, reinforcing imperial legitimacy, instructing future leaders, and preserving knowledge of institutional structures. The integration of historical writing with governance, military achievement, and religious instruction exemplifies the Byzantine commitment to linking intellectual activity with practical statecraft, demonstrating that scholarship was both a cultural endeavor and a tool of administration and authority. In the realm of architecture and urban development, the Macedonian Renaissance manifested in the construction and restoration of churches, monasteries, fortifications, and civic buildings. Fortified urban centers, strengthened during military campaigns, were embellished with religious and civic architecture that signaled both security and cultural vitality. Church construction emphasized the symbolic and functional aspects of religious practice, with careful attention to liturgical space, aesthetic cohesion, and structural durability. Monastic complexes integrated educational facilities, libraries, and scriptoriums, serving as centers for both spiritual devotion and intellectual activity. These architectural achievements reflect the interrelation between military security, administrative oversight, and cultural expression, illustrating how stability allowed resources, labor, and artistic expertise to be directed toward enduring projects of civic and religious significance. Religious scholarship and theological discourse were central to the Macedonian Renaissance, as emperors and ecclesiastical authorities worked to codify orthodox doctrine, educate the clergy, and integrate diverse communities into the imperial religious framework. Monastic centers produced commentaries, liturgical texts, and hagiographies, contributing to both local education and broader doctrinal coherence. The promotion of theological scholarship reinforced imperial authority, provided guidance for governance, and supported the ideological framework for military campaigns and diplomatic engagement. By linking intellectual and spiritual pursuits to state objectives, the Macedonian emperors ensured that cultural flourishing reinforced political stability and social cohesion, integrating multiple dimensions of governance, ideology, and learning. The literary and scientific output of the period was also notable. Scholars engaged in astronomy, medicine, mathematics, and natural philosophy, often drawing upon classical Greek sources while incorporating contemporary observations. These works were disseminated through monastic schools, imperial libraries, and scholarly networks, contributing to both intellectual continuity and practical knowledge relevant to administration, military logistics, and urban planning. The production and circulation of texts reinforced elite literacy, provided training for administrators and clergy, and created a durable framework for the preservation and expansion of knowledge within Byzantine society. This intellectual infrastructure was closely linked to administrative and military stability, demonstrating the reciprocal relationship between security, governance, and cultural achievement. Patronage played a key role in consolidating the Macedonian Renaissance. Imperial and aristocratic support for scholarship, art, and architecture provided resources and legitimacy for creative and intellectual endeavors. Emperors commissioned works that emphasized dynastic legitimacy, religious orthodoxy, and historical consciousness, while wealthy individuals contributed to monasteries, schools, and civic projects. The careful coordination of patronage ensured that resources were directed strategically, reinforcing both political authority and cultural vitality. By integrating artistic, intellectual, and religious production into the broader framework of state objectives, the Macedonian emperors maximized the impact of cultural investment on both societal cohesion and imperial prestige. The Macedonian Renaissance also facilitated the integration of peripheral regions into the cultural and administrative life of the empire. Educational and artistic initiatives extended beyond Constantinople into provincial centers, fostering the dissemination of Byzantine identity, orthodox religious practice, and administrative norms. Fortified cities and monasteries served as nodes of cultural transmission, linking local elites with imperial authority and promoting cohesion across diverse territories. This geographic spread of intellectual and artistic activity enhanced both political control and social integration, illustrating the strategic use of culture as a tool of governance and cohesion. Military security continued to underpin cultural and intellectual activity. The reforms of the Macedonian emperors had created a reliable and disciplined army, fortified borders, and integrated administrative networks. These conditions allowed scholars, artists, and religious figures to pursue their work without the disruption of ongoing conflict, while also providing the material and logistical resources necessary to sustain complex projects. The relationship between security and cultural flourishing demonstrates the Byzantine understanding of the interdependence of state capacity, institutional strength, and intellectual activity. Cultural production, in turn, reinforced legitimacy, inspired loyalty, and transmitted imperial ideology, creating a mutually reinforcing cycle between military stability and intellectual advancement. In conclusion, the consolidation of the Macedonian Renaissance under military security, administrative reform, and imperial patronage represents a defining moment in Byzantine history. The integration of education, scholarship, artistic production, architecture, and religious scholarship within a framework of administrative and military stability allowed the empire to achieve a remarkable cultural and intellectual flourishing. The period demonstrates the interdependence of security, governance, and cultural vitality, highlighting the Byzantine capacity to coordinate multiple dimensions of statecraft in pursuit of enduring achievement. The Macedonian Renaissance not only preserved and revitalized classical and Christian knowledge, but also reinforced imperial authority, social cohesion, and cultural identity, establishing a model for sustained intellectual and artistic accomplishment that would influence Byzantine society for generations. The success of this period illustrates how a secure and well-organized state can provide the conditions necessary for comprehensive cultural, intellectual, and spiritual development, exemplifying the enduring legacy of the Macedonian dynasty in Byzantine history. During the 10th and early 11th centuries, the Byzantine Empire faced a series of escalating external threats that tested the resilience of the Macedonian dynasty and the administrative, military, and economic structures established during its consolidation. Among the most significant of these challenges were incursions and pressures from the Arab states in the eastern Mediterranean, the Bulgarian Empire in the Balkans, and the nomadic Pecheneg along the northern frontier. Each of these actors operated within distinct political, military, and cultural contexts, yet collectively they forced the Byzantine state to refine its strategies for defense, diplomacy, and territorial governance. Historical chronicles, such as those by John Skylitzes, Leo the Deacon, and Michael Sellos, alongside archaeological evidence from frontier fortifications, urban centers, and battlefield sites, provide detailed insights into the scale and complexity of these threats, illustrating both the vulnerabilities and adaptive capacities of the Byzantine state during this period. The Arab threat, particularly from the Abbasid Caliphate and the emergent emirates in Sicily and southern Italy, continued to challenge Byzantine control over the eastern Mediterranean and Anatolia. Although prior periods had seen successful Byzantine campaigns to secure the Aegean and western Anatolian regions, the Arab presence persisted in the form of naval raids, piracy, and intermittent territorial encroachment. Cities such as Crete, Cyzicus, and portions of Cilicia became focal points for defense and counteroffensive operations. The empire invested in both naval and land-based defenses, including reinforced city walls, fortified coastal installations, and the maintenance of mobile field forces capable of responding to raids. Naval innovation, particularly the refinement and deployment of dromons, the Byzantine warships equipped with Greek fire, was critical in limiting Arab maritime dominance and protecting trade routes essential for both economic stability and military logistics. In the Balkans, the Bulgarian Empire presented an enduring strategic challenge. Following the conversion of Bulgaria to Orthodox Christianity under Boris I in the 9th century, the Bulgarian state remained a capable and organized polity, periodically exerting military pressure against Byzantine holdings. The reign of Tsar Simeon I in the early 10th century represented a peak of Bulgarian power, during which the empire sought both territorial expansion and recognition of its ecclesiastical independence. Byzantine military responses included coordinated campaigns aimed at containing Bulgarian influence, fortifying key passes, and deploying thematic armies to secure border regions. Diplomatic engagement, including negotiated truces, tribute agreements, and dynastic marriages, complemented military strategy, demonstrating the Byzantine approach to integrating coercion with negotiation and managing powerful neighbors. Archaeological evidence from fortifications along the Danube and Thracian plains reflects the material dimensions of these defensive and offensive measures, highlighting the empire's commitment to securing its northern borders. The Pecheneg, a nomadic Turkic people who migrated into the Pontic-Caspian steppe, posed a distinct set of challenges along the empire's northern frontier. Unlike the Arabs or Bulgars, the Pecheneg operated as semi-nomadic raiders and mercenaries, conducting rapid incursions into Byzantine territory and exploiting weaknesses in frontier defenses. The Byzantine response involved both military and diplomatic measures, including the establishment of fortified frontier posts, the strategic placement of mobile cavalry units, and the use of subsidies and negotiated alliances to redirect Pecheneg aggression away from critical provinces. These policies reflected the Byzantine capacity for adaptive statecraft, leveraging a combination of force, diplomacy, and economic inducements to manage complex and unpredictable threats. The integration of Pecheneg into Byzantine military service as auxiliary forces exemplifies the pragmatic approach of the empire, balancing the immediate need for security with long-term strategic considerations. The cumulative effect of these external threats created a constant pressure on the empire's military, administrative, and fiscal systems. Sustained campaigns against Arabs, Bulgars, and Pecheneg required careful coordination of provincial forces, logistical planning, and revenue collection. The thematic system, which linked provincial administration with military obligations, proved critical in mobilizing resources efficiently, yet repeated demands tested both the resilience of local populations and the capacity of governors to manage civil and military responsibilities concurrently. Military garrisons, fortified urban centers, and strategically positioned field armies were essential in maintaining territorial integrity, while taxation and supply networks provided the necessary material support. Archaeological remains of fortifications, supply depots, and garrison structures illustrate the scale of investment and organization required to confront multiple, simultaneous threats across diverse geographic regions. Economic considerations were central to managing external threats. Military campaigns required funding for troop pay, equipment, fortification maintenance, and logistics, creating a sustained demand for revenue collection and fiscal oversight. The Macedonian dynasty's previous reforms, including standardized taxation, centralized oversight, and the integration of provincial elites into governance structures, enabled the empire to meet these demands without destabilizing internal administration. Urban centers served as hubs for production, trade, and resource distribution, supporting both local needs and the operational requirements of frontier forces. The coordination of economic and military systems exemplifies the Byzantine understanding of the interdependence of fiscal health, administrative capacity, and territorial security. Religious and ideological considerations also influenced the Byzantine response to external threats. Orthodox Christianity provided both a unifying framework and a source of legitimacy for military action. Campaigns against non-Christian or recently converted states, such as the Bulgars during periods of conflict, were framed within a moral and spiritual context, reinforcing the emperor's authority and appealing to the shared religious identity of the empire's populace. Monastic institutions, churches, and clergy contributed to intelligence gathering, logistical support, and morale, creating an interdependent relationship between religious authority and state security. This integration of ideology, administration, and military strategy exemplifies the Byzantine approach to comprehensive governance in the face of external pressures. Strategic innovation was evident in the empire's adaptation to evolving threats. The use of mobile cavalry units, fortified strongpoints, intelligence networks, and naval power reflected a sophisticated understanding of both geography and enemy capabilities. Campaigns were carefully timed to exploit seasonal and logistical advantages, while the coordination between thematic armies and central field forces allowed for flexible responses to raids, sieges, and large-scale invasions. This level of strategic planning, informed by both historical experience and contemporary intelligence, underscores the adaptive capacity of Byzantine military and administrative systems in maintaining resilience despite persistent external pressures. Diplomatic engagement remained a vital component of managing external threats. Treaties with Bulgaria, negotiated truces with Arab Emirates, and alliances or payments to the Pecheneg illustrate the empire's reliance on negotiation and strategic inducement alongside direct military action. Byzantine diplomacy was characterized by careful balancing of force and concession, seeking to maintain favorable borders, integrate potential adversaries into cooperative arrangements, and secure periods of relative peace that allowed internal consolidation. This dual approach of diplomacy and military preparedness reflects the empire's pragmatic and calculated approach to threat management, prioritizing long-term stability and operational flexibility. The interplay between internal administration and external threat management was critical. Provincial governors and military commanders were responsible not only for immediate defense, but also for maintaining economic production, legal order, and social cohesion. Repeated incursions by Arabs, Bulgars, or Pecheneg tested the capacity of these local authorities to balance competing demands. The Macedonian reforms, which integrated civil and military responsibilities within themes, proved effective in addressing these pressures, enabling coordinated responses that combined military, economic, and administrative measures. This structural integration of authority facilitated both rapid reaction to crises and sustained defense of vulnerable regions. The cumulative pressures of multiple external threats also influenced subsequent military and administrative strategy, prompting innovations in fortification design, army organization, and logistical planning. New frontier posts were constructed at strategic passes, rivers, and plains to intercept raiding forces. Cavalry units were trained for rapid response and reconnaissance, and supply networks were extended to ensure continuous provisioning. These developments reflected a learning process informed by previous campaigns, combining empirical knowledge with institutional adaptation. Archaeological evidence, including remnants of frontier forts, signal towers, and supply depots, demonstrates the practical implementation of these strategies and the empire's commitment to maintaining a resilient defense system. In conclusion, the rise of external threats from Arabs, Bulgars, and Pecheneg during the 10th and early 11th centuries constituted a defining challenge for the Byzantine Empire, testing the resilience of the Macedonian dynasty's military, administrative, and economic reforms. The empire responded through a combination of strategic military planning, fortified defense, diplomatic negotiation, and integrated provincial governance. Economic stability, religious legitimacy, and logistical organization were essential to sustaining these efforts, while adaptive innovation allowed the state to manage complex, multi-front pressures effectively. This period of external challenge not only shaped the empire's defensive capabilities, but also reinforced the importance of institutional coherence, strategic foresight, and integrated governance. By confronting these threats systematically, Byzantium preserved territorial integrity, strengthened administrative structures, and maintained the conditions necessary for continued cultural, intellectual, and military achievement in subsequent decades, illustrating the enduring adaptability and resilience of the Macedonian statecraft model. During the 10th and early 11th centuries, internal political struggles and dynastic challenges posed persistent threats to the stability of the Byzantine Empire, testing the resilience of the Macedonian dynasty even as it confronted formidable external pressures. Despite the administrative, military, and economic reforms implemented under Basil I and his successors, the complex interplay of succession disputes, court intrigue, and factional rivalry created vulnerabilities within the imperial system. These internal challenges were often intertwined with military and diplomatic considerations, as ambitions of aristocratic families, provincial governors, and influential court officials could disrupt coordination, divert resources, and even provoke civil conflict. Contemporary chronicles, including John Skylitz's Leo the Deacon, Michael Sellos, and later historians, document instances of usurpation, conspiracies, and regency disputes, while material evidence from palaces, fortifications, and provincial centers provides context for the political environment of the period. The Macedonian dynasty, while strengthened by institutional reforms, faced recurring issues of succession. The designation of heirs was frequently contested, and the absence of a clear primogeniture system left room for rival claims among sons, brothers, or other relatives of the reigning emperor. Emperors often attempted to secure succession through co-emperorship, marriage alliances, or the appointment of loyal courtiers, yet these measures were not always sufficient to prevent challenges. The instability resulting from contested succession could manifest in conspiracies within the palace, uprisings in provincial centers, or military revolts, particularly when factions perceived the reigning emperor as weak or illegitimate. Chroniclers frequently recount episodes of palace coups, including the deposition, blinding, or execution of rival claimants, demonstrating both the ruthlessness and the pragmatism employed to maintain dynastic continuity. Court intrigue was a central feature of Byzantine political life during this period, reflecting the concentration of power within Constantinople and the complex networks of influence surrounding the emperor. Aristocratic families, military leaders, bureaucrats, and members of the clergy all sought to advance their positions, influence policy, and secure imperial favor. Intrigues could involve alliance building, negotiation of marriage contracts, control of key offices, or manipulation of succession procedures. The imperial court functioned as a space where political, military, and ecclesiastical power intersected, and success in navigating these networks required both strategic insight and personal loyalty. While such intrigue could destabilize governance temporarily, it also reflected the highly structured and institutionalized nature of Byzantine politics, in which informal influence was balanced against formal authority and codified procedure. Regency periods were particularly prone to instability, as minority emperors or incapacitated rulers created openings for ambitious courtiers and family members. Empresses, eunuchs, generals, and high-ranking bureaucrats frequently assumed de facto authority during these periods, exercising control over military, fiscal, and administrative functions. While regencies could ensure continuity of governance, they also introduced uncertainty and competition for influence. The effectiveness of regents depended on their ability to balance competing interests, maintain military readiness, and secure the loyalty of provincial officials. Chronicled instances of regency conflict illustrate the delicate equilibrium between central authority and factional negotiation, highlighting the Byzantine capacity to absorb internal tension while preserving institutional integrity. Provincial aristocracy also played a significant role in internal political challenges. Landholding elites, commanding both economic resources and local military forces, could exert considerable influence over regional governance. In some cases, Provincial families resisted central authority, sought greater autonomy, or aligned with external powers to advance their interests. The integration of provincial elites into the thematic system and administrative structures, a hallmark of Macedonian reform, mitigated these risks by linking local authority to military service, fiscal obligations, and loyalty to the emperor. However, episodes of rebellion and insubordination, particularly in distant themes, underscore the ongoing challenge of balancing centralized authority with regional autonomy. Military force, diplomatic negotiation, and institutional incentives were used in combination to maintain cohesion and secure compliance with imperial directives. Religious institutions, while generally supportive of imperial authority, could also be sources of internal tension when ecclesiastical leaders aligned with factions or pursued independent agendas. The relationship between the emperor and the patriarchate, as well as monastic networks, required careful negotiation, particularly during periods of succession or political crisis. Religious sanction could legitimize a ruler's authority or, conversely, provide ideological justification for opposition. The Macedonian emperors leveraged religious patronage, doctrinal consistency, and institutional integration to maintain control, while ensuring that theological disputes or ecclesiastical ambitions did not undermine political stability. This dynamic demonstrates the Byzantine approach of integrating ideological, administrative, and political considerations into a cohesive strategy for internal governance. The interplay between military commanders and political authority also influenced internal stability. Generals commanding thematic or field armies held both military capability and regional influence, creating the potential for rebellion or challenge to central authority. Instances of military insubordination, regional revolt, or attempted usurpation are documented throughout this period, highlighting the dual necessity of maintaining both loyalty and operational effectiveness. The Macedonian emperors relied on a combination of personal authority, patronage, and institutional oversight to ensure that military power remained aligned with imperial objectives. Strategic rotation of commands, monitoring of provincial forces, and integration of local elites into command structures exemplified the deliberate management of military influence within the political system. Dynastic marriages, alliances, and adoption practices were also central to managing internal challenges. Marriages between imperial family members and provincial aristocracy or influential bureaucratic families were employed to reinforce loyalty, consolidate networks of influence, and secure succession pathways. Adoption or the appointment of co-emperors provided mechanisms for legitimizing claims, preventing disputes, and facilitating orderly transition. While these practices could mitigate instability, they were not foolproof, as evidenced by recurring conflicts among family members, rival factions, and ambitious courtiers. The careful orchestration of dynastic strategy reflects the Byzantine understanding of the complex interdependence of familial, political, and military authority. Economic pressures influenced internal political dynamics as well. Sustained military campaigns against Arabs, Bulgars, and Pecheneg, combined with the demands of maintaining administrative and infrastructural systems, required effective fiscal management. Instances of tax resistance, fiscal mismanagement, or resource scarcity could exacerbate factional disputes, provoke local unrest, and challenge central authority. The Macedonian reforms of standardized taxation, provincial oversight, and accountability mechanisms provided a stabilizing influence, yet fiscal pressures remained a constant consideration in political decision-making. The interconnection of economic stability with political and military authority highlights the comprehensive nature of Byzantine governance, in which each domain influenced the others in both stability and crisis. The historical record demonstrates that internal political struggles, while frequent, rarely resulted in long-term fragmentation. The resilience of the Macedonian institutional framework, including codified laws, administrative structures, thematic organization, and dynastic legitimacy, allowed the empire to absorb conflict without catastrophic disruption. Temporary usurpations, conspiracies, and revolts were typically contained and resolved, often through a combination of negotiation, coercion, and calculated force. This capacity to manage internal tension while maintaining broader structural stability reflects the adaptive and sophisticated nature of Byzantine statecraft, emphasizing both pragmatic governance and long-term strategic perspective. The cumulative effect of internal political challenges shaped subsequent developments in the empire, influencing succession planning, administrative adjustments, and military deployment. Experiences with palace intrigue, regency disputes, and provincial unrest informed reforms designed to balance centralized authority with the distribution of power among elites. Legal codification, bureaucratic oversight, and military integration were refined in response to recurring internal pressures, illustrating the dynamic relationship between institutional design and practical governance. The ability of the Byzantine state to learn from internal conflict and adapt its structures accordingly was a key factor in sustaining resilience throughout the 10th and 11th centuries. In conclusion, internal political struggles and dynastic challenges during the 10th and early 11th centuries represented a persistent test of Byzantine resilience, yet they were managed within a framework of institutional strength, strategic foresight, and adaptive governance. Succession disputes, court intrigue, provincial autonomy, military influence, and religious authority all interacted in complex ways, creating potential vulnerabilities that required careful oversight. The Macedonian dynasty's administrative, fiscal, and military reforms provided the structural foundation necessary to absorb these pressures, maintain centralized control, and preserve continuity in governance. By managing internal tensions alongside external threats, the Byzantine Empire maintained territorial integrity, political cohesion, and institutional adaptability, ensuring the conditions necessary for continued cultural, intellectual, and military achievement. The period underscores the Byzantine capacity to integrate multiple dimensions of statecraft, political, military, economic, and ideological, into a coherent and resilient system capable of sustaining imperial authority over extensive and diverse territories. In response to the mounting pressures from external adversaries and the persistent internal political challenges of the 10th and early 11th centuries, the Byzantine Empire undertook significant military reforms and refined its diplomatic strategies. These measures were designed to ensure the survival of the state, preserve territorial integrity, and maintain the operational effectiveness of the Macedonian administrative and military framework. Military innovation, logistical coordination, and adaptive diplomacy were integrated into a comprehensive strategy that balanced offensive capability with defensive security. Contemporary chronicles, including John Skylitz's, Leo the Deacon, and Michael Sello's, provide detailed accounts of military campaigns, fortification construction, and strategic alliances, while archaeological evidence, including frontier fortresses, city walls, and urban redevelopment, illustrates the material impact of these reforms. This period reflects the Byzantine understanding that survival in a complex geopolitical environment required the coordinated application of military, administrative, and diplomatic tools. Central to the military reforms of this period was the strengthening and reorganization of the thematic system, which linked regional administration with defense responsibilities. The themes, or provincial armies, were maintained at higher levels of readiness, with improved training, standardized equipment, and more effective command structures. Provincial commanders were granted clear authority over both civil and military matters, ensuring the rapid mobilization of forces in response to raids, invasions, or uprisings. Coordination between thematic units and central field armies allowed for flexible deployment, enabling the empire to respond to multiple threats simultaneously. This structural integration of civil and military authority reflected the lessons learned from prior periods of internal instability and external threat, demonstrating the adaptability of Byzantine governance to changing geopolitical conditions. In addition to thematic organization, specialized elite units were expanded and deployed to strategic regions. Heavy cavalry, including the renowned cataphractoi, was trained for both offensive and defensive operations, capable of rapid movement across varied terrain and decisive engagement with enemy forces. Light cavalry and reconnaissance units provided intelligence, secured communication lines, and conducted skirmishing operations to disrupt enemy movements. Naval forces, particularly the Drahman fleets, were enhanced to defend coastal cities, maintain control over the Aegean and Mediterranean trade routes, and counter the maritime capabilities of Arab and other adversaries. These reforms reflected an integrated approach to force composition, combining mobility, firepower, and logistical support to ensure operational effectiveness across diverse theaters of conflict. Fortifications were a central component of the empire's defensive strategy. Cities, towns, and strategic frontier positions were reinforced with strengthened walls, towers, gates, and moats. Key locations, including Thessalonica, Adrianople, and the cities along the Danube, were systematically upgraded to withstand prolonged sieges and provide secure bases for regional defense. Frontier fortresses were positioned to control access points, monitor enemy movements, and serve as rallying points for thematic armies. Archaeological evidence demonstrates the scale and sophistication of these fortifications, which integrated both traditional defensive techniques and innovations adapted to contemporary threats. The emphasis on durable, strategically placed fortifications illustrates the Byzantine understanding of geography, logistics, and tactical advantage in sustaining territorial security. Logistical coordination and supply systems were also refined to support sustained military operations. The empire developed networks for provisioning troops, distributing equipment, and ensuring consistent communication between central and provincial authorities. Roads, bridges, and storage facilities were maintained to facilitate rapid movement of forces and efficient allocation of resources. Thematic armies relied on local production and taxation for sustenance, while elite units and central forces were supported by imperial reserves. This integrated logistical system enabled the Byzantine military to operate effectively across extended territories, respond to unexpected threats, and maintain readiness for prolonged campaigns. The interdependence of logistics, administration, and military strategy highlights the sophisticated planning that characterized this period of Byzantine defense and expansion. Diplomatic strategies were closely intertwined with military reforms, reflecting the empire's pragmatic approach to managing multiple external threats. Treaties, alliances, and negotiated truces were employed to stabilize borders, redirect hostile attention, and create conditions favorable for internal consolidation. In the Balkans, the Byzantine state negotiated truces with the Bulgarian Empire, while simultaneously maintaining fortified positions and preparing thematic armies for potential conflict. Diplomatic engagement with the Pecheneg involved both payments and negotiated cooperation, integrating these nomadic forces into the strategic calculations of frontier defense. Arab Emirates in Sicily, southern Italy, and North Africa were countered through a combination of naval presence, military fortifications, and diplomatic negotiation. This dual approach of coercion and conciliation allowed the empire to preserve resources, maintain flexibility, and secure periods of relative peace conducive to internal stability and cultural development. The coordination of military and diplomatic measures was facilitated by the empire's sophisticated intelligence and communication systems. Provincial commanders and military governors reported on enemy movements, frontier conditions, and logistical needs, enabling centralized planning and rapid response. Signal towers, courier networks, and observation posts enhanced situational awareness, allowing both defensive and offensive actions to be executed efficiently. Diplomatic envoys and emissaries conveyed terms, negotiated truces, and monitored the reliability of allies and adversaries. This combination of intelligence, communication, and negotiation reflects the Byzantine recognition of information as a critical component of state security and strategic decision-making. Reforms also addressed the recruitment, retention, and loyalty of military personnel. Soldiers were granted land, titles, or other privileges in exchange for service, integrating military obligations with local economic and social structures. Provincial elites were incorporated into command hierarchies, ensuring that military authority was linked to both loyalty to the emperor and responsibility for regional stability. Training and discipline were standardized, emphasizing coordinated operations, battlefield tactics, and siege warfare. Specialized units, including both heavy and light cavalry, were deployed strategically, complementing thematic forces and providing flexibility in both offensive campaigns and defensive engagements. These measures ensured that the Byzantine military remained a disciplined, capable, and cohesive instrument of state power. Economic planning was integral to sustaining these reforms. Fiscal systems supported troop pay, fortification maintenance, equipment procurement, and logistical operations. Urban centers, provincial estates, and trade networks contributed to the material foundation necessary for military effectiveness. Taxation was closely monitored, and provincial oversight ensured that resources were allocated efficiently. The interplay between economic stability, administrative competence, and military readiness demonstrates the comprehensive approach of the Macedonian state to security and governance. By aligning fiscal, administrative, and military priorities, the empire maintained resilience in the face of persistent external pressures. Strategic flexibility was a hallmark of Byzantine military and diplomatic adaptation during this period. Campaigns were carefully planned to exploit terrain, seasonal conditions, and enemy weaknesses, while fortifications and thematic forces provided a secure base for both offensive and defensive operations. Diplomatic engagement was employed selectively, with truces and alliances timed to maximize strategic advantage and minimize risk. This capacity to combine tactical responsiveness with long-term planning allowed the empire to manage multiple threats simultaneously, preserving both territorial integrity and the operational effectiveness of its forces. The combination of military innovation, administrative coordination, and diplomatic calculation exemplifies the Byzantine approach to complex geopolitical challenges. The integration of ideology and legitimacy further reinforced the effectiveness of these reforms. Orthodox Christianity was central to the conceptual framework for military action, providing both motivation and legitimacy for campaigns. The defense of Orthodox communities, sacred sites, and imperial authority reinforced cohesion among troops, administrators, and the population at large. Religious institutions contributed to intelligence, logistics, and morale, while theological framing provided an ideological justification for military campaigns and diplomatic initiatives. This integration of spiritual and practical considerations strengthened the coherence and resilience of Byzantine strategic operations. In conclusion, the Byzantine military reforms and diplomatic strategies implemented during the 10th and early 11th centuries represented a critical adaptation to the dual pressures of external threats and internal political challenges. The integration of thematic armies, elite units, fortifications, logistics, intelligence systems, and diplomatic negotiation created a comprehensive framework for preserving security, maintaining territorial integrity, and projecting power. Economic, administrative, and ideological factors were closely coordinated to support these initiatives, ensuring that the empire could respond flexibly to multiple threats while sustaining internal cohesion. These measures not only addressed immediate challenges, but also reinforced institutional resilience, enabling Byzantium to preserve continuity, adapt to evolving geopolitical conditions, and prepare for subsequent periods of expansion, consolidation, and cultural development. The combination of military innovation, strategic diplomacy, and administrative competence exemplifies the adaptive and sophisticated statecraft that characterized the Macedonian dynasty and ensured the survival of the Byzantine Empire during a period of heightened external pressure and internal complexity. The prolonged external threats and internal political challenges of the 10th and early 11th centuries had significant socio-economic impacts on the Byzantine Empire, shaping patterns of production, urbanization, trade, and social organization. Continuous warfare, frontier defense, and military mobilization required substantial resource allocation, influencing taxation, labor distribution, and economic priorities. The empire's capacity to manage these pressures effectively was a testament to the administrative, military, and fiscal reforms implemented under the Macedonian dynasty. Archaeological evidence from fortified cities, rural estates, and trade centers, combined with contemporary chronicles and fiscal records, illustrates the intricate relationship between warfare, economic resilience, and social adaptation during this period. The interaction of military demand, administrative oversight, and societal response demonstrates the Byzantine ability to maintain continuity and recovery even under prolonged strain. One of the primary socioeconomic effects of continuous warfare was the disruption and reorganization of agricultural production. Anatolia, the empire's primary grain-producing region, as well as fertile areas in the Balkans and the Danube plains, were periodically exposed to raids, conscription demands, and military requisitions. Farmers faced the dual burden of providing for local sustenance and contributing resources to thematic armies, fortified garrisons, and imperial projects. In response, the Byzantine administration implemented measures to stabilize agricultural output, including reassessment of landholding structures, provision of tax exemptions or relief to loyal communities, and encouragement of improved cultivation techniques. Archaeological surveys of rural estates indicate sustained investment in irrigation, terracing, and storage facilities, suggesting that agricultural resilience was closely tied to imperial policy and regional administration. These measures ensured that essential production could continue even in contested or frontier regions, supporting both military and civilian needs. Urban centers were similarly affected by ongoing warfare and its socioeconomic consequences. Cities along strategic frontiers or key trade routes, such as Thessalonica, Adrianople, and cities in western Anatolia, were reinforced with fortifications, repurposed as military hubs, and integrated into logistical networks. While these measures provided protection and operational capacity, they also imposed economic burdens on urban populations. The maintenance of walls, garrisons, and supply depots required labor, taxation, and material contribution from local communities. Simultaneously, trade networks were vulnerable to disruption by raids, piracy, and regional instability, affecting markets, craft production, and artisanal activity. Byzantine administrators mitigated these pressures by offering privileges to loyal communities, regulating commerce, and fostering urban recovery through construction projects and market oversight. The resilience of cities during this period illustrates the capacity of Byzantine governance to sustain economic activity under sustained military and political pressure. Trade, both internal and external, was a critical dimension of the socio-economic impact of continuous warfare. Maritime commerce, particularly in the Aegean, Mediterranean, and Black Sea regions, faced threats from Arab naval activity, piracy, and blockades. Land-based trade routes were affected by incursions from Bulgars, Pecheneg, and other nomadic groups. In response, the empire relied on a combination of naval defense, fortified way stations, and diplomatic engagement to secure trade corridors. The administration also encouraged the development of local production centers, markets, and artisanal networks to reduce dependence on vulnerable long-distance supply lines. By stabilizing trade and ensuring the flow of essential goods, the Byzantine state preserved economic resilience, maintained fiscal revenue, and supported both military and civilian populations. Archaeological finds, including warehouses, coin hoards, and port infrastructure, provide tangible evidence of these adaptive measures and the centrality of commerce to imperial sustainability. Taxation and fiscal policy were deeply affected by continuous warfare. Sustained military campaigns, frontier defense, and reconstruction projects required reliable revenue streams, yet excessive taxation risked provoking local unrest or undermining productivity. The Macedonian administrative reforms, which had standardized tax assessment, introduced centralized oversight, and linked provincial officials to both fiscal and military responsibilities, proved critical in managing these challenges. Taxation was often adjusted according to the impact of conflict, with exemptions, deferments, or reassessments provided to communities affected by raids or military requisition. Fiscal management extended to urban centers, where the collection of customs duties, market levies, and urban taxes contributed to sustaining both local administration and military campaigns. This calibrated approach to revenue collection demonstrates the Byzantine emphasis on balancing resource mobilization with social stability, ensuring that economic demands did not compromise long-term resilience. Labor organization and social structure were also influenced by the ongoing demands of warfare. Soldiers and provincial elites were drawn into military service, often receiving land grants, titles, or other forms of compensation. Peasant populations participated indirectly through tax obligations, local defense duties, or labor contributions to fortification and infrastructure projects. Artisans, merchants, and clerics were integrated into networks that supported both civilian life and military operations. This integration of social roles reflects the Byzantine understanding of the interdependence between military, administrative, and economic functions. By aligning individual and community obligations with state objectives, the empire maintained cohesion and ensured that essential functions could be fulfilled despite recurring external pressures. Recovery strategies following raids, invasions, or internal instability were multifaceted, emphasizing reconstruction, population stabilization, and economic renewal. Fortified cities were repaired and reinforced, rural estates were restored, irrigated, and resupplied, markets and ports were reopened, and administrative oversight ensured that displaced populations were reintegrated into productive activity. These measures were often accompanied by incentives, such as tax relief, land grants, or protection guarantees, aimed at fostering loyalty, repopulating critical regions, and stabilizing economic output. Archaeological evidence of rebuilding, including repaired walls, restored dwellings, and reconstructed civic structures, underscores the systematic and state-directed nature of these recovery efforts. Recovery strategies were closely coordinated with ongoing military and administrative functions, reflecting the Byzantine capacity to manage simultaneous demands across multiple sectors. Religious institutions played a significant role in both economic resilience and social recovery. Monasteries, churches, and ecclesiastical networks provided food, shelter, and financial support to affected communities, served as centers of education and labor organization, and facilitated the restoration of social order. Religious authorities often mediated disputes, coordinated reconstruction projects, and reinforced imperial directives, linking ideological legitimacy with practical governance. This integration of spiritual and socio-economic functions strengthened both community cohesion and state authority, illustrating the Byzantine strategy of leveraging religious institutions as partners in recovery and stability. The cumulative socioeconomic effects of continuous warfare also influence patterns of population movement and settlement. Frontier areas, subject to raids or military recruitment, experienced periodic depopulation and resettlement, while urban centers attracted displaced populations seeking security and economic opportunity. Strategic relocation of populations, often under imperial direction, allowed for the consolidation of loyal communities, the reinforcement of frontier defense, and the stabilization of critical production areas. Settlement patterns were closely coordinated with military, administrative, and economic planning, demonstrating the integrated approach of Byzantine governance. Archaeological studies of rural and urban sites provide evidence of these movements, including the establishment of fortified villages, reoccupation of abandoned estates, and urban expansion in strategically important locations. Technological and logistical adaptations were critical to mitigating the socio-economic impact of warfare. Improvements in agricultural tools, irrigation systems, storage facilities, and transportation infrastructure enhanced productivity, reduced vulnerability to disruption, and supported sustained economic growth. Fortifications incorporated advanced engineering techniques, allowing for the efficient allocation of labor and materials. Supply chains were refined to facilitate rapid delivery of food, equipment, and building materials to both military and civilian populations. These innovations demonstrate the Byzantine capacity to apply practical solutions to complex challenges, linking technological development with broader administrative, military, and economic objectives. In conclusion, the socio-economic impacts of continuous warfare during the 10th and early 11th centuries were profound but effectively managed through a combination of administrative foresight, military organization, economic policy, and social integration. Agricultural production, urban resilience, trade, taxation, labor organization, population management, and religious institutions all interacted to mitigate disruption, support recovery, and and maintain stability. The Byzantine Empire's capacity to coordinate these multiple dimensions of state activity allowed it to absorb the shocks of repeated conflict while preserving long-term productivity, cohesion, and institutional integrity. Recovery strategies emphasized reconstruction, population stabilization, and economic renewal, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of the interdependence between security, governance, and societal well-being. The empire's ability to manage the socio-economic consequences of warfare underscores the enduring adaptability of Byzantine institutions, ensuring that external pressures and internal challenges did not compromise the state's capacity for continuity, cultural development, and territorial control. By integrating military preparedness with economic planning and social organization, the Byzantines established a resilient model of survival that sustained the empire during a period of sustained adversity, setting the stage for subsequent periods of recovery, expansion, and intellectual and cultural achievement. The Orthodox Church during the 11th and 12th centuries occupied a central position in Byzantine society, functioning as both a spiritual institution and a key instrument of social, political, and cultural cohesion. Its influence extended far beyond liturgical practice, encompassing education, legal authority, moral guidance, and administrative oversight. The Church was deeply integrated with the state, operating in a partnership that reinforced imperial legitimacy while asserting its own organizational autonomy and doctrinal authority. This duality reflected the Byzantine conception of symphonia, the harmonious interaction between emperor and patriarch, which was a defining principle of governance during this period. Ecclesiastical authority, exercised through the Patriarchate of Constantinople, regional bishops, and monastic networks, provided ideological consistency, social regulation, and an enduring moral framework for a diverse and expansive empire. The Patriarch, as the senior ecclesiastical official in Constantinople, played a critical role in mediating the relationship between the imperial court and the broader clergy. Patriarchs were responsible for overseeing doctrinal orthodoxy, regulating liturgical practice, and supervising subordinate bishops across the empire. The office also functioned as a political intermediary, offering counsel to the emperor, participating in the ceremonial affirmation of authority, and occasionally acting as a stabilizing force during periods of succession disputes or internal unrest. Notable patriarchs of this period, such as Michael Carolarios in the late 11th century, exemplified the capacity of ecclesiastical leadership to influence both religious and political affairs, shaping the ideological and administrative contours of the empire. Chronicles and ecclesiastical records demonstrate the extensive administrative and judicial responsibilities of the Patriarchate, illustrating its integral role within Byzantine governance. Regional bishops were similarly essential to the functioning of the Church and its societal influence. Each bishopric managed local clergy, oversaw religious education, adjudicated matters of canon law, and maintained liturgical and charitable institutions. Bishops coordinated closely with provincial governors and thematic authorities, integrating ecclesiastical and civil structures to reinforce social order. They were often involved in the establishment of schools, hospitals, and orphanages, demonstrating the Church's role in providing social services and promoting literacy. The hierarchical organization of the Church allowed for both centralized doctrinal oversight and localized administrative adaptability, ensuring consistency of belief while accommodating regional needs and customs. Archaeological evidence from cathedrals, episcopal residences, and ecclesiastical archives confirms the geographic distribution and operational complexity of episcopal governance. Monastic communities functioned as both spiritual centers and hubs of education, scholarship, and artistic production. Monasteries such as Mount Athos, Stud Ion, and other prominent establishments were instrumental in preserving classical Greek texts, producing theological treatises, and training clergy. Monastic scriptoriums generated illuminated manuscripts, codices, and religious commentaries, while simultaneously serving as centers of literacy and intellectual transmission. Monastic discipline emphasized communal organization, self-sufficiency, and adherence to canonical regulations, creating institutions capable of sustaining both spiritual and practical functions over extended periods. The monastic network provided a stabilizing influence during periods of political or military disruption, offering continuity in religious practice, education, and moral guidance for both urban and rural populations. The Church's educational role was closely tied to the training of clergy, bureaucrats, and literate elites. Cathedral and monastic schools provided instruction in theology, liturgy, rhetoric, and classical learning, ensuring that administrative and ecclesiastical personnel were adequately prepared for service. Education extended beyond the elite to include charitable instruction for children of local communities, fostering social cohesion and reinforcing Orthodox identity. The integration of moral instruction, literacy, and doctrinal education illustrates the Byzantine understanding of knowledge as both a practical and ideological resource necessary for effective governance, spiritual guidance, and cultural continuity. This approach contributed to the creation of an educated class capable of supporting imperial administration, legal adjudication, and ecclesiastical authority. Artistic expression was deeply connected to the Church's institutional presence and doctrinal framework. Iconography, mosaics, frescoes, and religious architecture were not merely decorative, but served didactic and liturgical purposes, conveying theological principles, historical narratives, and imperial legitimacy. Churches were designed with careful attention to spatial organization, acoustics, and symbolic representation, reinforcing religious experience and community identity. Icon production followed established theological conventions, emphasizing continuity and orthodoxy while integrating regional artistic innovations. Manuscript illumination and religious sculpture combined aesthetic refinement with educational and devotional function, reflecting the Church's centrality in shaping visual and material culture. Archaeological studies of religious sites, icon panels, and manuscript collections demonstrate the scope, sophistication, and durability of Byzantine artistic achievement within ecclesiastical contexts. The Church's legal and administrative authority extended into civil and societal matters, particularly through canon law and ecclesiastical courts. Matters of marriage, inheritance, moral conduct, and clerical discipline were regulated under ecclesiastical jurisdiction, providing a consistent framework for social order. Clergy and monastic officials acted as advisors, mediators, and arbiters, reinforcing imperial directives while ensuring compliance with canonical norms. This dual authority, both spiritual and administrative, positioned the Church as a central arbiter of societal values and governance, linking ethical, religious, and legal dimensions into an integrated system of social regulation. Contemporary texts and legal codices, including collections of canons and imperial edicts, illustrate the systematic application of ecclesiastical authority across multiple domains. The Church's influence also extended into economic life. Monastic estates, cathedral lands, and charitable foundations accumulated wealth through donations, bequests, and imperial endowments, which were then reinvested in education, infrastructure, and relief programs. Monasteries managed agricultural production, coordinated trade for local consumption, and contributed labor to fortifications and construction projects. By integrating economic management with spiritual and social functions, the Church became a significant player in sustaining regional economies, supporting state initiatives, and providing for vulnerable populations. The combination of resource management, social service, and spiritual authority underscores the Byzantine approach to institutional multifunctionality, ensuring that religious institutions contributed materially and socially to the broader objectives of state and society. The Church's relationship with the emperor reinforced imperial authority and legitimized political power. Ceremonial functions, including coronations, religious processions, and state rituals, were conducted in conjunction with ecclesiastical leadership, symbolizing the symphonic relationship between secular and spiritual authority. Religious sanction provided moral and ideological justification for military campaigns, administrative policies, and dynastic succession. In turn, imperial patronage supported the construction of churches, monasteries, and educational institutions, creating a mutually reinforcing cycle of authority, legitimacy, and resource allocation. This reciprocal relationship exemplifies the Byzantine strategy of integrating religious institutions into the broader framework of governance and social cohesion. External relations and diplomacy were influenced by the Church's role in projecting Byzantine cultural and religious identity. Missions to neighboring states, the coordination of ecclesiastical hierarchy in contested regions, and participation in theological debates with Western or Eastern neighbors reinforced the empire's influence and ideological reach. Orthodox identity served as both a unifying factor internally and a marker of political and cultural distinction externally. The Church's involvement in diplomacy and cross-cultural engagement illustrates its function as a mediator, educator, and representative of Byzantine authority and values beyond the immediate borders of the empire. In conclusion, the Orthodox Church in the 11th and 12th centuries was central to Byzantine society, shaping spiritual, intellectual, cultural, legal, economic, and political life. Its hierarchical structure, encompassing the patriarchate, regional bishops, and monastic networks, facilitated coordinated governance, doctrinal consistency, and social stability. The Church's educational, artistic, and economic activities reinforced both regional and imperial cohesion, while its integration with imperial authority provided legitimacy and ideological continuity. By combining spiritual guidance with practical administration, social service, and cultural production, the Orthodox Church exemplified the Byzantine model of institutional multifunctionality, sustaining both societal order and cultural vitality during a period of ongoing external and internal challenges. The Church's enduring influence ensured that Orthodox principles permeated daily life, governance, and cultural expression, establishing a foundation for subsequent developments in Byzantine intellectual, artistic, and social history. This centrality of the Church demonstrates the interdependence of religious and political institutions in maintaining the coherence, resilience, and identity of the Byzantine Empire. Monasticism during the 11th and 12th centuries served as a central pillar of Byzantine intellectual, cultural, and religious life. Monasteries functioned not only as centers of spiritual devotion, but also as hubs of scholarship, education, and manuscript production, preserving classical learning and transmitting theological and secular knowledge across generations. These institutions, often strategically located in both urban centers and remote regions, provided a disciplined environment in which monastic communities could dedicate themselves to study, writing, and copying texts. By integrating intellectual activity with religious practice, monasticism became a vital conduit for the continuity of knowledge in a period marked by political complexity, military engagement, and cultural transformation. Archaeological and textual evidence from prominent monastic sites, including Mount Athos, the Studion Monastery, and the Monastery of St. Catherine in Sinai, illustrates the sophistication of monastic educational practices, library organization, and manuscript production. Monastic communities were organized according to established rules and regulations, most notably the Typicon, which provided guidelines for daily routines, religious observance, communal responsibilities, and intellectual activity. The Typicon codified schedules for prayer, study, labor, and hospitality, ensuring that monastic life was structured and consistent. Within this framework, monks devoted substantial time to copying religious texts, preserving theological works, and producing commentaries on Scripture. Scriptoriums within monasteries were carefully organized to facilitate manuscript production, with designated areas for writing, illumination, and binding. These facilities not only preserved sacred texts but also safeguarded classical Greek and Roman literature, philosophical treatises, and scientific works, ensuring that the intellectual heritage of the ancient Mediterranean world remained accessible to subsequent generations. The production of manuscripts was a meticulous and highly skilled endeavor. Scribes employed precise calligraphy, standardized punctuation, and careful layout to ensure clarity and durability, while illuminators enhanced texts with decorative elements, iconography, and symbolic motifs. These manuscripts served multiple purposes: liturgical use, theological study, educational instruction, and administrative reference. The integration of aesthetic, intellectual, and practical functions within manuscript production illustrates the Byzantine understanding of knowledge as both a sacred and utilitarian resource. Archaeological findings, including surviving codices, palimpsests, and fragments, demonstrate the high standards of craftsmanship, organization, and material investment that characterized monastic scholarly activity. Monastic scholarship extended beyond textual preservation to include the creation of commentaries, treatises, and compilations. Theological reflection, biblical exegesis, and moral instruction were central to monastic intellectual life, but many monasteries also engaged in the study of history, philosophy, medicine, astronomy, and natural sciences. Monastic scholars often corresponded with clergy, imperial officials, and other learned communities, creating networks of knowledge that spanned both geography and social hierarchy. This exchange of information facilitated the dissemination of ideas, the standardization of educational curricula, and the cultivation of a literate and informed elite capable of serving in ecclesiastical, administrative, and diplomatic capacities. Monasteries were also integral to the training of clergy and the education of future scholars. Monastic schools provided instruction in reading, writing, theology, liturgy, and classical literature, ensuring that candidates for clerical service possessed the necessary intellectual and moral formation. Beyond clerical training, monasteries offered educational opportunities to the sons of provincial elites and other literate members of society, fostering a broader culture of literacy and intellectual engagement. The curriculum emphasized both doctrinal understanding and practical skills, preparing students for service in churches, administrative offices, and monastic institutions. By serving as centers of education, monasteries reinforced the continuity of intellectual traditions, promoted social mobility, and strengthened the cohesion of both religious and civic life. Intellectual life within monasteries was closely tied to artistic and cultural production. Manuscript illumination, iconography, and decorative arts were cultivated alongside textual scholarship, reflecting a holistic approach to cultural expression. Iconographic programs often illustrated theological concepts, historical narratives, or moral lessons, serving both educational and devotional purposes. Architectural design and spatial organization of monastic complexes supported contemplative practice, communal gathering, and scholarly activity. The combination of material culture, aesthetic sophistication, and intellectual rigor demonstrates the integration of multiple dimensions of Byzantine monastic life, highlighting the importance of monasticism in shaping cultural and artistic traditions across the empire. Monastic networks were interconnected across regional and geographic boundaries, facilitating the transmission of knowledge, texts, and scholarly methods. Monks traveled to exchange manuscripts, participate in theological debates, or undertake pilgrimage, creating channels of intellectual and spiritual exchange. Monastic correspondence, recorded in letters, treatises, and library catalogs, further extended these networks, allowing for the dissemination of ideas, scholarly techniques, and educational resources. The cumulative effect of these interactions was a dynamic and resilient intellectual culture, capable of sustaining scholarship and education even amid periods of political instability, military threat, or economic fluctuation. Economic activity within monasteries supported both intellectual and spiritual pursuits. Monastic estates produced food, raw materials, and artisanal goods, providing resources necessary for daily sustenance, manuscript production, and charitable activity. Revenues from donations, imperial endowments, and agricultural surplus were reinvested in libraries, scriptoriums, and construction projects. This self-sufficiency allowed monasteries to maintain autonomy, preserve scholarly programs, and respond to external challenges without compromising intellectual or spiritual objectives. The integration of economic, administrative, and scholarly functions demonstrates the Byzantine capacity to align practical resource management with cultural and intellectual continuity. Monastic intellectual life also played a role in the broader political and cultural landscape. Monastic scholars contributed to theological debates, advised emperors, and influenced doctrinal and administrative decisions. Their writings informed policy on matters of morality, education, law, and ecclesiastical governance, integrating scholarly expertise with statecraft. The authority of monastic intellectuals was reinforced by their moral and spiritual credibility, providing a bridge between religious doctrine and practical administration. This dynamic highlights the multifaceted contribution of monasticism to the continuity and stability of Byzantine society, encompassing both internal coherence and external influence. The preservation of classical and secular knowledge within monastic settings ensured the transmission of intellectual traditions across generations. Texts on philosophy, science, mathematics, and medicine were copied, studied, and disseminated alongside theological works, reflecting the Byzantine commitment to a holistic understanding of learning. Monastic scholars were instrumental in maintaining continuity with the intellectual achievements of antiquity, adapting and integrating these traditions into the evolving religious, cultural, and administrative frameworks of the empire. This preservation and adaptation of knowledge provided the foundation for later Byzantine scholarship and influenced intellectual currents in neighboring regions, including Slavic and Western European territories. In conclusion, monasticism in the 11th and 12th centuries functioned as a cornerstone of Byzantine intellectual, cultural, and spiritual life. Monasteries served as centers of learning, manuscript production, education, and artistic expression, preserving classical and theological knowledge while cultivating new intellectual and cultural achievements. Through careful organization, disciplined routines, and integration of spiritual and scholarly practice, monastic communities ensured continuity of knowledge, supported social cohesion, and contributed to both religious and secular governance. The interconnection of scholarly, artistic, economic, and religious functions within monastic institutions exemplifies the Byzantine model of institutional multifunctionality, reinforcing the enduring influence of monasticism on cultural, intellectual, and administrative life. By sustaining learning, preserving texts, and promoting education across the empire, monasteries played a pivotal role in the resilience, continuity, and intellectual vitality of Byzantine society, shaping the foundations of Orthodox culture and the transmission of knowledge for subsequent generations. Artistic expression during the 11th and 12th centuries was a defining feature of Byzantine cultural identity, manifesting in mosaics, icons, and architectural achievements that conveyed religious, political, and social values. These forms of visual culture were closely integrated with the Orthodox Church, imperial patronage, and monastic institutions, reflecting a sophisticated system of artistic production and symbolic communication. Mosaics adorned churches, public buildings, and imperial complexes, providing both didactic and aesthetic function by depicting sacred narratives, imperial authority, and theological principles. Iconography, produced in both portable panels and ecclesiastical contexts, reinforced devotional practices and facilitated spiritual contemplation, while architecture demonstrated the empire's technical innovation, aesthetic refinement, and symbolic articulation of sacred space. Archaeological surveys, surviving examples, and contemporary descriptions attest to the scale, precision, and enduring influence of Byzantine art, demonstrating its centrality to societal identity and cultural continuity. Mosaics represented one of the most prominent artistic forms of the period, characterized by intricate design, vibrant coloration, and thematic coherence. Religious subjects dominated mosaics, illustrating biblical scenes, the lives of saints, and doctrinal symbolism. Emperors, often depicted in mosaic programs, were visually integrated into sacred narratives, emphasizing the intertwined nature of political and spiritual authority. The precise arrangement of tesserae, use of reflective glass and gold leaf, and careful attention to proportion and perspective contributed to the visual impact and enduring quality of these works. Notable examples, including mosaics in the Hagia Sophia of Constantinople and provincial churches, reveal both regional variations and adherence to canonical conventions, reflecting the balance between local artistic interpretation and centralized religious orthodoxy. These mosaics functioned as both devotional objects and instructional tools, reinforcing theological understanding among clergy and laity alike. Iconography was central to Byzantine devotional practice and cultural expression, serving as a medium for spiritual reflection and liturgical function. Icons depicted Christ, the Virgin Mary, saints, and angels, often following standardized stylistic conventions designed to convey spiritual rather than naturalistic realism. The production of icons involved meticulous preparation, including the selection of wood panels, application of gesso, careful layering of pigments, and gilding. Iconographers adhered to theological guidelines, ensuring that visual representation aligned with doctrinal principles. Icons were venerated within churches, monastic settings, and private chapels, facilitating personal devotion and communal worship. Their portability allowed for distribution across the empire and beyond, enabling the dissemination of Byzantine spiritual and artistic values to peripheral regions. Surviving icons, particularly from Mount Athos, St. Catherine's Monastery, and Constantinople, provide insight into production techniques, artistic conventions, and the spiritual significance attributed to these objects. Architectural achievement was another defining component of Byzantine artistic expression, reflecting both technical innovation and symbolic intent. Churches, monasteries, and public structures were designed with careful attention to spatial organization, structural engineering, and aesthetic presentation. The cross and square plan became increasingly standardized in provincial architecture, integrating central domes with subsidiary spaces to create harmonious proportions and facilitate liturgical function. Domes, often constructed with pendentives and supported by complex buttressing systems, allowed for expansive interior volumes, contributing both to acoustic performance and the visual prominence of iconographic programs. Architectural decoration, including mosaics, frescoes, and sculptural reliefs, enhanced the experiential and instructional dimensions of these spaces. The design of religious architecture reflected theological priorities, emphasizing both the transcendence of the sacred and the practical requirements of communal worship. Imperial patronage played a critical role in the development of Byzantine artistic expression. Emperors commissioned churches, mosaics, icons, and other artistic works to reinforce political legitimacy, commemorate victories, and symbolize the continuity of imperial authority. Funding, labor, and materials were allocated through centralized administrative structures, often coordinated with ecclesiastical authorities and monastic institutions. The visual integration of imperial figures within religious contexts symbolized the symphonic relationship between state and church, asserting the divine sanction of political authority. Archaeological and textual evidence demonstrates the scale of imperial investment, the precision of project oversight, and the coordination of artisans, reflecting both technical sophistication and strategic cultural planning. Regional variation contributed to the diversity of Byzantine artistic output while maintaining overall thematic and stylistic coherence. Provincial centers developed local schools of iconography and architectural design, often incorporating materials, motifs, and techniques specific to their geography. While adhering to overarching theological and aesthetic standards, regional artisans introduced innovations in mosaic coloration, icon composition, and structural ornamentation. This balance between centralized orthodoxy and localized adaptation allowed for both standardization and creative expression, reinforcing cultural identity while accommodating practical considerations such as resource availability and environmental conditions. Comparative analysis of mosaics, frescoes, and church layouts across the empire demonstrates this dynamic interplay between uniformity and regional specificity. Technological innovation supported the refinement of artistic production. Advances in mosaic technique, pigment preparation, and gilding methods enhanced visual impact and durability. Architectural engineering, including the development of pendentives, barrel vaults, and cross-domed structures, allowed for increasingly ambitious spatial designs. Tools, workshops, and material procurement were systematically organized, ensuring consistent quality and facilitating large-scale projects. The integration of technological, aesthetic, and theological considerations reflects the Byzantine approach to artistic production as a multidimensional enterprise, combining practical skill with symbolic and didactic purpose. Monastic communities played a central role in both artistic training and production. Monastic scriptoriums and workshops produced illuminated manuscripts, devotional icons, and architectural embellishments, providing apprenticeships, instruction, and practical experience. Monastic involvement ensured that artistic production was closely aligned with theological instruction, spiritual practice, and educational objectives. Manuscript illumination, in particular, integrated visual artistry with textual scholarship, creating objects that were simultaneously devotional, educational, and culturally significant. The combination of monastic oversight, skilled craftsmanship, and doctrinal guidance reinforced the coherence, quality, and symbolic meaning of Byzantine artistic output. The didactic and symbolic function of Byzantine art extended beyond aesthetics to moral and spiritual education. Mosaics, icons, and architectural spaces conveyed theological principles, biblical narratives, and ethical exemplars, guiding both clergy and laity in religious understanding and practice. The integration of visual, spatial, and liturgical elements created immersive environments that reinforced communal identity, moral instruction, and spiritual reflection. By embedding instruction within sensory experience, Byzantine art served as a medium for both cultural continuity and moral formation, ensuring that aesthetic engagement was inseparable from educational and devotional function. In conclusion, artistic expression in the 11th and 12th centuries exemplified the Byzantine synthesis of religious, political, and cultural priorities. Mosaics, icons, and architecture served not only as aesthetic achievements, but as instruments of instruction, devotion, and social cohesion. Imperial patronage, monastic oversight, and regional variation facilitated the production of works that were both technically sophisticated and symbolically resonant. Technological innovation, meticulous craftsmanship, and doctrinal guidance ensured the durability, coherence, and pedagogical efficacy of artistic outputs. By integrating visual, spatial, and spiritual dimensions, Byzantine artistic expression reinforced both Orthodox religious identity and imperial authority, sustaining cultural continuity and intellectual vitality across the empire. The enduring influence of these works, preserved in churches, monasteries, and manuscripts, underscores the centrality of artistic achievement in shaping Byzantine society, reflecting a civilization in which aesthetic mastery, religious devotion, and political legitimacy were inseparably linked. This integration of artistry, architecture, and ideology set the foundation for subsequent developments in Eastern Orthodox culture and influenced the broader Mediterranean world, demonstrating the profound role of visual culture in sustaining Byzantine identity and cohesion. Religious controversies and theological debates during the 11th and 12th centuries exerted profound influence on Byzantine culture, politics, and social organization, shaping both institutional structures and individual belief systems. Theological disputes were not merely abstract or intellectual exercises. They were closely intertwined with imperial authority, ecclesiastical hierarchy, and societal cohesion. Key controversies addressed doctrinal interpretation, the legitimacy of religious practices, and the relationship between the Orthodox Church and external Christian traditions. These debates affected political legitimacy, the administration of ecclesiastical authority, the organization of monastic networks, and broader cultural expression. Contemporary sources, including the writings of Michael Psellos, Anna Komnene, and patriarchal synodal records, provide detailed accounts of doctrinal arguments, ecclesiastical decisions, and imperial interventions, illustrating the pervasive and complex influence of theological discourse in Byzantine life. One of the defining theological debates of the period concerned the nature of icons and the role of religious imagery in worship. While the iconoclastic controversies of the 8th and 9th centuries had formally concluded, their theological and cultural legacy continued to influence artistic production, ecclesiastical policy, and devotional practice. Monks, clergy, and imperial authorities engaged in careful deliberation over the proper use, veneration, and theological justification of icons. Iconography was defended on the basis of its capacity to instruct the faithful, reinforce doctrinal orthodoxy, and facilitate spiritual contemplation. Opponents of excessive or improper veneration emphasized the need for doctrinal purity, cautioning against idolatry. These debates were resolved through synodal decisions and sustained theological discourse, resulting in codified practices that guided icon production, display, and veneration. The resolution of iconographic debates reinforced the centrality of visual culture in worship, legitimized monastic and artistic practices, and established enduring standards for religious art and material culture. Theological discussions extended to liturgical practice and ritual interpretation, encompassing questions of sacramental administration, clerical hierarchy, and observance of ecclesiastical law. Debates often involved the Patriarchate of Constantinople, regional bishops, and monastic leaders, reflecting the multiplicity of voices within the Orthodox Church. Liturgical standardization, particularly regarding the celebration of the Eucharist, fasting practices, and feasts, was pursued to ensure doctrinal coherence across the empire. Monastic communities contributed to these discussions by providing scholarly interpretation, producing instructional texts, and offering practical guidance for clergy and laity. These deliberations influenced both the content and structure of worship, shaping communal identity, reinforcing theological orthodoxy, and integrating spiritual practice with administrative oversight. The relationship between the Byzantine Church and external Christian traditions, particularly the Latin Church of Western Europe, generated additional theological and political tensions. Disputes over doctrinal interpretation, liturgical practices, and ecclesiastical authority were exacerbated by cultural, linguistic, and political differences. The Filioque controversy, concerning the procession of the Holy Spirit, emerged as a prominent theological dispute that contributed to the deepening division between Eastern and Western Christianity. Byzantine theologians and ecclesiastical authorities articulated precise doctrinal positions, defended orthodox interpretations, and engaged in correspondence, debate, and, at times, polemical writing aimed at clarifying or contesting Western claims. These theological engagements had practical political consequences, influencing diplomatic relations, ecclesiastical alignment, and imperial policy. The theological articulation of Eastern Orthodox doctrines served to define cultural identity, reinforce imperial legitimacy, and delineate boundaries of religious authority within and beyond the empire. Monastic communities were central participants in theological debates, serving as centers of scholarship, education, and doctrinal authority. Monks produced treatises, commentaries, and polemical writings addressing key theological questions, often drawing on scriptural exegesis, patristic sources, and classical learning. Monastic intellectual activity provided the foundation for doctrinal development, informed synodal decisions, and guided the interpretation of religious practice. Monasteries also functioned as forums for discussion, training, and dissemination of theological positions, reinforcing coherence among clergy and the educated laity. The integration of monastic scholarship with broader ecclesiastical and imperial structures exemplifies the Byzantine strategy of embedding intellectual and doctrinal authority within institutional frameworks that supported both governance and religious continuity. Theological debates had direct implications for political authority, particularly regarding the relationship between emperor and patriarch. Emperors were expected to uphold orthodox doctrine, enforce ecclesiastical decisions, and participate in the resolution of doctrinal disputes. The assertion of imperial authority in theological matters reinforced legitimacy, stabilized succession, and strengthened the symphonic relationship between state and church. Conversely, patriarchs and senior clergy exercised influence in shaping imperial policy, mediating disputes, and legitimizing rulers. Controversial theological issues often became intertwined with questions of political loyalty, succession disputes, or regional autonomy, illustrating the inseparability of religion and governance in Byzantine society. Synodal records, imperial edicts, and contemporary chronicles document the complex interplay of religious debate and political strategy during this period, demonstrating the practical significance of theological discourse. Religious controversies also influenced cultural production and artistic expression. Doctrinal decisions shaped iconography, architectural design, and liturgical ornamentation, ensuring that visual and material culture adhered to theological standards. Debates over the representation of sacred figures, the use of symbolic motifs, and the integration of theological themes into architecture informed the development of mosaics, frescoes, and ecclesiastical decoration. Artistic innovation was often guided by doctrinal clarity, balancing aesthetic sophistication with adherence to orthodoxy. Monastic and imperial workshops implemented these standards, producing works that were both visually compelling and theologically instructive. The integration of theological debate, cultural production, and institutional oversight illustrates the Byzantine approach to maintaining coherence across religious, artistic, and intellectual domains. Theological disputes also shaped the education of clergy and laity. Seminaries, monastic schools, and cathedral instruction programs incorporated doctrinal instruction, moral teaching, and scriptural interpretation into broader curricula. Clerics were trained to understand, articulate, and apply theological principles in pastoral, administrative, and educational contexts. Laity, particularly members of the urban elite, were exposed to theological discourse through sermons, liturgical participation, and community instruction. This educational integration ensured that theological debate influenced not only scholarly and ecclesiastical elites, but also the broader population, fostering shared understanding, religious cohesion, and social stability. Economic and administrative structures were indirectly affected by theological debates. Decisions regarding the legitimacy of monastic foundations, the regulation of church lands, and the allocation of resources were informed by doctrinal considerations. Monastic and ecclesiastical estates contributed to regional economies, provided charitable services, and supported intellectual and artistic production. The theological status of institutions influenced fiscal oversight, imperial patronage, and local governance, demonstrating the material and administrative consequences of doctrinal discourse. By linking religious debate to tangible administrative outcomes, Byzantine society ensured that theological reflection had practical significance in sustaining institutional stability, economic functionality, and social cohesion. In conclusion, religious controversies and theological debates in the 11th and 12th centuries played a central role in shaping Byzantine culture, politics, and institutional life. The articulation and resolution of doctrinal questions influenced ecclesiastical organization, imperial authority, artistic production, education, and social cohesion. Monastic scholarship, episcopal oversight, and imperial engagement ensured that theological discourse was systematically integrated into both intellectual and administrative frameworks. These debates reinforced cultural identity, delineated political and religious boundaries, and guided the production of material and artistic culture. By intertwining theological reflection with governance, education, and artistic expression, the Byzantine Empire maintained coherence, stability, and cultural continuity during a period of complex internal and external pressures. The careful management of religious controversy exemplifies the empire's capacity to integrate intellectual, spiritual, and political life, ensuring that doctrinal clarity, institutional authority, and cultural vitality reinforced one another across the Byzantine world. This synthesis of theological, cultural, and political concerns underscores the enduring influence of religious debate in sustaining both the identity and governance of the Byzantine Empire, establishing frameworks that would shape Orthodox Christianity and Byzantine society for centuries to come. The arrival and expansion of the Seljuk Turks into Anatolia during the late 11th century represented a significant military and strategic challenge for the Byzantine Empire, prompting profound adaptations in defense policy, army organization, and territorial administration. The Seljuks, originating from Central Asia, had migrated westward and established a powerful presence in the eastern regions of Anatolia, exploiting the weakened defensive infrastructure of the empire following prior internal instability and civil unrest. Their military effectiveness, characterized by rapid cavalry movements, archery proficiency, and flexible tactics, required the Byzantines to reconsider traditional methods of warfare and develop innovative strategies to protect both frontier territories and core regions of the empire. Historical sources, including Anna Komnene's Alexiad, chronicles, and military treatises, provide detailed accounts of the campaigns, fortification efforts, and administrative reforms that defined the Byzantine response to this emergent threat. The initial encounters with the Seljuk Turks exposed vulnerabilities in the Byzantine military apparatus, particularly in the thematic system, which had once provided local armies, provincial fortifications, and rapid mobilization, but had weakened through administrative decay and over-reliance on mercenary forces. The defeat at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071 underscored these deficiencies, resulting in the loss of large portions of eastern Anatolia and creating a significant refugee crisis as populations fled from occupied territories. The empire's diminished capacity to project power across the frontier necessitated both immediate tactical responses and long-term strategic planning. Byzantine commanders recognized that adaptation required a combination of reorganized field armies, reinforced fortifications, and enhanced coordination between central authority and local provincial structures. These reforms were essential to stabilizing the empire in the face of a mobile and unpredictable adversary. In response, the Byzantine military underwent structural and logistical reforms aimed at increasing operational flexibility, improving command efficiency, and ensuring sustainability of campaigns in Anatolia and other frontier regions. The Central Army was reorganized under professional commanders, while thematic forces were reinvigorated with new recruitment, training, and logistical support. Emphasis was placed on cavalry units, particularly the development of heavy cataphracts supported by lighter, faster horsemen capable of countering Seljuk tactics. Archery units were integrated more effectively into battlefield strategy, and coordination between infantry and cavalry forces was improved to create a balanced and responsive fighting force. Military manuals and treatises, including those authored by Byzantine strategists, reflect the emphasis on adaptability, intelligence gathering, and tactical planning, illustrating a systematic approach to countering the operational advantages of the Seljuks. Fortification programs were a crucial component of the Byzantine response. Existing cities, fortresses, and border garrisons were reinforced with additional walls, towers, and defensive works, while new fortifications were constructed in strategic locations to control key passes, river crossings, and trade routes. The reconstruction and reinforcement of strongholds in Anatolia, such as those at Iconium, Charginan, and Cilicia, exemplify the empire's commitment to securing both defensive depth and lines of communication. Fortresses served not only as military installations, but also as administrative centers, coordinating logistics, recruiting local militia, and providing refuge for civilian populations. Archaeological evidence of masonry techniques, defensive layouts, and strategic positioning highlights the careful planning and resource allocation involved in these fortification efforts. Diplomatic engagement was an integral part of the Byzantine strategy to counter the Seljuk expansion. Emperors and envoys negotiated treaties, alliances, and vassalage agreements to stabilize frontier regions and create opportunities for strategic maneuvering. Diplomatic correspondence often involved the exchange of tribute, military assistance, and mutual recognition of territorial control. These negotiations were informed by both military intelligence and political calculation, allowing the Byzantines to exploit divisions within Seljuk leadership and to delay or redirect invasions. The combination of military readiness and diplomatic engagement demonstrates the multifaceted nature of Byzantine adaptation, integrating hard and soft power in a coherent defense strategy. The Byzantine response also included administrative reforms designed to strengthen control over frontier territories, stabilize populations, and facilitate resource mobilization for military campaigns. Governors of frontier provinces were granted enhanced authority to organize defenses, collect taxes, and oversee local militia. Land grants were offered to soldiers and settlers willing to defend key regions, incentivizing loyalty and providing the empire with a sustainable pool of human and material resources. The coordination of civil and military administration exemplifies the Byzantine approach to governance, ensuring that logistical support, taxation, and local recruitment were directly linked to defensive requirements. Contemporary chronicles document these measures, emphasizing the pragmatic integration of governance and military imperatives. Economic adaptation was closely linked to military strategy. as sustaining campaigns against the Seljuks required a reliable flow of resources, supplies, and revenue. The Byzantine state restructured taxation, regulated trade routes, and invested in logistical infrastructure to support both frontier garrisons and central armies. Food, equipment, and arms were stockpiled in fortified cities and strategically located depots, ensuring that operational forces could be mobilized rapidly and sustained during prolonged engagements. Control over urban centers and trade nodes facilitated resource collection and enabled the empire to maintain economic resilience despite the territorial losses in eastern Anatolia. Archaeological studies of warehouses, fortifications, and transport networks provide tangible evidence of this comprehensive economic planning. The Byzantine military strategy emphasized intelligence, reconnaissance, and early warning systems to anticipate Seljuk movements and respond effectively. Scouts, local informants, and mobile patrol units were deployed to monitor incursions, gather information on enemy strength and positioning, and report back to central command. Strategic fortresses were linked through signaling systems, allowing for rapid communication of threats and coordinated mobilization of forces. This approach illustrates the empire's recognition that proactive information gathering and preemptive action were as critical to defense as battlefield prowess. By integrating surveillance, logistics, and strategic positioning, the Byzantine military developed a responsive and adaptable operational framework capable of countering the unpredictable and highly mobile Seljuk forces. Cultural and societal responses complemented military and administrative measures. Population displacement due to frontier instability led to the migration of communities toward fortified urban centers, reshaping demographic patterns and economic activity. Monasteries and religious institutions offered support to displaced populations, providing shelter, food, and education. Religious rhetoric framed resistance to the Seljuks as a defensive and divinely sanctioned endeavor, reinforcing social cohesion and motivating military participation. The intersection of religion, culture, and military necessity demonstrates the holistic approach employed by the Byzantine state to mobilize human, material, and ideological resources in response to existential threats. Over the subsequent decades, these reforms and adaptations allowed the Byzantine Empire to regain partial control of contested territories, stabilize frontier regions, and prepare for interactions with Western powers during the period of the Crusades. While losses in eastern Anatolia were significant and permanent in some areas, the empire's ability to maintain strategic depth, reinforce key positions, and sustain operational readiness ensured that its core regions, including Constantinople and the Balkan provinces, remained secure. The integration of military, administrative, economic, and cultural strategies exemplifies the Byzantine approach to complex strategic challenges, combining flexible defense, centralized oversight, and adaptive planning to mitigate the impact of external threats. In conclusion, the Byzantine response to the Seljuk Turks in the late 11th and 12th centuries represents a critical period of military reform, strategic adaptation, and institutional resilience. The empire confronted a formidable adversary through a combination of restructured armies, fortified cities, diplomatic engagement, administrative reform, economic planning, and cultural mobilization. These measures not only addressed immediate military threats, but also strengthened the empire's capacity for governance, social cohesion, and cultural continuity. By integrating military, administrative, and societal resources into a coordinated strategy, the Byzantine state demonstrated remarkable adaptability in the face of external pressure. The lessons of this period highlight the empire's capacity to combine innovation with tradition, ensuring survival and continuity in a period of profound challenge. This foundation of military reform, strategic planning, and societal adaptation prepared the empire for subsequent engagements with the Crusaders, ongoing frontier pressures, and internal challenges, establishing a resilient framework for defense, administration, and governance that would shape Byzantine survival in the centuries to follow. The arrival of the First Crusade at the close of the 11th century introduced a complex dynamic between the Byzantine Empire and Western European forces, combining elements of cooperation, tension, and mutual strategic necessity. Initiated in 1095 by Pope Urban II at the Council of Clermont, the crusade aimed to reclaim Jerusalem and other sacred sites from Muslim control. The Byzantine Empire, under Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, faced the challenge of accommodating large contingents of Western soldiers traversing imperial territory while simultaneously seeking to secure its own territorial and political interests. The relationship between the Byzantines and the Crusaders was shaped by a mixture of pragmatic alliance, mutual suspicion, and cultural difference, requiring careful negotiation, diplomacy, and strategic management to avoid conflict while maintaining imperial authority. Contemporary sources, including Anna Komnene's Alexiad, Latin chronicles, and charters, provide detailed accounts of these interactions, highlighting the complexity of Byzantine-Western relations during the crusading period. Initially, Emperor Alexios sought to ensure that the Crusader forces remained under imperial influence, asserting suzerainty over territories they would traverse or temporarily occupy. He required oaths of loyalty from Crusader leaders, emphasizing their recognition of Byzantine authority and the expectation of returning former imperial lands in Anatolia after military campaigns. This strategy reflected a broader policy of strategic accommodation, allowing the empire to leverage the military capabilities of the Western contingents while minimizing the risk of permanent loss of territory or authority. The process involved careful negotiation, including the provision of logistical support, guidance through Anatolia, and coordination of military objectives. By asserting control over the movement and conduct of the Crusader armies, Alexios aimed to integrate foreign forces into the empire's strategic framework, reducing the potential for autonomous action that could threaten Byzantine interests. Despite these measures, tensions frequently arose due to differing military, political, and cultural priorities. Crusader leaders, operating under feudal obligations and papal motivation, often acted independently, pursuing their own objectives or attempting to claim territory without consulting the Byzantine command. Conflicts over supply, garrisoning, and local administration occasionally resulted in skirmishes and disputes with imperial forces or local populations. Cultural and linguistic differences exacerbated misunderstandings, as Western norms of warfare, land tenure, and feudal hierarchy contrasted with Byzantine administrative and military structures. These tensions required ongoing diplomatic engagement, including negotiation of truces, mediation between conflicting parties, and the strategic use of incentives or threats to maintain cooperation. The delicate balance of power illustrates the complexity of cross-cultural military alliances in a context of overlapping political authority and competing objectives. The Crusaders' military campaigns intersected with Byzantine strategic interests in Anatolia and the eastern Mediterranean. By reclaiming key fortresses, roads, and cities from Seljuk control, the Crusaders indirectly advanced Byzantine objectives, facilitating the empire's gradual recovery of lost territory. The Byzantine army, while not always directly participating in field operations, provided logistical support, intelligence, and coordination, enabling more effective military action by the Crusader forces. Supply lines, guides, and regional knowledge offered by the empire were crucial for navigating unfamiliar terrain and sustaining prolonged campaigns. The strategic integration of Byzantine resources and expertise with Crusader manpower exemplifies the empire's pragmatic approach to external alliances, balancing immediate military advantage with long-term political considerations. Diplomacy between the Byzantines and Crusader leaders was essential to maintaining cooperation and avoiding open conflict. Emperor Alexios employed both personal diplomacy and formal agreements to secure oaths, delineate territorial control, and coordinate military objectives. Negotiations often involved direct engagement with prominent leaders such as Godfrey of Bouillon, Bohemond of Taranto, and Raymond of Toulouse. Alexios leveraged a combination of inducements, including gifts, provisions, and promises of territorial reward, alongside careful monitoring of Crusader movements to ensure compliance with imperial directives. These diplomatic efforts reflect the Byzantine emphasis on strategic flexibility, cultural sophistication, and administrative oversight as critical instruments of statecraft. The First Crusade also had significant religious and ideological dimensions, influencing Byzantine cultural and ecclesiastical life. While the primary objective of the Crusaders was framed in Latin Christian terms, Byzantine religious authorities engaged in theological interpretation, negotiation of ecclesiastical recognition, and management of interconfessional interactions. Disputes over ecclesiastical jurisdiction, the status of clergy, and the administration of conquered territories required careful mediation. Patriarchal authority and monastic networks were engaged in providing guidance, facilitating communication, and ensuring that religious practice aligned with orthodox norms. The interaction of Western and Eastern Christian traditions during the Crusade illustrates the complexities of religious diplomacy and the integration of theological considerations into broader strategic planning. Economic and logistical considerations were central to the Byzantine management of Crusader movements. Feeding, housing, and transporting tens of thousands of troops placed significant demands on imperial resources and local populations. The empire implemented systems for provisioning, taxation, and coordination of supply chains to ensure that Crusader forces could advance without disrupting essential economic activity or civilian stability. Strategic cities such as Constantinople, Nicaea, and Dorylaeum functioned as hubs of organization, enabling the empire to monitor troop movements, distribute supplies, and maintain oversight of political agreements. This administrative capacity underscores the empire's ability to integrate large-scale military operations within existing bureaucratic structures, minimizing disruption while maximizing strategic benefit. The outcome of the First Crusade was mixed in terms of Byzantine objectives. While the empire benefited from the partial recovery of territories and the weakening of Seljuk control in Anatolia, tensions over the establishment of Crusader states, such as the Principality of Antioch and the County of Edessa, introduced new complexities in regional politics. The failure to fully secure permanent territorial control or ensure lasting compliance from Crusader leaders reflected the limitations of Byzantine influence over independent Western forces. Nevertheless, the experience of managing the First Crusade provided valuable lessons in coalition warfare, diplomacy, and cross-cultural engagement, informing subsequent strategies for interaction with both Western Europe and neighboring Muslim powers. The First Crusade also reinforced the importance of intelligence, reconnaissance, and strategic planning in the Byzantine approach to external alliances. Observation of Crusader movements, assessment of troop composition, and monitoring of logistical needs allowed the empire to anticipate potential challenges, exploit opportunities, and mitigate risks. Coordination between imperial authorities, regional commanders, and ecclesiastical institutions enabled the integration of political, military, and religious objectives. The empire's ability to combine foresight, administrative capacity, and strategic flexibility exemplifies the adaptive and pragmatic nature of Byzantine governance during periods of external pressure. In conclusion, the First Crusade represents a critical moment in Byzantine history, illustrating the intersection of military necessity, diplomatic skill, and cultural negotiation. The empire's response involved balancing cooperation and control, integrating Western military power into Byzantine strategic objectives while managing tensions, cultural differences, and political ambitions. Diplomatic engagement, logistical planning, and administrative oversight ensured that the empire could derive tangible benefit from the Crusader presence while maintaining central authority. Religious and ideological considerations further shaped the interaction, influencing ecclesiastical policy, cultural exchange, and social cohesion. By navigating this complex environment, the Byzantine state demonstrated both resilience and adaptability, securing partial territorial recovery, enhancing strategic expertise, and preserving imperial authority. The lessons of the First Crusade underscore the empire's capacity to combine military pragmatism, diplomatic acumen, and institutional coordination in the face of multifaceted challenges, laying the groundwork for future engagement with Crusader states, regional powers, and external threats across the Eastern Mediterranean. The 11th and 12th centuries in the Byzantine Empire were marked not only by external military challenges, but also by significant internal conflicts and civil strife, which posed complex challenges to political stability and territorial integrity. These internal tensions were rooted in disputes over succession, factional rivalries within the court, and competing claims to imperial authority, often exacerbated by social and regional divisions. The juxtaposition of ambitious military campaigns, external threats from Seljuk Turks and Crusaders, and internal power struggles created a period in which maintaining centralized control required a careful balance of diplomacy, military strategy, and administrative oversight. Contemporary chronicles, including Anna Komnene's Alexiad, Michael Sello's historical accounts, and imperial edicts, provide insight into the mechanisms by which emperors sought to navigate internal divisions while addressing the strategic demands imposed by foreign adversaries. Succession disputes constituted one of the most persistent sources of civil strife, reflecting the complexities of imperial inheritance and the absence of fixed dynastic rules. The Byzantine tradition of co-emperorship, whereby an emperor might designate a junior co-ruler, was intended to provide continuity and legitimacy, yet it frequently became a source of tension. Ambitious members of the imperial family, supported by court factions or provincial elites, often sought to assert claims to the throne, leading to episodes of intrigue, revolt, and, in some cases, open civil war. These succession crises were compounded by the presence of external pressures, as rival claimants could exploit instability to solicit military or financial support from neighboring powers, including the Seljuk Turks or Latin forces. The intersection of dynastic ambition and external vulnerability underscores the inherent fragility of imperial authority during periods of transition. Factionalism within the imperial court further intensified internal instability. Court factions were often aligned along lines of regional origin, social class, or loyalty to specific noble houses. These groups wielded influence through the bureaucracy, military appointments, and access to the emperor, shaping policy decisions and the selection of administrative personnel. Rivalries between factions could manifest in the promotion of particular candidates for office, opposition to military commanders, or manipulation of succession disputes. The emperor's capacity to balance competing interests, cultivate loyalty, and enforce discipline within the court was crucial to maintaining effective governance. Administrative manuals, correspondence, and contemporary accounts indicate that successful emperors employed both patronage and coercion to mitigate factional competition, ensuring that internal disputes did not compromise the broader stability of the state. Regional discontent and provincial revolts presented additional challenges to central authority. Remote areas of Anatolia, the Balkans, and the Aegean Islands were often governed by local elites who commanded private armies and controlled significant economic resources. These magnates could exploit periods of weak imperial oversight to assert autonomy, resist taxation, or challenge military directives. Popular revolts, sometimes driven by economic grievances, religious disputes, or dissatisfaction with military conscription, further strained imperial resources. The suppression of revolts required a combination of military deployment, negotiation, and administrative reform to restore order while minimizing disruption to essential economic and logistical networks. Imperial edicts and correspondence reveal the systematic approach employed by emperors, integrating intelligence gathering, rapid response, and judicial intervention to address localized unrest. Civil wars during this period often had a profound impact on military organization and strategic planning. Competing claimants to the throne mobilized armies drawn from thematic forces, mercenaries, and provincial militias, creating internal confrontations that diverted resources from frontier defense. The dual demands of external and internal conflict necessitated careful prioritization, with emperors seeking to neutralize internal threats without compromising the security of the empire's borders. Strategic considerations included the allocation of loyal units to key regions, the fortification of imperial cities, and the deployment of mobile forces capable of responding rapidly to multiple threats. These measures required coordination between central command, regional governors, and military commanders, demonstrating the empire's capacity to integrate administrative and military structures under conditions of internal stress. Diplomacy within the empire was also employed to mitigate internal conflict. Marital alliances, honorary titles, and the distribution of land and privileges were used to cultivate loyalty among powerful families and regional elites. Emperors negotiated with potential rivals, offering positions of influence or guarantees of safety in exchange for compliance with central authority. Religious institutions, including monasteries and the patriarchate, played a mediating role, providing forums for negotiation, moral authority, and public endorsement of legitimate succession. This combination of political, economic, and religious instruments illustrates the Byzantine strategy of integrating multiple levers of influence to maintain stability in the face of internal dissent. Economic factors were closely intertwined with civil unrest. Periods of heavy taxation, inflation, or disruption of trade could exacerbate social tensions, particularly among rural populations and urban artisans. Provincial revolts often coincided with economic hardship, highlighting the vulnerability of local communities to administrative inefficiency, military requisition, and external threat. The imperial government responded through targeted reforms, redistribution of resources, and the establishment of emergency provisioning systems to alleviate pressure on affected regions. By addressing the economic root causes of unrest, the empire sought to reduce the likelihood of sustained insurrection while maintaining the financial capacity necessary for military and administrative operations. Religious and ideological considerations also shaped internal conflict. Disputes over doctrinal interpretation, the administration of church property, and the authority of clerical figures occasionally became focal points for social tension. Monastic communities, clergy, and laity could align with particular factions, amplifying political divisions and influencing the outcomes of succession disputes or regional revolts. Emperors leveraged religious authority to legitimize their rule, mediate conflicts, and enforce compliance with imperial directives. The intersection of religious, political, and social factors highlights the multidimensional nature of civil strife and the Byzantine approach to governance, in which ideological legitimacy and institutional control were essential to maintaining cohesion. Despite these internal challenges, the Byzantine Empire demonstrated remarkable resilience and adaptability. Emperors such as Alexios I Komnenos and John II Komnenos employed a combination of military skill, administrative reform, and strategic diplomacy to restore centralized authority and manage factional competition. Institutional reforms, including the restructuring of provincial administration, reorganization of thematic forces, and regulation of court appointments, provided durable mechanisms for mitigating internal tension. The integration of military, administrative, and economic strategies enabled the empire to sustain operations against external threats while simultaneously addressing internal divisions. Contemporary records underscore the effectiveness of this approach, noting periods of recovery, consolidation, and renewed territorial stability following episodes of civil strife. The interplay between internal conflict and external pressure shaped the broader trajectory of Byzantine governance. Internal stability was a prerequisite for successful military campaigns, effective frontier defense, and diplomatic engagement with neighboring powers. Conversely, external threats could exacerbate internal divisions by creating opportunities for ambitious actors to challenge imperial authority or by straining administrative capacity. The empire's ability to navigate this dynamic reflects a sophisticated understanding of the interdependence between political legitimacy, military organization, and social cohesion. By balancing repression, negotiation, and reform, Byzantine rulers maintained continuity of governance, preserved territorial integrity, and reinforced cultural and institutional norms that contributed to the empire's long-term resilience. In conclusion, the management of internal conflicts and civil strife during the 11th and 12th centuries was a critical component of Byzantine statecraft, shaping the empire's capacity to withstand external pressures while maintaining centralized authority. Succession disputes, court factionalism, regional revolts, and social unrest required a multifaceted response integrating military, administrative, economic, and religious strategies. Emperors demonstrated adaptability, leveraging diplomacy, institutional reform, and strategic deployment of resources to mitigate internal challenges. The successful management of civil strife reinforced the empire's political, social, and cultural cohesion, enabling sustained resistance to external adversaries, including the Seljuk Turks and Crusader forces. By addressing both the immediate and structural causes of internal conflict, the Byzantine state ensured the continuity of governance, stability of territorial control, and resilience of cultural and institutional systems, establishing a framework for managing complex pressures that would influence imperial policy in subsequent centuries. During the 11th and 12th centuries, the Byzantine Empire increasingly relied on a combination of fortification, diplomacy, and long-term strategic planning to consolidate resilience in the face of both external threats and internal pressures. Following the loss of eastern Anatolia to the Seljuk Turks and the complex interactions with Crusader forces, the empire recognized that sustaining territorial integrity and political stability required a multifaceted approach integrating military infrastructure, diplomatic engagement, and administrative foresight. Strategic fortification, coupled with careful negotiation with neighboring powers and the cultivation of internal cohesion, became central to Byzantine survival. Archaeological evidence, contemporary chronicles, and administrative records demonstrate the empire's deliberate and systematic efforts to create a durable defensive and political framework capable of withstanding protracted pressures while maintaining operational flexibility. Fortification initiatives represented one of the most tangible and effective instruments of Byzantine strategic planning. The empire invested in both the repair and expansion of existing strongholds, as well as the construction of new fortresses in vulnerable or strategically significant locations. Key cities and border regions, including Nicaea, Nicomedia, Dorylaeum, and the Cilician Corridor, were prioritized for reinforcement to secure supply lines, control trade routes, and establish defensive depth. Architectural innovations, such as the integration of concentric walls, towers, and gate complexes, enhanced the defensive capabilities of these sites. Fortresses were designed not only to withstand direct assault, but also to serve as command centers for regional military operations, administrative hubs, and refuges for civilian populations. Archaeological studies of masonry techniques, wall construction, and strategic positioning underscore the empire's careful attention to engineering, logistics, and the practical requirements of sustained defense. The fortification program was closely linked to demographic and economic policies aimed at sustaining both the population and the logistical support necessary for defensive operations. The resettlement of populations into fortified urban centers, the establishment of military colonies, and the provision of incentives for local militias reinforced the defensive network while maintaining economic productivity. Taxation systems and agricultural policies were adapted to ensure a stable flow of resources for garrison troops and construction projects. Supply depots were strategically located to facilitate rapid deployment of forces, and transportation infrastructure, including roads and river crossings, was maintained to enable mobility and communication between frontier posts. This comprehensive approach illustrates the integration of military engineering, administrative oversight, and economic planning as essential components of Byzantine resilience. Diplomatic engagement complemented fortification by creating channels for negotiation, alliance, and conflict mitigation with both neighboring states and external powers. The Byzantine Empire actively maintained relations with the Seljuk Turks, Crusader states, and other regional actors, employing treaties, oaths, and correspondence to secure borders, delay invasions, and facilitate strategic coordination. Emperors such as Alexios I and John II Komnenos negotiated territorial arrangements, tribute agreements, and mutual defense pacts to stabilize contested regions. Diplomatic acumen involved balancing competing interests, leveraging internal divisions among adversaries, and coordinating with allies to achieve both immediate military advantages and long-term strategic objectives. These efforts highlight the Byzantine reliance on political sophistication as a tool for survival alongside traditional military measures. Internal administration and centralized oversight were critical to supporting both fortification and diplomacy. Governors of border provinces were granted enhanced authority to oversee defense, manage logistics, and coordinate with central command. Bureaucratic structures were adapted to facilitate rapid response to emerging threats, the efficient allocation of resources, and the enforcement of imperial directives. The coordination between central authority and regional leadership ensured that strategic planning was implemented consistently, enabling the empire to respond effectively to simultaneous external pressures and internal challenges. Contemporary administrative documents, including imperial edicts and provincial records, reveal the detailed nature of these mechanisms and the empire's capacity for organized governance across a diverse and geographically complex territory. Military organization was closely integrated with strategic planning, with emphasis on flexibility, mobility, and coordinated defense. The professionalization of the Central Army, supplemented by thematic forces and locally recruited militias, provided both depth and adaptability in confronting external threats. Fortified positions were reinforced with strategically positioned garrisons, capable of delaying or repelling incursions while supporting mobile field operations. Logistical coordination ensured that supplies, reinforcements, and intelligence could be effectively channeled to areas of strategic importance. The combination of fortified infrastructure, mobile forces, and centralized command exemplifies the Byzantine approach to creating a resilient military system capable of responding to both conventional and irregular threats. Economic strategy played a central role in sustaining long-term resilience. Revenue generation, trade regulation, and the efficient administration of imperial estates provided the resources necessary for construction, garrisoning, and military campaigns. Strategic cities and fortified centers functioned as economic as well as defensive hubs, supporting local production, markets, and supply chains. Tax policies were adapted to ensure both the loyalty of local elites and the financial sustainability of military operations. The integration of economic management with fortification and military planning demonstrates the empire's comprehensive approach to ensuring resilience in the face of multidimensional pressures. Cultural and religious factors were leveraged to reinforce both internal cohesion and strategic stability. The Orthodox Church and monastic institutions provided moral authority, social structure, and ideological legitimacy, reinforcing loyalty to imperial directives and facilitating population support for defensive measures. Religious rhetoric framed military resistance as a morally and divinely sanctioned endeavor, bolstering morale among troops and civilians alike. Monasteries often served as logistical support centers, providing resources, communication networks, and sanctuary, while also participating in diplomatic and educational functions. The integration of religious institutions into strategic planning illustrates the Byzantine understanding of the interplay between culture, ideology, and practical governance in sustaining state resilience. Long-term strategic planning included the anticipation of future threats and the systematic preparation for extended conflict. The empire invested in intelligence networks, surveillance of frontier movements, and the monitoring of regional power dynamics to anticipate potential incursions. Contingency plans were developed for both military and administrative responses, including rapid redeployment of troops, reinforcement of vulnerable sites, and diplomatic engagement with emerging actors. By combining foresight with operational readiness, the Byzantine state minimized the element of surprise and maintained flexibility in the allocation of resources. This proactive approach to strategic planning reflects the empire's emphasis on maintaining institutional adaptability and resilience over successive generations. The synthesis of fortification, diplomacy, military organization, economic management, and cultural cohesion created a resilient framework that enabled the Byzantine Empire to survive and adapt during a period of intense pressure. Fortifications provided tangible defensive strength. Diplomacy managed external relations, military organization ensured operational capability, economic policy sustained resources, and cultural cohesion reinforced internal loyalty. These interrelated strategies allowed the empire not only to withstand immediate challenges, but also to maintain the capacity for recovery, strategic maneuvering, and gradual territorial reconsolidation. By integrating multiple dimensions of governance and planning, Byzantine rulers ensured that resilience was built into the structural, operational, and social fabric of the state. In conclusion, the fortification, diplomacy, and long-term strategic planning of the 11th and 12th centuries exemplify the Byzantine Empire's comprehensive approach to resilience. The empire combined military infrastructure, administrative oversight, economic management, diplomatic engagement, and cultural integration to create a durable and adaptable system capable of confronting external threats and internal challenges. Fortresses, garrisons, and supply networks were coordinated with strategic intelligence, bureaucratic efficiency, and regional administration to ensure effective territorial defense. Diplomatic initiatives mitigated potential conflicts, stabilized contested regions, and facilitated strategic alliances, while cultural and religious structures reinforced social cohesion and ideological legitimacy. This multifaceted approach enabled the Byzantine Empire to navigate a period of profound external and internal pressures, preserving both imperial authority and cultural continuity. The lessons of this period highlight the sophistication, adaptability, and strategic foresight that underpinned Byzantine resilience, demonstrating a state capable of integrating diverse instruments of power into a coherent and enduring system of governance, defense, and societal stability. The 12th century marked a period of remarkable recovery and consolidation for the Byzantine Empire, commonly referred to as the Komnenian Restoration, a term that encapsulates the political, military, and administrative reforms enacted under the leadership of Emperor Alexios I Komnenos and his successors, John II and Manuel I. Following the crises of the late 11th century, including the defeat at Manzikert, the loss of much of Anatolia to the Seljuk Turks, and the challenges posed by internal civil strife and the arrival of Crusader forces, the empire required a coordinated and sustained effort to stabilize its territories, reorganize its military, and restore both domestic and international authority. Historical sources, including the Alexiad by Anna Komnene, contemporary chronicles, and administrative records, provide detailed accounts of the structural, strategic, and diplomatic initiatives that characterized this restoration, highlighting the empire's capacity for resilience, adaptation, and institutional renewal. At the core of the Komnenian Restoration was the consolidation of imperial authority through the reinforcement of central power and strategic delegation to trusted members of the ruling family. Alexios I established a network of loyal administrators and military commanders, often drawn from the Komnenos family, to oversee key provinces and frontier regions. These appointments combined political loyalty with practical competence, ensuring that local governors and military leaders were aligned with the emperor's objectives and capable of implementing complex strategic plans. By centralizing control while delegating authority selectively, the empire mitigated the risk of rebellion, improved the efficiency of administration, and ensured a coordinated response to both external and internal challenges. The integration of familial and administrative networks illustrates the Byzantine strategy of embedding loyalty, expertise, and governance capacity within a coherent organizational framework. Military reform was a central element of the restoration, addressing both structural weaknesses and the evolving nature of external threats. The Byzantine army was reorganized with an emphasis on professionalization, mobility, and adaptability. Key reforms included the establishment of elite corps, such as the Varangian Guard, the integration of thematic forces with central units, and the strategic recruitment of mercenary contingents to supplement native troops. Tactical innovations emphasized the combined use of cavalry and infantry, the coordination of archery and siege capabilities, and the development of rapid response units capable of countering Seljuk and Norman incursions. Training, discipline, and hierarchical command structures were strengthened, ensuring that military operations could be executed with precision and efficiency. Contemporary treatises and campaign accounts detail these reforms, demonstrating the systematic approach to military modernization that underpinned the Komnenian recovery. Strategic fortification remained a critical aspect of military and territorial consolidation. The Komnenian emperors invested in the repair, expansion, and construction of fortresses along vulnerable frontiers, particularly in Anatolia, the Balkans, and the Aegean coast. Fortified cities such as Nicaea, Nicomedia, and Dorylaeum were reinforced, while new strongholds were strategically located to control key passes, rivers, and trade routes. These fortifications served multiple purposes: as defensive bulwarks, as command centers for regional administration, and as logistical hubs for supplying field armies. The combination of physical defense, regional control, and administrative integration ensured that fortified positions were not isolated military installations, but rather central nodes in a comprehensive system of imperial oversight and strategic coordination. Diplomacy complemented these military and administrative initiatives, enabling the Byzantine Empire to manage complex relationships with neighboring powers, including the Seljuk Turks, Crusader states, the Normans of southern Italy, and Western European kingdoms. Alexios I and his successors employed treaties, tribute arrangements, and personal diplomacy to secure alliances, stabilize contested regions, and facilitate military operations. Diplomatic engagement was often informed by intelligence gathering, allowing the empire to anticipate potential threats, exploit divisions among adversaries, and negotiate from a position of informed advantage. By combining negotiation with strategic foresight and military capability, the Komnenian emperors were able to secure favorable outcomes without resorting exclusively to direct confrontation, illustrating the sophistication of Byzantine statecraft. Economic policy played a central role in supporting the Komnenian restoration, ensuring that military campaigns, administrative reforms, and fortification projects could be sustained over decades. The empire implemented measures to enhance tax collection, regulate trade, and optimize resource allocation, particularly in strategic urban centers and frontier provinces. Control over key ports, markets, and production centers provided revenue streams essential for funding military operations, supporting garrisons, and maintaining administrative infrastructure. Additionally, resettlement initiatives and the encouragement of population movement into fortified areas reinforced both economic productivity and territorial security. The integration of fiscal policy with military and administrative planning exemplifies the Byzantine approach to comprehensive statecraft, in which economic stability underpinned operational and strategic objectives. The Komnenian restoration also emphasized cultural and religious cohesion as a means of reinforcing political legitimacy and social stability. The Orthodox Church, monasteries, and clerical networks played an active role in supporting imperial authority, mediating disputes, and promoting ideological continuity. Religious institutions were engaged in education, the dissemination of official narratives, and the provision of social services, thereby contributing to internal cohesion and the reinforcement of imperial legitimacy. The alignment of religious, administrative, and military structures allowed the Byzantine state to mobilize a broad range of societal resources in support of strategic objectives, demonstrating the integration of ideological and practical considerations in the governance of a complex empire. Significant military campaigns during this period further exemplify the effectiveness of Komnenian consolidation. Alexios I conducted operations to recover territory in Anatolia, reclaiming strategic cities and fortresses while coordinating with Crusader contingents to maximize operational efficiency. John II Komnenos continued these efforts, leading successful campaigns against the Seljuks in western Anatolia and securing key cities and fortifications. Manuel I Komnenos extended the empire's influence in the Balkans, the Aegean, and southern Italy, conducting both defensive and expansionary operations with disciplined, well-equipped forces. These campaigns reflected the systematic implementation of reforms, strategic planning, and diplomatic coordination, demonstrating the practical impact of institutional consolidation on military effectiveness. Internal stability, achieved through careful management of succession, court factionalism, and provincial administration, underpinned the broader success of the restoration. The Komnenian emperors balanced centralized authority with strategic delegation, mitigating the risk of internal rebellion while ensuring responsiveness to regional challenges. Administrative and legal reforms streamlined governance, improved accountability, and enhanced communication between central and provincial authorities. This combination of political stability, administrative efficiency, and military capability allowed the Byzantine Empire to maintain coherence, exercise strategic initiative, and recover influence in both Anatolia and the Balkans during the 12th century. The Komnenian Restoration also reinforced the empire's ability to interact effectively with external powers, including Western European states and the Crusader principalities. Diplomatic skill, combined with military capability and economic stability, enabled Byzantine rulers to negotiate favorable arrangements, manage alliances, and assert authority in contested regions. Engagement with Latin Christendom, the Crusader states, and neighboring Muslim powers required a nuanced understanding of political, cultural, and military dynamics, reflecting the empire's strategic sophistication. Byzantine diplomacy was integrated with military operations and administrative planning, ensuring that external engagement reinforced rather than undermined internal cohesion and territorial security. In conclusion, the Komnenian Restoration represents a pivotal period in Byzantine history, characterized by the consolidation of political authority, the professionalization and reorganization of the military, and the integration of administrative, economic, and diplomatic strategies to secure long-term stability. Through fortification, strategic delegation, military reform, economic planning, and cultural cohesion, the Komnenian emperors successfully navigated a complex landscape of external threats and internal challenges, restoring territorial integrity and reinforcing imperial authority. The period demonstrates the Byzantine capacity for adaptive governance, strategic foresight, and institutional resilience, providing a model of coordinated statecraft in which multiple dimensions of power, military, administrative, economic, and ideological, were harmonized to achieve both immediate and enduring objectives. The successes of the Komnenian Restoration established a foundation for relative stability in the 12th century, ensuring the empire's survival, strategic coherence, and continued influence in the eastern Mediterranean and Anatolia, and providing a framework for managing the multifaceted pressures that would continue to shape Byzantine history in subsequent generations. The military campaigns of the Komnenian emperors in the 12th century were central to the restoration of Byzantine territorial integrity and the stabilization of its borders, particularly in Anatolia and the Balkans. Following the devastating losses of the late 11th century, including the aftermath of the Battle of Manzikert and the Seljuk occupation of large portions of Anatolia, the empire faced the urgent task of reasserting control over its eastern provinces while securing the northern and western frontiers. The strategic, tactical, and logistical measures undertaken by Alexios I, John II, and Manuel I Komnenos exemplify a comprehensive and methodical approach to military organization, campaign planning, and frontier defense. Contemporary chronicles, administrative records, and military treatises provide detailed documentation of these operations, highlighting the integration of strategic foresight, operational discipline, and diplomatic coordination in achieving long-term security. The initial focus of Komnenian military efforts was the eastern Anatolian frontier, where the Seljuk Turks had established strongholds and disrupted imperial authority. Alexios I prioritized the recovery of key cities, fortresses, and trade routes, employing both direct military engagement and diplomatic negotiation to achieve incremental territorial restoration. Operations were carefully planned, with attention to supply lines, troop composition, and regional intelligence. Garrison fortresses were reinforced to serve as bases for field operations, while local populations were resettled or incentivized to support military objectives. These measures enabled the empire to regain strategic depth, secure critical communication corridors, and establish a framework for sustained military presence in formerly contested regions. The recovery of Anatolia involved not only conventional siege warfare, but also adaptive tactics designed to counter the mobile and flexible Seljuk forces. Byzantine commanders emphasized the coordination of infantry, cavalry, and archery units, combining defensive fortifications with mobile raiding parties to disrupt enemy supply lines and communications. Cataphract cavalry, supported by light cavalry and regional militias, allowed for rapid response to incursions and the exploitation of tactical opportunities. Intelligence networks, comprising scouts, informants, and local allies, provided crucial information on enemy movements, enabling preemptive strikes and the strategic positioning of forces. These measures illustrate the sophistication of Byzantine military planning and the emphasis on operational flexibility in a challenging and fluid theater of war. John II Komnenos, succeeding Alexios I, continued these campaigns with a systematic approach aimed at consolidating and expanding territorial gains. His operations in western Anatolia focused on the recovery of key cities such as Philadelphia and Nicaea, the fortification of strategic passes, and the neutralization of remaining Seljuk strongholds. John II combined direct military engagement with careful diplomacy, negotiating truces, securing the loyalty of local elites, and integrating recovered territories into the imperial administrative system. This dual approach of military force and political integration strengthened long-term stability, ensuring that recovered regions were not only under imperial control, but also capable of supporting sustained governance and defense. In parallel with Eastern campaigns, the Komnenian emperors addressed challenges in the Balkans, where internal unrest, external threats, and regional rivalries posed risks to imperial cohesion. The Balkans were characterized by diverse populations, including Slavic, Albanian, and Vlach communities, whose loyalties were shaped by local elites, religious affiliations, and economic interests. Byzantine campaigns focused on both defensive stabilization and limited territorial expansion, including the reinforcement of fortresses, the suppression of revolts, and the establishment of garrisons along strategic corridors. Coordination between central command and regional authorities ensured that military operations were aligned with broader administrative objectives, preventing the emergence of autonomous power centers and enhancing the integration of the Balkans into the imperial framework. The integration of logistical planning into military campaigns was essential to their success. Sustained operations in Anatolia and the Balkans required careful management of supplies, transportation, and manpower. Fortified urban centers and strategically located depots served as hubs for provisioning armies, storing food, equipment, and arms, and coordinating troop movements. Roads, river crossings, and maritime routes were maintained and monitored to ensure reliable communication between field forces and central command. The efficiency of these logistical systems allowed the Byzantine army to maintain operational readiness, respond to emerging threats, and sustain extended campaigns without overburdening local populations or destabilizing economic activity. Diplomatic coordination complemented these military initiatives, facilitating the integration of recovered territories and the management of relationships with neighboring powers. Agreements with Crusader states, regional Turkish principalities, and Western European powers allowed the empire to secure its borders, prevent incursions, and leverage alliances for mutual benefit. Diplomatic engagement was closely linked to military planning, ensuring that agreements were enforced, potential threats were mitigated, and strategic objectives were reinforced through negotiation rather than solely through force. The combination of diplomacy and military action exemplifies the Byzantine emphasis on pragmatic statecraft, in which territorial security was achieved through a balance of coercion, negotiation, and strategic foresight. Economic stability was another critical factor underpinning the success of military campaigns and border consolidation. The recovery of Anatolia and stabilization of the Balkans relied on the integration of fiscal administration, resource management, and population support. Taxation systems were reinforced to fund garrisons and fortification projects, while trade networks were secured to ensure the flow of essential goods. Local agricultural production was stabilized through the protection of rural communities and the resettlement of populations in strategically important areas. These measures provided the material foundation necessary for sustained military operations and the long-term consolidation of imperial control, demonstrating the interconnectedness of economic, administrative, and military strategy. Cultural and religious factors also played a role in reinforcing the empire's authority during military campaigns. The Orthodox Church and associated monastic institutions contributed to the integration of recovered territories, the provision of logistical support, and the reinforcement of social cohesion. Religious legitimacy was invoked to strengthen loyalty among local populations, justify military campaigns, and encourage cooperation with imperial authorities. Monastic communities often served as centers of education, administration, and communication, providing both ideological reinforcement and practical support for Byzantine objectives. The integration of religious institutions into the strategic framework illustrates the empire's ability to combine cultural authority with operational governance in achieving territorial stabilization. The cumulative effect of these campaigns was a significant improvement in Byzantine territorial control, operational security, and administrative coherence. Anatolia, once largely lost to Seljuk occupation, experienced partial recovery and the establishment of fortified urban centers that served as both military and administrative hubs. The Balkans, previously challenged by internal unrest and external pressure, were stabilized through a combination of garrisoned fortresses, political negotiation, and integrated administrative oversight. These successes allowed the empire to project power effectively, secure vital trade and communication routes, and maintain a degree of strategic depth that had been absent in the preceding decades. The coordination of military, administrative, economic, and cultural measures illustrates the comprehensive nature of Komnenian statecraft in addressing complex territorial and security challenges. In conclusion, the military campaigns and border stabilization efforts of the Komnenian emperors exemplify a systematic and multidimensional approach to recovery and consolidation. Reclaiming Anatolia and securing the Balkans required not only battlefield success, but also careful logistical planning, strategic fortification, administrative integration, economic management, and cultural engagement. The ability to combine these elements into a coherent and sustained strategy allowed the Byzantine Empire to restore its territorial integrity, strengthen central authority, and prepare for future challenges in both the eastern and western frontiers. The experiences of this period highlight the empire's adaptability, institutional resilience, and capacity for coordinated statecraft, providing a model of governance in which military, administrative, economic, and cultural instruments were harmonized to achieve enduring stability and strategic advantage. Through these measures, the Komnenian Restoration transformed the empire from a state recovering from severe crisis into a politically and militarily resilient power capable of maintaining influence across Anatolia, the Balkans, and the Eastern Mediterranean for decades to come. The 12th century witnessed a deliberate and multifaceted approach by the Byzantine Empire to consolidate its influence through diplomacy, trade, and interaction with Western European powers. Following decades of military recovery and internal stabilization under the Komnenian emperors, the empire recognized that long-term security and prosperity depended not solely on territorial control, but also on the cultivation of external relationships that could enhance economic resources, strategic alliances, and cultural influence. The Byzantine approach combined pragmatic diplomacy with commercial initiatives, creating networks that linked Constantinople to the Mediterranean, the Adriatic, and beyond, while simultaneously managing the complexities of Crusader interaction, Latin ambitions, and emerging European trade interests. Contemporary records, including imperial correspondence, charters, merchant accounts, and chronicles, reveal the careful orchestration of these initiatives and the intellectual sophistication underlying Byzantine external engagement. Diplomatic engagement during this period was both reactive and proactive, responding to immediate threats while shaping long-term strategic relationships. The empire maintained continuous correspondence with Western European kingdoms, the papacy, and the Crusader principalities established in the Levant, emphasizing the negotiation of alliances, territorial agreements, and mutual defense arrangements. Emperors such as Alexios I Komnenos, John II, and Manuel I employed a combination of personal diplomacy, ceremonial exchange, and formal treaties to solidify relationships, mitigate disputes, and assert Byzantine authority in contested regions. Diplomatic missions often involve the exchange of gifts, honorary titles, and marriage alliances, creating networks of influence that extended beyond the immediate theater of military operations. These measures reflect a Byzantine understanding of the interplay between soft power, symbolic authority, and practical statecraft, allowing the empire to exercise influence without constant recourse to force. Trade and commercial integration were central to this external engagement, providing both economic sustenance and strategic leverage. The empire actively facilitated the movement of goods, merchants, and artisans through its territories, creating a controlled but vibrant economic network that connected Constantinople to Venice, Genoa, Pisa, and other Western Mediterranean ports. Imperial policies regulated tariffs, customs, and market access, balancing the encouragement of trade with the protection of state revenue and local interests. The establishment of semi-autonomous Latin trading quarters in Constantinople and key provincial cities allowed Western merchants to operate under agreed conditions while providing the empire with both fiscal income and access to specialized goods, technologies, and commercial expertise. By cultivating these economic relationships, the Byzantine state strengthened its material base, enhanced urban prosperity, and secured resources essential for military and administrative operations. The interaction with Crusader states in the Levant was particularly complex, combining elements of military alliance, political negotiation, and economic exchange. The Byzantine emperors sought to integrate the Crusader principalities into a broader strategic framework, leveraging alliances to stabilize the eastern frontier while maintaining claims to former imperial territories. Negotiations over the return of former Byzantine cities, military cooperation against Muslim powers, and trade concessions were conducted with careful attention to timing, diplomatic precedent, and regional dynamics. The empire used both incentives and monitoring to ensure that agreements were respected, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of the limits and potential of external alliances. The ability to combine military strategy, political negotiation, and economic engagement in these interactions exemplifies the multidimensional nature of Byzantine diplomacy during this period. Western European powers were also engaged through formal and informal channels, including papal diplomacy, mercenary agreements, and strategic marriages. These interactions were carefully calibrated to avoid the establishment of autonomous Latin enclaves that could challenge imperial authority while maximizing the benefits of cooperative engagement. By maintaining formal hierarchies, ceremonial recognition, and strategic oversight, the Byzantine emperors ensured that Western allies and visitors operated within the framework of imperial objectives. Contemporary accounts highlight the use of diplomacy to defuse potential conflicts, manage competition among Western powers, and integrate Latin actors into the broader political, military, and economic system of the empire. This careful balancing of interests minimized the risk of destabilization while creating opportunities for strategic advantage. The integration of economic and military strategy was a hallmark of Byzantine external engagement. Trade networks supported the funding of military campaigns, the provisioning of garrisons, and the maintenance of fortifications along contested borders. Economic stability, in turn, reinforced political authority and social cohesion, ensuring that both urban and rural populations could support sustained operations and comply with imperial directives. The interplay between commercial policy and military logistics illustrates the Byzantine recognition that prosperity and security were mutually reinforcing, and that a stable, well-administered economic base was essential for enduring influence in both regional and trans-regional contexts. Cultural diplomacy also played an important role in strengthening the empire's external position. Byzantine ceremonial practice, religious prestige, and intellectual leadership were leveraged to influence Western European courts and Crusader states. Diplomatic missions often emphasized Byzantine cultural sophistication, legal authority, and theological orthodoxy, fostering respect and recognition of imperial prerogatives. The dissemination of Byzantine coinage, art, architecture, and manuscript culture further reinforced the empire's soft power, creating symbolic networks of influence that complemented practical political and economic initiatives. By integrating culture, religion, and ceremony into diplomatic practice, the empire cultivated a form of engagement that extended beyond immediate material interests to shape perceptions, loyalty, and strategic alignment. The management of Latin trading communities in Constantinople illustrates the careful calibration of economic and political authority. While allowing foreign merchants to operate with a degree of autonomy, the empire imposed regulations on taxation, market conduct, and jurisdictional authority, ensuring that imperial interests were protected. Disputes between Latin merchants and local populations were mediated through legal channels, diplomatic negotiation, and, when necessary, limited coercion, preserving order while maintaining commercial vitality. This approach reflects the Byzantine capacity to harmonize competing interests within a controlled framework, maximizing the benefits of foreign engagement while safeguarding sovereignty and domestic stability. The empire's external engagement extended to the broader Mediterranean and Black Sea regions, where diplomatic and commercial networks facilitated both economic growth and strategic advantage. Byzantine influence reached across the Adriatic into southern Italy and along the coasts of the Aegean and Levant, creating interlinked zones of commerce, communication, and political oversight. Ports such as Thessalonica, Dyrrhachium, and Constantinople functioned as hubs for trade, intelligence gathering, and naval deployment, reinforcing the empire's ability to respond to emerging threats while supporting economic and cultural activity. By integrating maritime, economic, and political initiatives, the Komnenian emperors maintained a level of strategic flexibility and reach that enhanced both security and influence. The cumulative effect of these diplomatic and commercial initiatives was the reinforcement of Byzantine resilience, allowing the empire to consolidate gains achieved through military campaigns and internal reforms. By managing relationships with Western European powers, crusader states, and regional actors, the Komnenian emperors secured trade routes, reinforced territorial claims, and mitigated potential conflicts. Economic integration provided the resources necessary for continued military operations, administrative oversight, and cultural patronage, while cultural diplomacy reinforced the legitimacy and prestige of imperial authority. The combination of military strength, diplomatic acumen, economic management, and cultural influence created a cohesive framework that allowed the empire to navigate a complex geopolitical landscape with strategic sophistication and adaptability. In conclusion, the Byzantine Empire's engagement with Western powers through diplomacy, trade, and strategic interaction during the 12th century exemplifies a multidimensional approach to statecraft. By coordinating military, economic, administrative, and cultural initiatives, the Komnenian emperors strengthened territorial control, secured economic resources, and enhanced diplomatic influence. The integration of these instruments enabled the empire to manage both cooperative and adversarial relationships with Western European states, crusader principalities, and regional powers, ensuring that external engagement reinforced rather than undermined internal stability. Through careful negotiation, commercial policy, and cultural projection, the Byzantine state maintained resilience, preserved strategic advantage, and reinforced its authority across the Eastern Mediterranean, establishing a durable framework for influence and security that endured well into the later 12th century and shaped the trajectory of Byzantine diplomacy, trade, and governance for decades to come. The 12th century Komnenian period not only marked a phase of political stabilization and military recovery, but also represented a profound cultural revival and intellectual flourishing within the Byzantine Empire. Following decades of territorial loss, civil strife, and external pressure, the imperial court, monasteries, and urban centers became hubs for the revitalization of arts, learning, and ecclesiastical reform. This cultural resurgence was both a reflection of renewed political stability and an instrument for reinforcing imperial authority, social cohesion, and religious orthodoxy. Contemporary chronicles, theological treatises, artistic artifacts, and architectural remains attest to the vibrancy of this period, revealing the empire's capacity to integrate cultural, intellectual, and religious initiatives into the broader objectives of statecraft and societal consolidation. Central to this revival was the patronage of the arts by the Komnenian emperors, who sought to reinforce imperial authority through visual and architectural expressions of power. Palaces, churches, and public buildings were constructed or renovated with an emphasis on aesthetic sophistication, technical innovation, and symbolic representation. Architectural projects, including the expansion of the imperial palace complex in Constantinople and the restoration of major churches, exemplify the integration of engineering skill, decorative refinement, and religious significance. Mosaics, frescoes, and iconography produced during this period displayed a synthesis of classical traditions and contemporary innovations, reflecting both continuity with earlier Byzantine art and responsiveness to evolving cultural currents. These artistic initiatives reinforced the legitimacy of the imperial court, communicated political and theological messages, and fostered a shared sense of identity and cultural pride. Monastic institutions played a pivotal role in the intellectual and educational dimension of the Comnenian revival. Monasteries served as centers of scholarship, manuscript production, and theological discourse, preserving classical texts while producing new works in philosophy, law, and liturgy. Monastic scholars engaged in commentary, translation, and original composition, contributing to the continuity and advancement of Byzantine intellectual traditions. Scriptoria were equipped for systematic copying and illumination of texts, ensuring the dissemination of knowledge throughout the empire. These institutions also provided education for clerics, administrators, and members of the elite, reinforcing the intellectual infrastructure necessary for effective governance and ecclesiastical oversight. The interaction between monastic scholarship, court patronage, and urban learning centers exemplifies the integrative approach to cultural and intellectual development in the Comnenian period. The Comnenian emperors actively promoted the study of classical and contemporary learning as part of their broader strategy to enhance administrative competence, military strategy, and theological understanding. Philosophical works, legal codices, and historical texts were studied alongside military treatises and technical manuals, reflecting a practical as well as scholarly orientation. Education extended beyond the court and monasteries, influencing urban elites, military officers, and regional administrators. By fostering intellectual engagement across multiple levels of society, the emperors ensured that knowledge served both cultural and pragmatic objectives, strengthening the capacity of the state to manage complex political, military, and social challenges. The intellectual environment of the 12th century thus combined theoretical study with applied governance, demonstrating the integration of culture and policy in Byzantine statecraft. Ecclesiastical reform constituted a complementary dimension of cultural revival, aimed at reinforcing religious authority, doctrinal consistency, and social cohesion. The Comnenian emperors collaborated with patriarchs, bishops, and monastic leaders to implement reforms in clerical administration, liturgical practice, and monastic discipline. Measures included the regulation of clerical appointments, the standardization of liturgical texts, and the enforcement of monastic rules designed to preserve moral and spiritual integrity. These reforms enhanced the alignment of ecclesiastical institutions with imperial objectives, ensuring that the church functioned both as a moral authority and a partner in governance. Ecclesiastical councils, correspondence, and contemporary theological writings provide detailed evidence of the systematic and deliberate nature of these reforms, highlighting the Byzantine understanding of religion as an essential component of societal stability and cultural continuity. Literary production flourished alongside visual and architectural achievements, encompassing historical chronicles, theological treatises, hagiographies, and poetry. Chroniclers such as Anna Comnene, Michael Sellos, and contemporaneous clerics documented political events, military campaigns, and religious developments with analytical precision and narrative clarity. These works served multiple purposes, preserving historical memory, providing moral and administrative instruction, and reinforcing the legitimacy of the ruling dynasty. Hagiographical texts emphasize the sanctity of individuals associated with imperial or ecclesiastical authority, contributing to social cohesion and the dissemination of ideological norms. Literary activity during this period thus integrated historical documentation, theological reflection, and cultural education into a coherent intellectual framework that supported both governance and communal identity. Artistic and intellectual initiatives were closely linked to the empire's strategic objectives. Mosaics, iconography, and illuminated manuscripts not only reflected aesthetic values, but also conveyed messages of imperial authority, religious orthodoxy, and social order. Educational and monastic institutions produced literate, informed, and ideologically aligned individuals capable of serving in administrative, military, and ecclesiastical capacities. Ecclesiastical reform reinforced moral authority and social discipline, contributing to internal stability and legitimizing imperial directives. The interaction of these cultural dimensions created a network of influence that extended from the court to provincial centers, ensuring that the intellectual and artistic vitality of the empire underpinned both social cohesion and state functionality. Trade and diplomatic engagement further reinforced cultural development by facilitating the exchange of ideas, materials, and techniques with neighboring regions. Interaction with Western European powers, Crusader states, and Mediterranean trading networks introduced new artistic motifs, technical knowledge, and intellectual currents, which were adapted within the Byzantine cultural framework. Artisans, scholars, and clerics participated in these exchanges, integrating foreign influences with established traditions to create innovative and enduring cultural expressions. The synthesis of internal creativity and external interaction exemplifies the adaptive nature of Byzantine cultural development, in which engagement with broader networks enhanced both practical knowledge and aesthetic sophistication. The cumulative effect of artistic, intellectual, and ecclesiastical initiatives during the Komnenian period was the reinforcement of social cohesion, ideological legitimacy, and administrative capacity. Cultural revival strengthened the empire's identity, provided frameworks for governance and moral instruction, and facilitated the integration of recovered territories into a coherent political and social system. By fostering education, scholarship, and artistic expression, the emperors ensured that cultural and intellectual resources complemented military and administrative achievements, creating a multidimensional foundation for resilience, stability, and influence. This period of flourishing also set precedents for subsequent generations, preserving knowledge, artistic traditions, and religious norms that would continue to shape Byzantine society well into the late Middle Ages. In conclusion, the cultural revival and intellectual flourishing of the 12th century Byzantine Empire exemplified the integrative approach of the Komnenian emperors to statecraft. Through patronage of the arts, promotion of scholarship, ecclesiastical reform, and engagement with broader Mediterranean networks, the empire reinforced its authority, strengthened social cohesion, and enhanced administrative and military competence. Monastic, court, and urban institutions functioned as centers of intellectual and artistic production, ensuring the continuity of knowledge, the codification of moral and theological norms, and the dissemination of cultural identity. The combination of visual, literary, and scholarly achievements with strategic governance illustrates the Byzantine understanding of culture as both an instrument of statecraft and a vehicle for societal cohesion. By embedding intellectual and artistic vitality within the structures of governance and religion, the Komnenian emperors created a sustainable framework of cultural resilience, reinforcing the empire's capacity to navigate political, military, and social challenges while preserving the distinctiveness and continuity of Byzantine civilization into the later 12th century and beyond. By the late 13th and early 15th centuries, the Byzantine Empire entered a protracted period of decline, marked by political fragmentation, territorial contraction, and external pressure that would culminate in the fall of Constantinople in 1453. After centuries of resilience, the empire faced structural challenges that eroded central authority, weakened military capacity, and limited economic resources. Territorial losses, succession disputes, civil wars, and the rise of emerging regional powers contributed to a fragmentation of governance, diminishing the empire's ability to effectively manage its remaining territories. Historical chronicles, administrative records, and contemporary accounts provide a detailed perspective on the processes of decline, illustrating the complex interplay of internal and external factors that shaped the final centuries of Byzantine history. One of the central factors in the empire's weakening was political fragmentation, which arose from both dynastic disputes and institutional constraints. The Byzantine system of succession, often based on hereditary claims combined with nomination by the emperor, frequently produced contested claims to the throne. Civil wars between rival claimants disrupted governance, diverted military resources, and destabilized provinces. Regional magnates and powerful families occasionally acted autonomously, exercising authority independently of the central government. This diffusion of power undermined the coherence of imperial administration, reduced the effectiveness of taxation and military mobilization, and created opportunities for external actors to exploit internal divisions. As a result, the empire became increasingly vulnerable to both internal disruption and external aggression, a condition that would persist for over a century. The fragmentation of imperial authority was compounded by territorial contraction, as the empire lost critical regions in Anatolia, the Balkans, and the Aegean to the Seljuk Turks, Ottoman Turks, Latin states, and independent principalities. The loss of these regions diminished agricultural production, limited access to strategic resources, and reduced the population base available for military and administrative service. Key cities, fortresses, and trade centers fell under foreign control or experienced semi-autonomous rule, fragmenting the economic and political integration that had previously sustained the empire. The diminishing size of Byzantine territory increased logistical challenges, making it difficult to defend remaining holdings, maintain infrastructure, and project authority across a geographically reduced state. Maps, archaeological studies, and military records indicate the progressive contraction of Byzantine holdings, revealing the cumulative impact of external pressure on imperial stability. Economic decline was a parallel and reinforcing factor. Repeated territorial loss disrupted agricultural production, trade routes, and access to valuable resources such as grain, silver, and timber. The empire's fiscal capacity, previously sustained through a combination of taxation, trade tariffs, and control over strategic ports, was increasingly strained. Urban centers, particularly Constantinople, retained some commercial vitality, benefiting from Mediterranean trade networks, but revenues were insufficient to fully fund the military, maintain fortifications, or support comprehensive administrative operations. Reliance on mercenary forces became increasingly necessary, creating both financial burdens and challenges to loyalty. The combination of diminished revenue and escalating expenses limited strategic flexibility, constraining the empire's ability to respond effectively to both internal and external threats. The Byzantine military, once a model of organization and operational sophistication, experienced systematic weakening during this period. Repeated conflicts, resource limitations, and over-reliance on mercenary contingents eroded cohesion, training, and discipline. Fortified positions, while still formidable in some areas, were insufficient to counter the growing power of the Ottoman Turks and other regional forces. Key strategic locations, including the Dardanelles, the Morea, and parts of Thrace, became vulnerable due to inadequate garrisons, logistical deficiencies, and internal instability.